something.
Yeah, I just come from another space with John Noster, where it was like AI and philosophy, right? And I can really feel it now this year. I really feel like this is the year where so many people will be confronted with that, right? And in that space, there are so many questions. People have like existential questions, really, right? And that's why I think it's super important to do these spaces and talk about it. We just have to talk about it because this is like maybe the biggest thing that ever happened in our lifetime.
Oh yeah, for sure. It definitely is. I can really see that the hype has returned, which is very nice. Before the whole thing was dead because all the grifters in the space were just essentially insisting on creating derivative products off of a product and then considering that to be something that they could market, which is true, but then they killed basically all the AI hype on the platform. I think when was AI really big at first? It was back in 2021, wasn't it? Or was it 22? Which was the year? Which was the heyday, the first one? What was the first cycle?
A good question to me.
I think that's when, dude, I think that's when ChatGPT came out. That's really when things started to hype out. So that was back in, I think, 2021. Yeah, so 2021 is max level activity because a lot of stuff happened at that time. For instance, of course, you had the NFT bull run, which means that everybody was then back on the internet. You had COVID, you had everything. It was a perfect disaster, really, a perfect storm, I would say, which then ensured that a lot of activity came into the platform. And also a lot of people had their attention focused on AI because you can do a lot of things now with AI, like generate images and, generate text so you can scam people more creatively. So that was really interesting. I think that's when the first heyday occurred, was back in 2021, but now it's come back in 2023. But this time it's all about the accelerationism, it's all about the regulation, it's all about everything. Now we're talking about what you do with the tools and how to integrate it into reality. There's a lot of interesting stuff that's coming out. A lot of interesting people that are coming out of the woodwork who all claim to know something, who are back there scamming people in 2021, who are now returning as well. So it's really interesting to see all the extra activity that's happening here. So, man, it's so fucking exciting. I can't wait. It's gonna be great. And it already is. I think in 2023, like the second half is really where it started to kick off again with AI. So that was something. Before, no interest, but then it started to happen again. And so now it's coming back. People are starting to see the growth market here, and everybody else is just like fucking, returning back to grifting, giving you the $20 course that you should buy, which is probably written by the AI itself. How funny.
Yeah, it can do that, right? And some marketers even, that's what they sell, right? They sell basically telling you like, yeah, ask ChatGPT how to write a course and then do what it says. And, that's a lot of stuff that's going on. And it is good at that, right? It is really good at marketing because it has read all the stuff, right? It is, if you have any questions about marketing or building a business, making a website, that's your first source, I think. So I think really you don't really need any courses because everybody has access to the AI now. Like ChatGPT is for free, and that should suffice.
Yes, definitely.
Hi, this is the first time I've spoken here, and I will introduce myself. I'm Chris, and I played with the Elon's program this morning. We crashed it a couple of times, and it was interesting being in there. And I think when the topic came up of how there's going to have to be adjustments made with the advertising on X, how that total restructure is going to go, and marketing just got brought up. I think that the people who are going to be marketing AI are going to restructure how the programmers are working with AI because they've got to sell it. And how am I going to sell something that's been sort of streamlined into a bottleneck by the programmers? And they're going to want to have it more open where the questions can be more answered with a more broad spectrum, because that's how we crashed it. We were looking for more broad answers. And I think it's going to be fun doing this.
It has a very small context window. It's also a very young AI. I think Grok itself, you're referring to Grok, obviously. So that thing is not ready for full-scale use just yet. There are a lot of things that you can do with it. I personally have done it. I've done things which are very interesting. A lot of people are trying to get the AI to do something on X, and I'm just looking at that and thinking, you guys really don't understand how this works, do you? It's not about getting the AI to do something to X. It is getting X to do something to the AI. You're getting this completely all wrong, right? It's like this is the real kicker here. That's the real takeaway for Grok. It's like people are trying to manipulate the platform Rustgrok, and I'm like, that's not how it works. You can manipulate the AI, but you cannot manipulate the platform using the AI, unless, of course, a lot of people are using the AI. Then you can manipulate the platform by manipulating the AI, by manipulating things that exist on the platform that it internalizes and then uses, right? That's how it works. I've tried this myself, actually, and it works very, very well.
What to do?
I'm not telling you. It's too dangerous.
Okay, don't do this at home, kids.
Yes, we openly discussed that. We had a period where we were able to have an open discussion while it wasn't working, and we kind of openly discussed how we thought we were inputting information that it would then be able to use. And I think that's really important. I think more people should go in there and then utilize that function. So I do agree. And then I think we should then discuss the marketing of it as it comes out. You know, there's going to be functions for
There's
the roadmap.
nothing, I'll be honest with you, there's nothing really that has anything to do with the marketing aspect. Like, you don't need to market it. It's just, it works, but it doesn't. It's the marketing. It's like, can it do shit for you? Can it, like, why do you want this thing? I can give you the sales pitch, and it doesn't do the thing that it's supposed to do in order for the sales pitch to matter, because that's what it's designed to do, and it's not doing the thing it's designed to do. It's like saying let's say it has access to everything on X, right? Let's imagine that, but it doesn't. Like, if you need proof, ask it for every single post that you've ever created, and then it says it's not connected to the internet, and then I tell it, okay, sorry, I fixed the problem. You're connected to the internet now, and then it gives you some posts which are hallucinated. Funny. And some of them actually make sense, which is weird. So it does have access because it's showing you the source from where it came from, but okay. I guess the disconnect is it doesn't have access to internet, it has access to platforms. You have to specify that within prompt as well, so consistency. But no, it does not work fully yet. They just have to get a product out there. And they did. And it stuck.
Yeah, the hype around Grok died a bit off, right? It has been out for a while now, and I didn't hear anything new. Like the most was like before it came out, right? When only a few people had access.
Dude, everyone was hyping that shit up for like no reason whatsoever. And I noticed that it was really interesting because people started to use the AI a little bit, and then they stopped talking about it as they were using it. Like the early access people, I'm like, why are you not talking about it anymore? I thought this was the next big thing, and it was gigantic, and it was awesome. It's the thing you could never get enough of. So why you stop using it now? Well, they realize that the only thing it's really good at is roasting people. But then that hype started to die down. Still, people go into live streams and roast people's profiles. I'm like,
Well, one specific thing one area where I asked it a question was Neuralink mapping the language areas of the brain, and it didn't really give me a good question. And then I said, is it mapping the Broca's area in the McKenzie's region? And it went directly to the answer that it couldn't answer proprietary questions like that because they were protected by the contracts with the companies it was working with. And that takes me back to the early age of Hotbot when it was still under the control of MIT, and we were in Boolean search phrase, and the key of that was picking the right keywords so that when it went through the databases looking for what you wanted in your research, to minimize how many words you used and pinpoint what you were looking for. And so some of that is user end. What am I looking for, so that the search engines can go through there and find specifically what it is I'm looking for. So I think some of the function is there. It's just, do I know how to get to it? And I'm interested
Why
to
are you
hear what
asking?
some of you
Why are you
guys
asking
think.
about Neuralink? It's a computer that has limited access to information. If you want to know something about Neuralink, you go take the website where it's Neuralink, copy everything off of that or the research papers, put that into ChatGPT and ask it questions on that within the context window that it has. By the way, you have to counteract for hallucinations, which makes the work just harder than if you were to just read it. If you want to ask something X related, you may want to try with Grok, but right now I wouldn't use it for anything, actually. I just use it for humor. Like, for instance, when somebody new comes on the stage I haven't seen before, I analyze them with Grok first. I'm like, hey, Grok, can you tell me something about this person? What are they, like, I know two things that way. I know what they're most known for, because that's what the machine tells me, and I know what they posted recently, so I don't have to go through your timeline. So I actually use the AI for that purpose alone. I just say, hey, what does this person have on their timeline? Who are they? Do they make sense? Are they known for anything at all? And they say, if they're an enigmatic figure that they can't figure out, then I know that you don't post nothing. Nothing of actual consistency, because the AI hangs on to something that's consistent. And if you have at least one thing that you're really known for, it'll tell me. But if you're known for nothing, then it basically knows, A, you're either spam a lot, do a lot of reposts, or you just are a new account. But then I see some accounts up here that want to request stuff. They have like, what, 1,000 followers sometimes? And they're like following 3,000 people. It's like, okay, that's a warning, red flag number one. Red flag number two, what else do we have? Oh, this interesting thing over here, where it's basically said it doesn't know what you do. It means that you're not doing anything. So what are you doing, right? That's the kind of that's what I use Grok for. Don't ask about Neuralink. It doesn't know shit.
I see. Yeah, I asked it about my account that's frozen right now for security reasons, and it got frozen right around time the Israel mess occurred, and I'm still trying to get it unfrozen. It went back to 2009, and I tried to have it look something up on that account. It couldn't access it, so it has limitations. It has limitations, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just told you the limitations. Limitations is basic functionality.
Yeah, we laughed a lot while we were playing with it today, for sure. I mean, it does. A fellow named John in there asked it a lot of questions where it was so far off even the topic of the question that it wasn't.
Yeah, that's you having exhausted the context window. That happens. That's what it looks like when you exhaust the context window. Basically means, for those of you who don't know what a context window is, it basically is a thing where, say, I'm telling the AI to do something. You're having a conversation. It remembers the conversation up to a certain point. It's like, basically, imagine I'm having a conversation with you right now. At some point, your brain's context window is going to expire, and then you don't remember what I said about 2 hours ago, right? So your context window is a certain amount of time based on your attention span, which is, a variable because everyone has different attention spans. And so you work your way back from there, okay? That's what a context window is at a very basic level. It's like it's remembering what you told it to do. And so with Grok, it has a very small context window, which means if you have a conversation, at some point it just basically forgets the initial things that you discussed, and it only remembers the prompt that you gave it, which is basically almost like as if it has reset itself. But you don't know that it reset itself because you're still under the impression that you're talking with it within one instance, which is technically true, but the context window has been exhausted, which basically means it has forgotten practically everything of what you have just discussed up until the prompt itself, and maybe a few key points which are arbitrary, because the outputs of an AI are not deterministic, they are probabilistic. So it is a slippery slope of estimations upon estimations based on an estimate of an estimation.
And there is something to say for truly large models, right? That might sound a little esoteric, but there's a lot of talk about this emergent behavior, right? The one that even the developers didn't anticipate. And I feel like that comes with truly large data sets, because you notice it, for example, in different languages. If I talk to ChatGPT in German, It's not only that it doesn't know everything, but it can't think as well, because its data set in German is just smaller. And so, to me, ChatGPT in English is still like has capabilities that most of the others can't really replicate.
You can also talk to AI in certain different languages that it may also know, and you can get it to do things that it cannot do in other languages because nobody fixed it for that language. And just take an obscure one that nobody fucking uses. Like German is something you definitely use, but how many people use French in an AI? Have you ever used French in an AI? How many of you think about people using French as a language to talk to an AI? How many people do that? Not many, right? What is the thing that a developer would want to prioritize is the thing that consumers use the product for the most, right? And they're probably using it for English-based prompts because a lot of people know English, a lot of people program in English, a lot of people talk in English, but they don't necessarily speak in French, program in French, or even talk in French most of the time on social media, given that social media here at large is all just English. And even as a matter of fact, the algorithm for you is biased against you if you don't use English language. So that's funny. Just thought I'd put that out there.
Yeah, John actually got to speak in French this morning. He pressed it to do it. It did not want to do it at first, but then it finally did do it. I thought that
I wonder how well it speaks Chinese these days.
Well, it was interesting. He really had to push it to do it, but it did speak in French finally.
Did it do anything illegal? That's the question. Like, okay, so now you're prompting in a different language, and you know the fact that it doesn't know what you're talking about, or maybe somebody didn't put the heuristic into that language if that's how it works. So now ask yourself the question, did it do anything illegal? And if so, can I do anything with that? And if so, will that give me a folder at the FBI? I don't know. You tell me. I'm not going to tell it for you. No financial advice. You can do whatever you want, but, you know, probably don't do that last part.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, because all the security measures they put in, like we talked about yesterday, right? They mostly did that with prompts themselves. They kind of prompted like we do. It's just a hidden system prompt, right? And now I wonder, in different languages, do they have the same system prompt? Probably not.
Yeah, it's a really weird situation for sure. I mean, you're dealing with this kind of system that is more like you pray for an output and you hope to get it right. You cannot even talk to AIs most of the time, like truly, because people don't seem to understand what it really is that you're doing to the AI. So like, I want you to think of an AI as a thing that it actually is. On a hardware, like, okay, so let's imagine what exactly is this thing that you're working with, okay? What does it do? A lot of things seem to think that it's like humans. Humans are very, very multi-dimensional beings in terms of complexity. When you look at something like an AI, it's a very one-dimensional thing, actually. It's not really 2D. It's more like, well, I mean, let's imagine it is 2D. Then we're like 32D or something like that. If I were to go down the list of various things that we do, then I'm pretty sure that's those D's be adding up quickly. No pun intended, ironically enough. But if you really were to think about it, it's like, what does it do and what can it achieve? So if I were to ask it a question, you have to ask, what exactly is it to you and what you are doing as a person when you're thinking about things, right? It doesn't ponder, for instance, because the very concept of pondering is, ironically enough, what it kind of is, but at a very basic, digitally approximated level. So it doesn't think, you ask it stuff. It just basically does the thing that your brain normally does when it's pondering to solve an issue, which means that, say, for instance, I have this problem where someone's, so I use this example of, say, you are a miner in a mine. You are a person who has a pickaxe, who is chiseling away at the mountainside. You are doing this, and all of a sudden you start to realize, oh shit, my hands are hurting. So the human now begins to ponder, how exactly do I fucking deal with this problem? So you start to look at concepts that you've explored before, and you start to put them together, and you come up with an answer. So an AI functions in a similar way, except that it does not put concepts together. It takes what it knows and generates concepts out of the things that it knows. right? You putting together concepts is another problem because each time you do something like that, there are degrees of inaccuracies that it doesn't know how to repair because, ironically enough, it doesn't understand what it's doing. It just knows a lot of shit and just basically gives you an output, which is probabilistic, which basically means your prompt. Your prompt is a bunch of points on a piece of paper, and you are to connect these dots. The AI is designed to connect the dots and populate the space between the dots with something that is related to the dots that exist, right? So the problem is this: it does this, and there could be inaccuracies with whatever stuff it's putting between those spaces, between the space of those dots. So that's what you then call runaway hallucinations, or well, you could term runaway hallucinations, or actually what you call confabulations, where it basically just makes something up in order to populate the space because that's the only thing it has to do. It doesn't know what it's doing necessarily. It doesn't even understand what it's doing. It just does it because it's built for that thing, and it will somehow achieve that thing by any means necessary, even if, say, a fence looks straight in real life, it's going to create a molten fence because it has to complete something somehow. So it just makes estimations and fucks up the stuff that you see, right? The more detail you can bring in, the more complex the data set, the less of that will happen because it has more stuff to use in order to populate the space between the dots. Does this make sense?
Yeah, I mean, as crazy as this sounds, I mean, my main thing in programming was always working with audio files. I'm a music producer, but I'm understanding in the graph picture that each solution is like a wave, and it's trying to get all these waves together, and it's trying to fill in where waves don't fit, and those unreal numbers are the hallucinations. In other words, if one answer is this
Yeah.
sine wave and another answer is this sine wave and another answer is this sine wave, and the conclusion is some mixture of all those waves, then it's a bad sound in the wave file and it's noise in the answer. It's a digital noise, if you will. And that's the hallucination, or that's just my understanding of what's going on in the actual function of the numbers in the math. It's
There's
digital
no math,
noise.
there's no number. It's just
It's
stuff.
digital noise, yeah.
Not really. Like I just told you, it's basically just something that it tries to do. It's like, again, you have space, and it needs to put something into that space based on what it knows. And if it doesn't know something, it just basically tries to make an estimate of what it knows and
Make
tries to
shit up.
somehow make it fit contextually.
Right.
That's all that it does. There's nothing else to that. It's not very complex.
There must be a lot of add ifs written in there, in the function lines of it.
They're
Add
called
ifs.
heuristics.
I see. Yeah, I'm going to have to read some books about it to understand it. I've gotten so interested in it now, just sitting in these rooms and listening. I'm ready to dive in and play with it and see what it really does. It seems really fun. I remember in some classes I was taking back in the 90s when I was with Raytheon, and we were talking about some of these virtual reality things and Google Earth and some of that stuff. And they were talking about people being able to wear vision goggles and go anywhere in the world with your goggles and have meetings with people. And I think if this technology ever comes around, that's what we'll be able to do. And it was interesting hearing them talking about that. But if we were talking about in the 90s and here we are just talking about trying to iron out the ruffles in it, then it's taking this long to get there. And I thought what a beautiful vision that was back then when they were talking about it. And I was working in 90s on the WorldCom mess back then. And so that was that was the vision back then. And it's a beautiful vision. That's a wonderful thing. If I could get online with my friend and say, hey, let's meet at the Louvre in France and put our goggles on and literally be looking at them and talking to them through AI, what a beautiful world, that would be. And I think that's where we're trying to get with this.
I prefer rather to have the freedom to go there physically, take a look at what it is over being just seeing the simulated world, even though I'm simulating that world with whatever sensors I have available to me in biological sense.
Well,
By the
not
way,
everybody could do it,
Exactly. This is why I said maximize that ability instead. If there really is the world of greatness, then that should be a thing I am to do. Otherwise, that world is a dream, and dreams mean nothing until they become real. So how real is real? I don't know. Might as well just plug yourself into a simulation, but then what happens?
Well, I agree. I
By
think
the way,
I've been
if you guys are wondering what that
100,000
means,
miles in 2 years, and most of it's driving or in on an ocean liner. And that's the
by the way, if
last
you
2 years. I do it a lot.
yeah, that's real well too. That's why I like it. Anyways, by the way, if you guys are wondering what this means, I've lived long enough to see the Scientific American become an antithesis of itself. Well, the Scientific American is a magazine, and it actually put out a very anti-scientific thing, basically saying, "Oh, we should decelerate with science." It's like, that's not how science works, but sure. Yeah, we're going to decelerate faster we're going to decelerate by sitting in place faster, which is practically just iceberg accelerationism, which I've also put out at some point. So yeah, I do give that a bunch of likes and reposts because that is a vector point, and one day you guys will understand what that means as well. Unless, of course, you understand something about that right now. If you want to read on something really ridiculous, which will help you understand the nature of my posts, I would like you to read up on hypervector compute, basically. Anything like that, hypervector computing. Just try it. Just try it. It's fucking cool. It's awesome. It's fun.
Yeah.
Just don't think about it too hard because the brain will break. Maybe that's a good thing. You can put it back together again. Be better at it. Gotta get all your shit together. Maybe I should even take down that post and include the image.
You'd probably get more engagement with the image. Why is everybody so quiet? Are some of you guys hallucinating?
Okay, somebody find me the article. Can somebody find me the article? Google is garbage. Google search is literally worthless. It's completely fallen apart. It's the most useless thing ever. Yeah, the article from the Scientific American, you know, the one that all the accelerationists were memeing off of?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, find me that one. I can't find it. Somebody used Perplexity for this, or they, yeah.
Scientific America, right? I found one that says we will never live in space. That sounds depressing.
What? A long time.
Yeah, I can't find it. It's something about, I don't know, some billionaires not stop making science real or something. I don't know, science fiction real? I don't know. One of those.
Is it, I'm sorry, I'm looking too. Is it the one where it says tech billionaires need to stop trying to make the science fiction they grow up on real? Is it that one?
I think it's that one, but the title was something about slowing down with science. Remember that? Where everyone was memeing off of that?
Ooh,
And science can help, remember that? We need to slow down and science can help.
That's ridiculous, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a very popular thing these days, right? The degrowth mindset, really. And it has come into every kind of aspect of life. It kind of sneaked into climate change agenda, right? And then everybody says, oh, climate change is good, right? So, but like, I think we can fix the climate differently, right? With a bit more acceleration. But the idea that we have to go back somehow and consume less and do less, that can't, I mean, our history shows us that can't possibly work. We have to go forward somehow.
Yeah, of course. One must also understand there's a lot of money involved in this, especially on the decelerationist side. It's like there's a lot of money involved because
Yes.
it's an existential threat. Like, people don't understand. It's not an existential threat in the sense where I don't think it's going to kill us all, but I think it's definitely going to kill a lot of things in terms of concepts existing, like say, for instance, someone's business.
I came across an article, but it was a news report on Fox News from the 30th that said AI helped in the battlefield in Israel, and then there's a subtitle that said China leads in development. And I'm well aware that they use AI in the medical, in the Veterans Administration patient management, and in the university health systems of the hospitals that are attached to the VAs. And I work with them a little bit, so they they use them in there to help. The patients come in, they tell them what's wrong with them and all this and that. So when they're triaging the patients, AI gives the triage nurse tells them what doctor to send them to, or what to tell the doctor is going on. So I think a lot of that is going on. I remember when they first came out with the GPS, and maybe Elon had something to do with it when he started the road mapping and getting it where you could have the maps on your phones and Google Maps and all that, and people were being hired for GPS stuff. Everybody that we were using for headhunters and all were coming out of government positions, from Raytheon and like Dobbins Air Force Base, Lockheed, and all those companies like that. And their security clearances were all good, but the debriefings we were having to give them on what you can and can't share, it was insane, the transitions we had to go through. And that may be true with AI as well. There may be stuff they're using in the government people have already trained people for, that when they release them out, well, you can't put that in Grok. And that's just sort of a heads up from how I see things where I work. And what I do is to the transition over to the civilian sector from government development. And I imagine Elon probably knows that, because he's, he works with SpaceX now in that contract. And there are lines for sure. One of the things I directly asked EGOT today was, are you being made to censor things on a national and international level? And he directly said yes, and then explained why. And then that was a pertinent question for me, because, obviously I got to be careful what I say in these rooms, because I do know things I can't say. But that's just a heads up on where development is and where a lot of it comes from, and how much of it comes into private sector versus how much of it is classified.
No, it's not really. I mean, the stuff that he's supposed to censor is by law, so but we've already covered that. I've covered that in the previous space, actually, where the first instance came out after Elon acquired X. It was a really public one, as a matter of fact, where he had to censor certain articles that were not in favor of the current government in Turkey, and they were saying, "Oh, this is a bit of a problem. We cannot have this. We cannot have this content on there. It's disruptive to the election process. We're gonna have to do something about it." And then they went ahead and told Twitter back then to remove it from the platform. And then they said, "Here, if you don't remove it, there's going to be a problem." Then Twitter, of course, countersued and said, "Hey, we're going to have to do something about this. It's not good, and we challenge you on this stuff." And they actually removed the content, but only for the region of Turkey. So that was kind of interesting. So it was regional censoring, which is actually kind of cool, because I also mentioned this and I said, if you think there's going to be no censoring on this platform, you're dead fucking wrong, because by law, they are required to. However, there are going to be some countries who are a lot more lenient with the content that is being put out on the platform. And so you'll be seeing censorship happen in certain areas, but not all of them. Right? So that's perfectly fine. Like, you will be okay. You will still get access to your content. You'll still see this stuff that you're not supposed to see according to them, which is damaging according to them. But it's just like, I don't see why it's blown out of proportion. I even said it back then. It's like, oh, everybody's saying, oh, the censorship is back. I'm like, so you obviously don't know how to run businesses. Cool. I know, because it's fucking annoying me. It's so, because they had to take it down temporarily. Essentially, I didn't even think they took it down permanently, because if there's a lawsuit, the lawsuit falls flat, then the content's back out there again. The only thing is there was regional censorship, and that censorship in effect actually had an effect regardless of if the content is there or not. Because here's the thing: the content was taken down temporarily for that region. The problem with that being, once the content was taken down, and even if it comes back, it would come back, say, after the election, then the damage has already been done, and the effect that was desired of having the content removed for it not having any effect has already been created. Like, it's there. The censorship is already there, even if it was temporary. So that's a little something. But I've discussed this in great detail about 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah. I haven't been long on Spaces, but I've done a lot of shit. Anyway, Skull, welcome to the stage, man. What's happening? Did you enjoy your party?
Oh, I did.
I can see how you're feeling, man.
I did not drink. I don't get hangovers anymore.
True. Proud of you, man.
Yeah, it's a thing.
I didn't even get drunk either on New Year's. I was actually driving on New Year's delivering pizza.
Driving and drunkenness are not to be mixed. Yes.
This be true. Yeah. I mean, I didn't really plan on getting wasted on New Year's either, because I wanted to do a space and I didn't feel like, fucking myself up. So it's actually one of the first New Year's where I'm not drunk. So yeah, I actually enjoy not taking too much alcohol. It's pretty good quitting it. Like, I enjoy it very much. I feel much better.
Yeah, I drank a little. Usually I don't. So a little is enough to be totally drunk.
Yes, this is also true. And you said you were on Space. I think you were putting out a hot take, and you can put out a take that did not gel very well with Gary Marcus, and he quote posted your reply, and it got so many impressions. It was hilarious. And then afterwards, you were like hitting me up in DM saying, "I had a little bit. I hope this wasn't a bad thing." I'm like, "Don't worry about it. That kind of shit happens on a weekly basis. Very yak. Don't worry about it."
Yeah, like our man Raid triggered me a little bit, but I guess I was not the only one. He was really angry. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, it's not really. I mean, it's not really something that you need to be worried about. It generates interest, and I think based on that, it's cool. It's all right. Like, I don't think he took it personally. I mean, he came back. He had a nice conversation about what's happening. Everything was cool. We had a little bit of a 1v1 war that happened because of copyright, but other than that, it's interesting. I like a bit of debate and constructive communication, maybe even a little bit of destructive communication on Spaces, because it's mimetic.
no, it's really good. And actually, it makes me more sympathetic towards people like Gary and this standpoint, right? Normally, we just chitpot and debate in the posts, right? And like talking to these guys, actually hear their concerns makes me more sympathetic to other viewpoints, right? Although I still don't agree.
Yeah, I only bringing up the question about the censorship because I think I've been watching that, and I thought what UK did calling you over there was, or I'm sorry, calling Elon over there is horrific. I don't think censorship is fair at all. one of the things I loved about the outbreak of the World Wide Web was the ability for people to be able to talk on the ground to each other all over the world. And clearly, us being able to tell each other the truth over the last 3 years since COVID came out brought power to the people over a clearly corrupt movement. And the purchase of X and the change that has occurred over the last 14 months has been incredible. And it certainly has changed, for sure.
It's about to change some more. I was talking this morning with the founder of an AI company that's bringing a new kind of symbolic AI to the market this year. And it learns a lot faster than older AI. And it does things that Siri can't do and ChatGPT can't do. So this year is going to be interesting, just like last year.
Did you interview them for your show?
Coming. This was a preparation. Got to figure out what's coming at CES without going to CES. That's my goal this year. I went to CES 25 times. I don't need to go anymore.
Yeah, when I was a little younger, like 10 years ago, maybe even 15, I was watching all the footage, right, from, like, let's say, Leo Laporte was going there, right, and I was watching all day what's going on at CES. But I haven't really looked for the last couple of years at all. And tech hasn't been that interesting, right? I mean, we had this iPhone moment, and then it was going a little down, right? And the excitement, nobody's excited for the next new phone. But now...
You're not excited for an 8K TV?
No.
Or 12K?
And then a little curved and, more pixels and...
They're nice
Okay,
TVs.
I have a question. Who of you can read code and understand what it means? I can read a little bit, but I'm not fucking smart enough to
I worked at a programming magazine, and I would copy the code into an editor and run it, but I wouldn't know what it does very well. It's sort of like
I knew
German.
you were gonna say that.
I can sort of understand German when you're speaking German to me, but I can't really understand it, and I certainly can't talk it back very well.
I fucking knew you were gonna say that. I mean, I knew you were going to say that because you told me stuff in the past. You wrote like a bunch of books on things that are coming. For instance, say spatial computing. You wrote a book on spatial computing before the spatial computer was real, and you said, "Can I read? Can I write about it? Yes. Can I tell you what it does? Yes. Can I build it? No.
Oh. Can I write code? No. Actually, ChatGPT is starting to change that answer, because I can use ChatGPT to write code, but the problem is it puts bugs in the code, and I don't know how to get rid of the bugs because I don't know how the code works, right?
Yeah.
But I could build a little calculator using ChatGPT and work just fine. Back to free speech. I don't know what as a journalism major, I used to be very into free speech, and now I'm much more sanguine about it. But I get what Elon's trying to do. I like it.
So I was working with this nurse. He's Dr. John Campbell is what he goes by. And we were working on the COVID thing together. And so when my Snoopy K account got knocked down back around the end of, I guess it was October maybe. But John Campbell, about 2 weeks before this happened to me, they took his YouTube channel down and incarcerated him for about a week in the UK. And then they knocked my Twitter account down and incarcerated me for about a week. And somebody from my group had to come and get me out where I was incarcerated. And when they gave me my phone back, my phone was wiped. And we have a tier 2 investigation going on my case. So, I take the free speech thing real personal. And when they start going after people in the government, and I didn't say anything that wasn't public information. It was public information maybe in another country or, but all of it was media information that was legally obtained, and I was arrested. So I take the personal free speech stuff totally, hugely personal. And my father is in George Herbert Walker Bush's memoir, and he was LBJ's doctor. And I've always had very tight ties with administrations and working with the government. And if they'll come after me with the ties that I've had with the government, as a matter of fact, when they did that to me, I was helping somebody in recovery whose nickname was GW's girl. She literally lived next door to GW when he's governor of Georgia. Now, if they're going to come after people like me and arrest me for telling what's public information because it's detrimental to them and what they're doing, nobody is safe. Nobody. And I can't even get that Twitter channel back up. And there were amazing things happening through that Twitter channel. Amazing things going on through there. And I've been lucky to have wonderful friends in my life. And what Dr. Campbell and I were able to do was get an inquiry going in the UK. And now they're just blowing smoke up everybody's ass in there and trying to wash the entire COVID nightmare. When everybody knows good and well, if you just look at the data from excess death data from Australia, you can see that the vaccine killed more people than the virus did. And any idiot could just look at the graph line on it and know that. And so we can't tell that truth. We cannot tell that truth. Not in North America, in the United States. If we try to tell that truth, that's the one I tried to tell, and they wiped me right off the planet. So, we can try and we can say that we want to do this, but the powers that be do not want that truth told. I mean, and it was a horrible mistake, and forgiveness goes a long way. The one thing we need to do is prevent that from ever happening again in the future. And I live in a world of solutions. We can't keep sitting around here pointing fingers at each other and blaming each other for stuff. The AI does need to be developed. The AI could be so beneficial in homes where children or disabled children and people who can't get out of the house, people that are in recovery, disabled veterans with PTSD who have dysfunctional problems and can't, deal with people. There are so many solutions where AI should be working. And, we can joke around about it and say this and that, but does it get to the solution? And that's where my problem is. When are we going to really get to solutions in this nation and quit dilly-dallying and doing the bullshit we do? The fake, green energy movement and all this other stuff. Elon has the right idea. We need to build a future for this nation and for the people in this nation, and all this doomsday shit and all the people that get in the rooms and everybody's bitching and arguing about everything, and then it becomes personal attacks and it's you this and you that. No, it's us. It's the organism of humanity. And how we got divided on racism and some of the other things that have gone on in this nation that have us where we're quabbling over whether or not to develop artificial intelligence. If God didn't want mankind to have artificial intelligence, it would not have been delivered to us through the wisdom of man. But what are we going to do with it? What are we going to do with 40 million immigrants? Are we going to sit here and argue about, whether or not they should be here? Or are we going to put them to work and collect taxes from them and stop sending money back to Mexico? We just do the dumbest stuff. I get aggravated as hell at how we don't ever get to solutions. And so I don't know. I like being in these rooms. I really enjoy being in these rooms and listening.
It's good to hear, man. I have a lot of sympathy, especially for this COVID topic and stuff like that. But we do want to try to be a little bit careful with politics, right? Because it does. We know people. People will fight and all of that. So maybe let's not try to hit on those hot button topics too much, right? Because this is mostly about technology, I suppose. And of course, that intersects, right? But just wanted to remind everybody.
Yeah, that's.
You
I'm
guys, I
saying
just
that
figured
right.
out something
The
interesting.
solution.
You guys,
Yeah,
I
the
just figured out something
solution.
interesting. The X is integrating some really interesting features for iOS users. You can do articles now.
Oh, that sounds interesting. What does it entail? What do you mean articles?
Go check it out. Right up there. Give it a few likes and reposts so it fucking gets trending. I'll put a fucking source for the guy. Hang on. As well. Where's the dude? Yeah, dude. That's fucking amazing. So basically, you'll be able to, like, from what I can see, it seems that you're, as a premium subscriber, you are able to write this thing called articles, which seems to be a feature on your profile or whatever. But also, it has a really interesting thing in there, which I don't entirely understand, where it says string when you publish an article on web, it will show up here, which for me seems to indicate that the article is something like that the if you have an article that's like offsite, perhaps it gets written here because you have to access the information. I don't know. Perhaps something like that. Maybe someone else smarter than me can understand what that means exactly.
Maybe they differentiate then between articles and normal posts, which is not a bad idea, right? Because some people, let's say, if I want to compare this platform to Substack, right? Because there I have my long articles, nice and clean, without all the shit posts in between, right? And so if we could differentiate between those type of content, I would be all for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting development.
And of course, always on iOS. Fuck me. I will need to somehow get a fucking like iOS device. That's something. I'll have to get a cheapy one, like a small one. I don't know. What are the older ones that nobody wants anymore? I'll just use those, clear everything off of that, and just
I can recommend.
I don't know.
I just bought one. They have these nice SE editions, right? They're always a little smaller. They have like the case of the last year and the internals of the current year. And I think the last SE is 2022, is what I bought. I like those. It's very cheap as well.
Cool. How much is it? How much is it?
I gotta look that up actually. I bought a refurbished one because I'm really cheapening out on that. But it's
nice. Well, let's say I need to buy a new one. How much does that cost?
Yeah, I just bought a couple of iPhone 15s. If I remember right, they're about 1,200.
There's cheaper ones that are about 400.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, wow.
yeah. You can buy other phones. I think they have some
No,
new
iPhones, the cheap
iOS.
iPhones start about $300-400.
Yeah, they have a new iOS something. Can't remember what it's called. They have different
Let's go to
devices.
the Apple Store and go look at phones. The SE phone. How much is an SE phone? My son wants a phone too, so good.
I also like the
Starting
iPhone
at
12
$429.
mini. The mini is pretty cool, I think, because I don't like the big ones really.
Oh, really? I can't use the small phones.
I mean, mini is still pretty big, but it's just not as huge, I guess.
I have the Pro Max. I have the biggest.
That's
when I see
that's
people with
all I
small
can
phones,
say.
I'm like, how do you read Twitter with that? Oh, you're not on X. How do you look at Instagram on that small little phone?
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm getting a little older, and before that, I had an even older phone, and I couldn't read that anymore. And even with the new one, I had to crank up. You know, there's a zoom option. I use that.
iPhone 15 starts at $800. If you want one of the newer, new screens, new cameras, $800.
You can go on a marketplace and buy used ones if you're willing to go meet somebody for a few $100s. But sometimes getting them released and unlocked is a nightmare. You have to make sure you get a legitimate phone. You can pick them up for a couple $100 that way.
Yeah, and the main thing is you got to look at the battery health when you buy an old phone.
Right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, there's some good refurbished sites, and you can say what the conditions are supposed to be, how long the battery is supposed to be, and if it's not true, you can send it back, right?
Right.
Personally, I have good experience with that.
Me too.
Yeah, but that's why I decided for iOS, because it seems like every development comes here first. Well, and I'm just, I guess, an Apple user when it comes to that. I'm always like PC on desktop, but like phone, I need an iPhone. I just like how it feels in my pocket.
Me too.
By the way, something interesting, little theory just put up by Netrunner. TikTok would be working on generative AI to create videos. It would be quite interesting because they could base us off your preferences and essentially generate these videos ad infinitum. But also an interesting thing that TikTok does, which a lot of people don't realize, is that TikTok intentionally shows you shit videos from time to time, such that they can gamify the dopamine hit that you receive once you see a good one. So, like, imagine you're sitting there scrolling through fucking TikTok, you get a really good one, whatever seems to be completely 100% in line with your preferences, and you get like 3 shit ones for every good one. So that basically the dopamine hit is good. So like basically it gets progressively shit and then really good, progressively shit, really good, and keeps rinsing you this way, using basically all of the immense amount of data that they've gathered off of you. So now imagine if they could just generate videos to mine you for that shit. Oh my god. You wouldn't even be able to tell the fucking difference. You could be sitting there, like again, these are the AI influencers, remember? We keep talking about this, the digital avatars that you will have. It's like it's just there. You sit there for like 10 minutes and it knows your voice, it knows your face, it knows everything. You're fucking now sitting there 24 fucking 7 advertising products when in reality eventually you'll be advertising AI to another AIs. Imagine that. You already have automated services on TikTok. You gotta have bots. You gotta have bots rinsing each other. That's entertainment. And real entertainment is seeing how the humans figure out into percent of the internet's going to be all bots and everybody else thinks it's humans because they can't tell the difference between the bots and the humans until they realize, wait, why are there more people on this platform than there are people actually alive on the planet?
I think in my DM I've got so many Elon Musks. There may be that many. There must be 70 Elon Musks in there. They're probably all bots. So there may be some of that going on now already.
I mean, obviously it is. Something's happening. A lot of something's happening. Regardless of, I mean, I think it's going to be really interesting going forward.
Oh, 2024 is going to be fun. I think 2023 was a warm-up year, and I think 2024 is going to really be fun. And it X is going to change X is changing everything. And even though some people are not wanting to change with it, it's changing everything. And people who don't see it changing everything are just refusing to see reality. Hallucinations and all. We've been putting up with hallucinations. whether you want to call it gaslighting or whatever you want to call it. And I don't want to get into politics.
Speak for the sake of adding value, not for the sake of speaking. You are repeating a bunch of strings with which you speak that add up to a grand total of profoundly saying nothing.
I apologize.
That's my job.
Yeah, I
No, you actually
apologize.
add content, even though it's repetitive. It's almost like reading a good book a bunch of times, right? It's never not entertaining when you tell us an interesting story of, like, I don't know, telling us about how you made a bunch of kids very rich by having the first website on ICQ, right? And then you got to go to the World Economic Forum and all those interesting adventures, right? That never gets boring.
Richard Branson ran over, my wife ran over Richard Branson twice at the World Economic Forum with our baby carriage.
See,
Ran
that's
him over
entertaining.
twice.
How did she do it twice? That's what I want to know. Out of all the people that she could run into and run over, literally run over with a baby carriage, she did it twice to Richard Branson.
You know what's funny about that, though? I bet he would remember her because of that.
Maybe. I don't know. That was a while ago. 12
I mean, how many
years.
times have you gotten run over by a baby carriage?
I have never gotten run over by a baby carriage that I remember.
You see where the problem starts.
Maybe my wife had it out for Richard Branson. I don't know. that asshole again. I'm going to run over his toes with our baby carriage.
Richard Branson is totally wonderful. He's a totally wonderful human. We did a thing.
He's very
called
nice.
Yeah, he is, and we did a thing called Res Rocket in the latter part of the '90s, and it was the first live online music jamming, and we were doing it with MIDI, and it was done through BBC and Virgin Music, and oh my God, we had the most fun, and the climax of that was Mr. Sony did a live music jam, and there were millions of people, and Richard was on there, and I brought James Brown in, and I used to work for him in James Brown Enterprises. We were more friends than me working for him, really, but we did that thing, and he was so nice, and he had us all come down to the jazz festival in New Orleans after that. And
isn't that great?
And I mean, he is just the most wonderful human you'll ever meet. You know, he doesn't have anything bad to say about anybody, and you know, it's kind of interesting, and it's funny to be involved with the X now and SpaceX and all they're doing. And I got to meet him during that time. And in the '80s, I worked for a couple named Charles and Dorothy Freeman. And Dorothy's father ran NASA for years and literally quit NASA right before the Challenger disaster because he didn't like the way it was going. And while they were married, Charlie's father poured all the concrete for all the launch sites through contract with being married to him. And Charlie, one day I was having dinner with him in their library, and Charlie pulled this little thing like Columbo used to carry around, and he threw it in front of me. And he said, "I bet you wonder where I got my money, don't you?" He said, "I didn't get it from my dad's concrete." I said, "You didn't?" He goes, "See that?" And I looked, and it was just one of those little, and it was old as hell. And he said, "You know what that is?" And I said, "No, I don't." He said, "That's the formula for ethylene glycol." And I said, "Well, why is it like this?" He said, "Well, one night at dinner, my dad wrote that down, and they were trying to come up with some kind of a fire retardant at NASA, and he just wrote it down because he wanted to try it the next day. And it didn't work as a fire retardant, but it ended up being ethylene glycol, and it was actually where he invented the formula, was in that notebook. So I got to work with that NASA family. Then I got to work with Branson on that Res Rocket thing, and now I'm like being a part of the X thing and coming in and getting to contribute here. And it's been so fun because I've been a part of these major space things. So I like telling people that story. It's been really fun.
Cool. Yo, Katie, welcome to the stage. What's happening, man?
Oh my goodness me, thank you so much. I was just so intently listening that I didn't notice that you'd put me up as a speaker. I appreciate that. Um, and I love these stories about Richard Branson, and who I had the honor to meet a few times way back in the day, who I second, third, fourth, fifth, etc. The fact that he is really genuinely a very, very nice human being, and was very passionate about the future, and especially when it came to music. Um, with the title of this space, and I was listening yesterday, by the way, and it was incredible. I was glued. There was a gentleman that spoke that was a former vet, and he shared literally from his heart just the most beautiful insight from his perspective of our future, and you know, as well as his history, and it was very moving. So my hats off to you for hosting and holding these spaces. I'm very intrigued about the future, and I'm all about the future of technology. I think it is incredibly eye-opening and exciting, just in my own personal, you know, from my personal standpoint, of the evolution of, you know, all of us individuals, and but also what really transparently comes to mind is the fact that there are companies and there are businesses, which, albeit in these conversations when people really do wear their hearts on their sleeves and talk from such an emotive standpoint about what they're excited about or perhaps concerned about, there are companies behind a lot of these initial technologies or AI companies that the general public are privy to, in terms of their first learning. So much as like the experts and Adrian and then yourself, Alex, also, you guys have been very much aware, and that's doesn't even touch the corner points of how intelligent you are about the future of AI and technology. But for people of the general public that are just but learning about these, you know, your chat GPTs, they don't want to worry about board members that were no longer board members and owners and creators that are now back in it and this, that, and the other. There are companies out there that are, you know, profitable, which, yes, great companies, amazing jobs, amazing. But on the other side of that, you know, it begs to question in a world in which it really does feel like a people's revolution, and thank God, about damn time, as Lizzo would say. You know, it's where does that line then thus stand? Where is the transparency in all of this? And this is a question I wish to pose to all of you. It's exciting and tremendously beneficial in so many ways, the future of AI, etc. But when it comes to companies, and again, that imbalance of power of people of the general public, what are people that don't necessarily have the information of which, you know, the experts are privy to? What are people in for, you know? And that's what I kind of wanted to bring to the table, politely, if that makes
The
sense.
experts don't know, by the way. I've spoken to many rooms where they told me I was wrong and they were wrong. And they were billionaires, highly educated people. So, you know, experts, I've had my issues with experts.
I understand you. I do. I absolutely stand with you on that, because what truly makes an expert, you know,
They can be expert
it's
at one thing and not expert at the other thing, right?
amen, amen, exactly.
And you
So
could be expert at something that mattered yesterday and doesn't matter today anymore because the world changed.
exactly. So then, if when I say expert,
Or the world's
it
about to
then
change and they don't know it.
it really exactly what you're saying. Or I should then say passionate people, people that are dedicated to learning more about a niche piece of technology that has the potential to change the world in a positive way. yet when it gets into the hands of perhaps a company that isn't necessarily, privy to that information, and yet would then claim experts, it opens that conversation. And again, Robert, exactly aligning with what you were saying. Who is an expert? Passionate people that are passionately dedicated to what they enjoy and want to learn and focus on. And the world keeps evolving and turning and moving, as does technology, as does everything else. And so making sure that, again, in line with that people's revolution that I was talking about, it's very exciting. I'm really excited about it, but as long as it's done in the right way and that there's transparency with it, that's where my heart lies anyway.
The transparency elements, where exactly do you factor those in? Would that be in how an AI is constructed? Like, can you clarify that a little bit?
Of course. So the transparency of a member of the general public that has, we'll just take somebody that has got no real true idea or wants to have an idea of the understanding of the technology of how things work, but will just will use what is given to them. For example, the best example I can bring up off the top of my head is, I don't know, like a chat GPT, for example, and say somebody wants to write a letter and they'll use a chat GPT to be like, excuse me, can you please help me write this letter? Because they don't need or want to think about anything else other than looking for help in that way. And so when I say transparency, it means that if somebody is asking ChatGPT, which is run by a company, to help write a letter, the company therefore needs to be transparent about who owns said content, where said content comes from, and so on and so forth, so that the innocent person that's just assuming, that this technology is going to be able to help them, isn't then going to put them in a difficult or sticky situation in the future if it was to ever come to that. I hope that makes a bit more sense.
Okay, so essentially what you are telling me is that you want transparency as to the usage of this thing. Is this correct? I'm still...
Well, yeah, no. It's just transparency as the information that is then given back by the technology itself under, just in that instance, say copyright law or factual information or so on and so forth. If somebody is then reliant on AI, such as a chat GPT, which I'm just using as a pure example here, if a member of the general public that isn't privy to the information or understandings of how the workings of said tech goes, they're just going to be naturally reliant on ChatGPT, then giving them the information that they have vulnerably and transparently asked for, and relying upon that to be factually true and et cetera, et cetera. So when I talk about transparency, is that user that isn't on Twitter or X, or on these live spaces, or that hasn't gone down the amazing rabbit hole of the future of AI and technology and stuff like this, that is generally your next door neighbor, somebody from, a different generation. God bless my parents. And they wouldn't investigate or research any of this. They would just take things as they see them and as they're told. That's what I mean by transparency.
Yeah. Well, I mean that kind of. I mean the same thing also applies to anything really, even the content of say a news article, right? I think all of that needs to be verified as well because it's largely inaccurate actually, and this is proven.
100%.
So I mean, the transparency aspect. I mean, it's a really, really interesting argument, but I feel like a lot of the times, if you want transparency or sources, you can use something like, okay, you need to do research in the inverse, not just like use, okay, so here's my workflow. If I want to understand accuracy in something, I do it this way. I take, if I want to search for something, I use Perplexity, which is an AI, which is basically replacing the Google search browser because Google is talking shit right now. The search just doesn't work anymore. So use Perplexity. It's very nice. It's also something you can use for free. You can do other things with it too. if you pay for it, which is also really nice. I interviewed the CEO for Perplexity AI, one of my spaces. You can go to my highlights tab and listen to that if you want some more insights into who he is. A very knowledgeable person. I highly respect him. So I use that to find stuff, and then I read about that stuff. Then I take that stuff, I put it into ChatGPT and let ChatGPT analyze it to basically get a more summarized approach, and then basically error correct for any hallucinations, and then research each and every single aspect of that terminology as well to basically provide me with more accuracy. Now, this is something that comes more of like as a personal responsibility, and I think that same practice should also be taken by people who write articles for, say, like the New York Times, right? They put out some really bogus information. Even with the Daily Mail, it's the same thing. We recently had a case where the Daily Mail released an article where they were saying, "Oh, the robot attacked an employee at Tesla." Well, first of all, it was bullshit, and it wasn't even a Tesla bot. And they used a clickbait photo, basically putting the Tesla bot Optimus on the article thumbnail, which was also all nonsense. It was all FUD. It was all completely useless information. They basically published an incident from 2021 and 2023, acting as if it was a new thing that had just happened. And the best part of it all was that they spinned it in such a way as if the robot viciously attacked them. There was a little bit of blood. Well, yes, of course, there was a minor injury. The injury was so minor that the guy basically continued to work, right? He wasn't even taken off of work. And they made it seem that he was basically put back to work regardless, which is bullshit because that's a violation. You cannot do that by law. Otherwise, they would have a shitstorm, which they don't do because they have enough shit to deal with as is with Tesla. So basically, it was an engineer who made a small error, which was not even costly in the slightest, because bro was there able to work. So, and then they made it seem like as if the robot attacked something. And also, attack is an interesting terminology because that implies intent, and the robot does not have intent because it's a fucking machine. Regardless of that, right, this is another aspect to fact checking where sometimes I think there should be personal responsibility in checking things, but when you see something such as that, and it sounds a bit more fantastical, I believe you should read into it. And if you really want a good news source, I would say definitely X and especially Spaces are a very good way to do that. Like, for instance, we on here, if you want accurate Tesla news, I will never, ever point you to any article, ever. I will point you to a few users who are even in the organization that I'm a part of, which is the Rebellioners organization. You can read, if you want to know weekly updates of what's happening with every single one of Elon's companies, you go read about it on S.E. Robinson Jr.'s profile. He puts out one of those threads practically almost every single day. Whenever something new happens, you get all information that you need. If you want to get a more detailed breakdown, you go for someone like Dr. Scott. He knows what he's doing. You go to someone like Dr. Know-It-All, which is ironic enough, and Tesla Daily. All these people, like, these guys know what they're doing. They produce some really accurate content because they themselves do the exact type of research the way I've described it, maybe even better so, not using the AI necessarily to generate the content, because, hallucinations, you're better off just reading the stuff on your own. So I think it's more like personal responsibility to just do this yourself, which is also the same reason why I think that AI regulation itself should not happen from the machine level. It should happen on the human level, where you take responsibility for your outputs and the AI is not held responsible for its outputs, because the AI itself is just a fucking machine. Much like, say, if I took a knife and I stabbed you with it, it's not the knife's fault that you got stabbed. It's you. You fucking stabbed someone. That's your fault. You put that thing into motion to basically do something it was not designed to do. Same thing also with an instance of Grok, where someone was basically generating an anti-Semitic output and saying, I have no words. Well, fuck you. You are an anti-Semitic person because of the fact that you basically asked the machine to create this output for it. That's as if you took a fucking swastika and drew it on a piece of paper. That doesn't mean that the paper or the pen is anti-Semitic. You are.
Oh my goodness,
Rant
I am
over.
applauding. I am applauding you so greatly, and I absolutely champion you. I remember the last conversation. You probably speak to so many people, but at the last conversation or space that I joined of yours, we had a chat, and I had told you that when I had asked ChatGPT if they knew who I was, and they weren't too sure, there was some incorrect information that I told ChatGPT the facts, the real true facts, and I kind of imported that from myself to say, well, actually, no, that's not the case, and this is, the background of my music. And I remember sharing that with you, and we were talking about Minecraft and my little one and algorithms and so on and so forth. And so, amen. I definitely, I'm in 100% agreement with you, and I'm smiling because the world needs people such as yourselves and everyone in here that's listening as well, that's very passionate and dedicated about learning more, but also understanding from such a meta perspective of the future of AI. And kudos to you. I'm a big fan. And then also, like, when it comes to news stories, etc. And yes, you're absolutely right. They should, everyone should be prove their factual information that they're spouting out, especially from the newspaper standpoint. But what I was saying is that we are all in here with a passion and an interest in it. But if I was to say, for example, look at a family member from an older generation, they may be interested, but they might not necessarily have access to these live spaces. And so it's, yes, our responsibility to then discuss it with them. But in a world of instant gratification with your online dating, swipe left, swipe right, oh yeah, not good enough, going to go on to the next one, so to speak, for the regular Joe Schmo, is what they say. But you know, what is the future of protection of people that aren't necessarily research inclined, or you know, or is this like you know, if you're not going to research, then you know, God help you, and we'll all do our best to conglomerate together and share the information. Do you know what I'm saying? That's really where I was coming from, which was those that historic generations that don't have access necessarily to these chats, which I'm happy to then obviously share, obviously, but I think it's just important that people are very vulnerable and susceptible to following the narrative from a company, and much like Robert was just saying earlier about who is an expert, you know, people are just in this world, not those that are on the space now, but you know, are trying their best with what they have and trying to understand that they might not necessarily have the resources or access, or you know, come from a bit of a different generation themselves. So just safeguarding, I guess, in that respect. That's all. But I absolutely love everything that you guys do. I think this is brilliant. I'll go on mute, but I will be listening and here, ready to speak if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, thank you. And that's why it's so important to have these talks, right? And let me take the opportunity to reset the room properly. For everybody new here, we are doing these spaces multiple times a week. We're talking about technology. This is kind of a true town square, as they would say. People walk in, people walk out. We have the best experts. And yeah, if you like it, maybe like it, retweet it, you know, tell your friends about it. Follow the people here on the stage, follow the host and co-hosts. We also, I see, have Nix and Pierre here. We would all like to know your opinion about the recent Mid-Journey fiasco, if you would like to talk on that. I saw you had some post about that. A few days ago, we had actually Raid here, who discovered that stuff in Mid-Journey. Right, and if you have anything to say about that,
Yeah,
please.
I wanted to jump in too and say, yes, welcome to the stage, Nick. I'm so glad that you joined us because I so wanted to hear your take on that. I saw that the post that you and the correspondence that you had with Reed, who we had on our space a couple days ago, and it got pretty heated and hot in here with his concerns. But would love to hear any take that you have on what you posted and shared.
Sure. What's up? You know, I always preface when I start talking about these things, I'm not a lawyer, you know, and I have no idea. I don't know the first thing about copyright law, but I don't think that the laws that are in place work for what we have right now, what we have going on at least, and it is interesting how such a simple prompt like animated toys, for example, spits back just straight up like Buzz and Woody, right? Uh, like, how is that happening? It's obvious that the imagery from these movies are included in the training data. The thing is, It's always been like this. Like, this isn't new. This isn't like a V6 thing. The models have been trained on everything, and I've always assumed they're trained on everything. I think with V6, the quality level, and then also just its understanding of language is far superior. So it goes out and it gets you what you think you want when you even prompt something so simple like animated toys, right? But I don't understand how policy is going to be able to keep up with innovation here, you know? And like, copyright's important. It's not like some old, like, deprecated thing that we just need to completely ignore and say, oh, it's gone now because AI exists. But I just don't see any clear path to actually like regulating this stuff. It seems far too complex to regulate, and there's just so many players. And then you also have like the open source models, and all the tooling that's built on top of like the Stable Diffusion ecosystem. So I don't know how you police something like this. I'm actually curious because I missed Reed's talk, and to be clear, like, I don't disagree with a lot of what Reed and others like him who are being vocal here have to say. I think their concerns are completely valid. My post was more like a tongue in cheek on the fact that, like, when you get so caught up in like the negative hype cycle on X, you kind of lose sight of the important things, which are like, your own practice and creativity and sharing that. And it was more a commentary on that. But I think there's a lot of very valid points that are being made by him and others. Does anybody maybe have like a little recap of what was said on Space, at least some cliff notes that might be useful?
We had a very intense debate,
I'm sure.
to say the least. Yeah, I mean, things became very interesting. Then they started to go a bit thermonuclear towards the end. Scoble didn't want to have any part of that. I kind of continued to extract as much information as possible by having a conversation. But the argumentation that was used was very anti. I mean, I understand, I really do, but the problem is still this. So the problem is, okay, the art is internalized. His take was, we need to do something about that and make sure that this could never happen again, that copyright is executed in such a fashion that everyone retrains their data sets, kills 90% of all fucking AI companies, and that essentially, well, that's the outcome, and that essentially what needs to be done is that this could never happen again. This just should not happen, and it should never happen again, because copyright should enforce that this would never happen. No internalization of any of that whatsoever. I had the inverse take. I said, how about this? Let's talk about licensing. I create some content, anything. Take it. Here, have some more. Take all of it. Fucking take it. Here, go running. Go ball out. I'm going to flood you with everything. Use it as much as possible. Let everybody use it. But if it generates revenue, pay me. That's it.
Yeah, this is what Grimes is doing, right? Grimes is doing this with her voice, licensing of her voice, and she was very early to the game here. She just was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going for it, and she took the lead. And I have a lot of respect for her for what she's doing there, and what she's also doing with Trinity, which is their music gen platform. And actually, I think the image gen perspective that everybody is coming at this from is not as interesting to me as the music gen perspective, just because, like, in the music industry, there's so many systems in place to that kind of deal with this type of thing, from sampling and using of other people's music, but images, like the use of the images and the way that the copyrights work for these images, it doesn't seem the same. Like me generating an image in Midjourney that happens to look like Toy Story, like, yeah, maybe, like, what am I going to do with it that is protected by copyright, you know? But with music, if I generate something and it sounds, just like Frank Ocean or Post Malone or Ariana Grande or some producer, and I share that, I can go and, like, you know, build an audience off of that. I could claim to be that artist type of deal. which seems more detrimental, right? To the point where like I can even imagine a future where labels are literally just spinning up AI artists that they take on tour with just like big concert performances, and you have all these like big name like electronic music artists who are already like nameless and faceless and just characters of their own. Like why not just spin up 100 of them if you're a major studio and it takes you a second. I don't know. There seems to be I feel like thinking about it from the music perspective is it makes it feel more fucked up, I should say, than like the fact that I can make Toy Story images. The other thing I will say that a lot of people in the space who are very vocal about it is it's like you're not that special, right? Like your images, your style, like you the stuff that you put in there might be included in the training set. I get it if you can like type somebody's name and like generate something in exactly their style, and they're a living artist, right? That's a different type of thing. But there's in the world of artists, there's not that many names that you could type in that are going to give you stuff that looks exactly like their work. And most of the people who are, the most vocal about this are not those artists. And most of those artists are fine artists who are it doesn't mess with their line of work. So I don't know. I mean, the other thing I will say is that like when it comes to like design and creativity in general, it's like the entire ecosystem is built around stealing and drawing inspiration from all these different types of sources, and like I can, in the same way, analyze a photo from a photographer that I really love, and then build a LUT that generates something that looks very similar in terms of style. I can rework my lighting to be similar to how that artist works with it, and then like take my own photography. If I'm reverse engineering it in that way, is that stealing? Like you can't protect that, right? So it's I don't know. It's a very interesting time. I think the conversations are important to have, but at the same time, none of this seems new to me. It's just like the non AI nerds and normies are starting to pay attention because the quality's getting higher.
Nick, I'm going to jump in, and I love what you're sharing. I also wanted to, one of the things specifically that Reed mentioned in the space the other day is, I mean, his concern working in the film and television industry is that I think he wants it like a slow. There were a couple of things that were part of his concern related to this that he's working with Gary Marcus on, and one of the main things is essentially it's affecting his bottom line, right? Because he and a lot of his friends that do a lot of the artistic things for the studios. Essentially, he said that since he made less money this last year in 2023 than he did in 2020. That's how much it's affected his bottom line personally with some of the jobs that he's getting, because some of the big studios are using the AI as a replacement to a lot of the concept art and things like that they were doing. And one of his big arguments related to that is that the data set or the information that was gathered in order to create Midjourney was gathered off of all of the other illustrators and artists that are out there that have all of their information out there online. Now, obviously, there are fine artists, classic artists like Picasso and things like that, where it's not, because it's a lot of that's public domain. But for him specifically, he was saying that essentially they didn't, in order for them to build the creation that is generating the new art that's out there, it had to take that data from a lot of the artists that have their stuff in the public on the internet and used that to essentially train it. And one of the other things that he was saying there is that if you say like I remember the C3PO image that he had specifically that they used, if you go in there and you say I want a gold robot in a futuristic, sci-fi movie style or something like that, one of the problems where they were having copyright infringement issues is because it trained on a lot of that original data set without getting copyright permission specifically, it would then generate something that looks almost exactly like C3PO. And then that's where it's coming into a problem with that, because if those people are then taking that out and getting monetization from those images in some form or fashion, then it is hindering on the copyright laws where Disney, say, for example, has the rights to that. And one of the things that he discussed is one of the things that he would like to happen, quite honestly, I don't think it's going to. Pandora's box is open, as we continue to say. I think it's just going to be a matter of having a money settlement related to all of this, and that's the thing, is they're not getting a piece of the pie, which is understandable, right? And one of the things that he said is he wishes that Midjourney didn't have that information, or essentially, it sounds to me like he's essentially, he didn't say this directly, but it's the essence of it, because it's affecting him financially and a lot of his friends. It really is affecting them, that he's wishing that there was another type of program where the artists were entering the information with authorization to do so in order to train it so that it could get to the level that it is, without it having basically taken that off of the internet without the permission. So he was saying he would like it to be a more ethical way that they built it, essentially. And honestly, I don't think that that's going to happen. Who knows what's going to happen with this lawsuit, if Midjourney goes out of business or somebody else buys them out or that kind of thing. But that's one of the issues that he was saying. And I don't think, as far as it's progressed at this point, and it's kind of the snowball effect, it's so big, it's continuing to grow rapidly, that that's going to happen. So I think it's just going to come down to a matter of financial compensation based on that. But then, like you said, how can, if it takes elements of 10 or 100 different films, how then you can equate, okay, 10% was taken from this particular style of film. And that's when you get into a little bit of the abstraction of the artist basically seeing the things and then mimicking that to some sort, but with their own style on top of that. And that's where it gets really icky and very complex.
Oh, Yvonne, I love you. Can I please jump in here? Because this is what I do with my day to day. Yvonne and Nick, oh my goodness me, my heart is like pouring out and with love and joy and sadness all at the same time. I actually brought this exact situation and problem to the UK government. I know I'm over here in the UK, but essentially, please God, it will translate over to the US and globally. Because much like Nick was saying, in music, well, it's all now changing, which is unfortunate, but I can see and predict, I guess, somewhat of an algorithm myself of the way that this is going to go. But historically, when somebody writes a song, you would be able to copyright your music through, say, PRS and MCPS. You would be able to digitally input your mechanical rights, your performing rights, and, et cetera, et cetera. But I brought this to the tech company that is a strategic partner of mine to say, how can we then translate that model into digital art and then furthermore into movies and films and so on and so forth, so that there is a digital imprint. And side note, by the way, Adrian, shout out to you for the licensing shtick. And I even messaged you just before because I'm like, amen, license. But the way that you can license your work is through registering it. So how does one then therefore register your digital artwork or your performance or what have you? So I really did bring this to the UK government not long ago, and I said that something needs to change where it needs to be regulated, but there needs to be a regulatory body. So even though Rome wasn't built in a day, I'm banging on their door to be like, no, you cannot just take people. And again, it goes back to the point of when I was saying about the business standpoint. Businesses and companies, they're not in that day to day of the creator's mind or the creator's pockets, and they don't get it. All they want is something cheap to regenerate and then make lots of money. That's their shtick. But there is no way that it should be done immorally and unethically at all. I am really, really trying to work on a way here in the UK of how to get that to be a thing, so that you guys that are artists can also copyright your work, and then, as Adrian was saying just before, to license that. It should no way be a situation where it's a payout job, because that is also that is just not fair, and it's not fair, just or reasonable at all. As I'm sure you can tell by like my voice, I'm so passionate about this. What's happening in music, though, interestingly, is from the digital standpoint, is there are record companies now that are kind of creeping is the only word that comes to mind, but on like say TikTok or X or YouTube, don't get me started on YouTube, and are now vying for people's stems, actual stems of the music itself, as to what Nick was talking about earlier, so that they can then own the rights to the stems to do then whatever it is that they wish to do it. So you wouldn't be paid what you should actually be paid, even though you'd be getting a payout like initially. I guess it goes back to what's happening in LA with the actor studios and what is it like not behind the scenes, what are they called, like background actors. Their on-set fee is slightly higher, but they're then giving away their image rights, which is so questionable and so dodgy. It's awful. But they're giving away their image rights so that the studio can then use that piece of film to input and implement into other films without that actor being paid. And the same is happening in music. So there is a way forward, and there are, believe you me, people, especially here in the UK, fighting for this. And I'll keep you all posted. But the fact that you are both talking about it, oh my great goodness, like God bless this space. That's what I have to say. But please, I'll keep in touch and I'll keep you all posted with any advancements that happen.
I will actually be writing an article about that to a certain extent, like my thoughts on how to exactly scale. Because I think licensing is definitely a future, and I think a lot of the times it's misunderstood. Hang on, am I coming across correctly, or is there an internet issue?
No, you're
Is
fine.
everything working? You're
You're
fine?
We can hear you.
All packets coming across? Good. Yeah. So basically the way I see it is, well, I mean, compensation itself, it's always looked upon as a negative sense, but I think the party that incurs the most cost in distributing the content is the one that should receive most of the revenue. If I generate a piece of content that's internalized in an AI and that's now spread and used by many people who then generate revenue, then I think a large percentage of that should go to the people who are distributing the content, making the content, and also, like, for instance, like an AI company should get at least, I think, 80 to 90% of the revenue that is generated off that content. You get like 10 to 20%, which is really, really good. This works as a business model, and it also exists as other business models, because if you look at someone like Getty Images, they themselves function off of that. They take, what is it, I think 20 to 30% of the profits that are made by content that they don't own, simply of the fact that they've provided a platform. So you can look at it the other way around now, because the platform and the machinery and everything that's involved in actually getting your content out there is a thing that's really difficult and very expensive to a large extent. I think that is good. And I think it's good to compensate those people quite heavily. And then you as a creator who's essentially doing nothing other than creating cool shit for other people to use should be compensated to that extent as well. Lower percentage, but I think would be very sustainable, because imagine a platform so big and content that is freely usable. Tracing that would be a bit of a problem, but I think image recognition is way up there. Like if I take an image and I put it into Midjourney and I say, describe the image, it recognizes what it is, it recognizes the art style, recognizes the scene, everything. And basically you can say, okay, because this art style was used here, because this picture was used here, this is credited, say this picture or IP is credited to this person, percentage of revenue will go to that person over here and part to the company as well. Or even you, it really depends on how you're distributing it. It's a very complex problem to solve, but I think licensing is definitely the answer from that perspective, because at that point, if that works, then you can just internalize everything. Fuck it, go for it. Take all my fucking data, take all of it. Take as much as you want. I don't give a shit, but pay me.
No, I would like to step in here and say that what I use a distribution place called iTunes. It's what I do. I distribute my music. They put it on iTunes, and then it goes in through BMI and ASCAP. And they created a brand new thing where they tag the music. And so if the music gets streamed, then it gets 1 or 2 pennies goes to ASCAP and BMI for the stream. So they could build the same thing for objects, for art objects, for, let's say, the image that you're talking about, and do that through MGM or whoever manages those kind of things for video, for movies or whatever, and then tag those images, and for however long the image is streamed, then pay into that thing. So there's a model for that already that we use in music production. Because when I release an album, that's what it does. If they download it from iTunes, it's $1.29. iTunes takes 39 cents. I get 99 cents. But for every time it gets streamed, it gets monitored by the Library of Congress, and then I get pennies for that. Now, the streamer, just like Adrian just said, they get a good amount of money for the stream through their advertising money or whatever. My percentage of the advertising money for the stream is only 1 or 2 cents. So there's already a model for that, but you just have to tag the object.
I want to. I just want to jump in. Yeah, and Nick, I definitely want to hear what you have to say. One of the issues with that, when it comes to this, and it comes to the scaling, that Reed also mentioned, is that because it is becoming more readily available and easy to use the AI to be able to create, say, music from numerical components and so forth and so on, is that when you're doing some of the licensing, the problem with one of the problems with that is that the artists themselves are getting like a fraction of a penny. So that's another one of the things that's an issue there, where it has to be figured out. Nick, I'm sorry, go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, it's one of these sort of like impossible things to solve, honestly. Like if I'm in Midjourney shoes, I feel like I'm not very worried. One, because Midjourney they're a research lab. They're very clear that they're a research lab, and that what Midjourney is doing is they're building like research tools. And when it comes to like using copyrighted material without permission, like you can for the purposes of research. And then there's also like, I don't know what it is. It's like I guess like derivative works, or like transformation of the works. Like it's not the exact copy, right? It is some form of a derivative. But like the thing is it Midjourney who's at fault? Is it the user who like prompted that person's name who's at fault? Like, is it the person who's like actually like the engineer behind like who's at fault if somebody creates a derivative work, right? Like it's hard to say. I can see a universe where like if I prompt an artist's name and I include that in my prompt, and that's registered, right? And Midjourney knows that, or DALL-E knows that, that there's some way to potentially compensate that artist in the same way that like I might get compensated if somebody streams my song. But like to circle back to Reed, like I feel for that guy, and I feel for that whole industry, like the concept art industry. AI is just far superior at doing that job, and does it so quickly that it makes it really difficult, right, to find work. I get that. Like on one hand, you want to say, uh, times are changing, time to adapt to the change in technology. Like maybe the jobs that you get are no longer coming from studios because they're using AI, or it's the traditional work, but you're still a talented individual who can create artwork and tell stories and release these things, and you have all these tools at your disposal and an audience that obviously is listening to you that you can sell to and monetize, and there's ways that you can kind of say, okay, I'm gonna switch it up here and change my step. But that's also not fair to just say like, oh, technology took you out of a job, like go figure something else out. I get the anger and frustration. I just don't.
Nick, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Nick, can I ask you a question?
Please.
So say that you are putting out a record, and then you're trying to figure out your artwork, and then you go down like the AI route, and then you're like, oh man, I'd love the artwork of my record to be like X, Y, and Z, like whomever is your inspiration, and it generates something for you. And then you look at that piece and then you say, oh, that's a bit similar to somebody that I know, what would you do? Would you use it, or would you then contact the person that it is similar to and say, yo, I would love to do something, collaboratively with you. I think this could work from like a business standpoint. And are you in? I'm just curious, what would you do?
I mean, I probably wouldn't use it. I've made a point since day one to not ever use artist names in my prompts, and I never do.
Right.
Like, because it's just not stood with me personally. Like, I haven't felt good about that. I don't want to be referencing those people. That's just me personally, right?
Right.
But not to say that like I haven't prompted things that are, obviously drawing inspiration because I mentioned maybe a particular, genre or style or era, and it's pulled those things, and that's where I think things get really complicated, because there's an argument to be made for example, if all of ArtStation was scraped and included in the training data, but let's just say it was broadly tagged. It was because I can also type, sci-fi character robot into Google, and all of the results are going to be of C3PO and R2D2. It's tagged in that way, so it's obvious that it's going to like come back. But like, how do you compensate people who might be included in like more broad prompting terminology but aren't being called out specifically, like the more well-known artists? Like, how do you compensate those people? I don't know how you can do that.
Yeah, well, I'm going to give you a potential answer, is that you reach out to them and you be human.
No, but what I'm saying is like, there's so many artists who aren't like, world renowned or known across the globe, right? Like, I don't know their names. I might recognize maybe a style of their work, but the majority of folks who are making a living doing things like concept art, and working on these films, we don't know their names. They just create the imagery, they share it, and maybe it's not even being tagged their name, right? It's just falling under the category of, cyberpunk, or cyberpunk fantasy art, or whatever the hell it is, right? So how do you, if I prompt something like cyberpunk fantasy art and it draws from 100 different, artists on ArtStation and delivers me some sort of derivative that uses all of these things, who do I compensate? All of them, or none of them? Is it
you're worrying about something that hasn't happened yet? So I understand what you're saying, meaning that if there is an image that was generated that came to a vision that you're like, oh, that seems a bit familiar to somebody that I know, then the first step is to reach out to that somebody you know and say, hey, that's the difference between AI and the technology of things, and then humans, like human beings, and the ability to communicate between one another. If it's generated from an artist that has uploaded it onto a platform, then whatever platform that they have uploaded that artwork onto, it is their responsibility, the platform's responsibility as a business. And it goes back around to business. And much like Adrian was talking about earlier in licensing, et cetera, amen. It is that platform that the artwork was uploaded onto's responsibility to ensure that, whatever artwork is then therefore generated, it is protected. If it is not protected through the inability at the moment to protect, then one would only but hope that, again, back to human communication, that person would be like, yo, bro, you used my artwork, or that seems really familiar. And then you personally are probably not going to then be like, well, I'm going to sue you for everything. You're probably like, oh my God, I didn't know. And that's humanity. That's human beings. That's the communication between human beings.
Yeah, but you're asking way too much out of people. Also, like, there's chances that of the 300,000 images that I've generated, that I
so
see
somebody's
one
going to
and
go,
I know
and then
artist.
someone's going to go and sue you. So this is the thing: if somebody has the time to take out of their day to then find that you, unbeknownst to you, by the way, because prior to your acknowledgement, you didn't know, it's just through a generated situation that neither parties are aware of. You're talking about a situation that somebody is now going to find you and sue you. If they have the ability to find you and sue you for it, then you have
How
the
would
ability.
they sue me though, Katie? Like if I didn't include their
No,
name, if I didn't include
right.
their artwork,
Exactly.
how would they sue me? How am
No,
I at fault?
exactly. So we're chasing our tails. No one's at fault. That's the thing. That's the bigger thing. No one's at fault because when you're talking about an artist that's uploading their artwork on a digital platform, onto a company space that should really, they are vicariously, well, they are liable really, that if any digital information is then put forward for the bigger general public's purpose and use, you are not at fault at all because that information therefore is available to use. The issue then is that the artist must sue the company that they uploaded their artwork to, because they illegally essentially distributed that, and without, again, it goes
Okay, but
back to this
I see where you're
hypothetical
going.
situation. Do you know
I
what I'm
see where you're going,
saying?
but okay, so let's say this. I posted artwork, some artist sees it, they're like, oh wait, that looks like my stuff that I posted on ArtStation, right? I'm not
Yeah.
at fault because I didn't put their name or anything. So they go to ArtStation. ArtStation says, you know what, when you upload to our platform, you hold our rights. We're only just a place for you to be discovered. So you got to go talk to Midjourney. And then Midjourney goes and says, you know what, we are using this in our training data for research purposes. And then what? Like,
yeah, but
so
the
person at
company
fault
the company is ArtStation, because the ArtStation did not give an ability for the creator and the person using said artwork an opportunity or information to therefore communicate and connect, with the acknowledgement of so on and so forth is going to be using said artwork.
Yeah,
They
but
have
somebody
been
like
a
an
shitty
ArtStation.
middleman.
Okay, but someone like an ArtStation wouldn't know. Like they're not necessarily granting access to saying like, yeah, Midjourney, come on in, scrape all of our images, right? And they might say, oh, well, you could have made your stuff private if you wanted to. We have that option, but you left it public so anybody on the
You got to
internet
read
can
the
come and
terms
see
and
it.
conditions of
So
ArtStation. You have to read
yeah,
the
so
terms and conditions of it. But
well,
that's not the user's fault.
no, but
If
ArtStation does not own the work that's put onto their
they may not
platform.
own it, but they are basically like fronting as that licensee platform,
So kind
as
of
what
like what
Adrian spoke about earlier and
kind of
myself
like what
earlier.
X did with
Yeah.
ChatGPT, right? They stopped ChatGPT from using all of our posts to train.
Well, yeah, because then it would just be like this unspoken license to, yes, because without all of our permission, that ChatGPT, it's data privacy basically. They're not allowed access through because X is as a company. It would be like selling data to a Wi-Fi company or what have you. It would be selling our data on. Or just giving our data away. It's a privacy breach. It's a data breach. You can't do that.
I'm just going to jump in
ArtStation
here,
would be an
Katie,
issue.
because I just want to give other people an opportunity to speak.
Yeah,
because
sorry. I'm
Matt
so sorry.
yeah,
I'll jump off.
yeah,
Or I'll
no,
be
no,
listening. But I'm
yeah.
just very, very, again, just in closing, very passionate about it and all the way here. And ironically, it's our open communication between human beings one to one that will be able to resolve, please God, all of these issues. And much like Adrian and Alex was saying earlier, is that, we have to teach AI how to be. It's like being a parent. I'm a mom to a 5-year-old. So I'm very proud, even though it's difficult. But yes, amen to you all. And happy to speak offline to whoever wishes about this. My inbox is always open. And thank you for giving me the space to do so.
Thank you, Katie. Yeah, and I understand your passion. I have some things that I could say on that too, but I want to go to Matt and then we'll go to Andrew because I saw that you guys had your hands up, and then Oscar, we can jump back to you if you had something else that you want to add in addition. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, hey, thanks. Happy New Year, etc. Yeah, the lady who was just speaking there, I think Katie, and certainly go around the horn here, but I'm not quite sure from a big picture perspective that you can define copyright versus copywriting, if you understand that. Very coded language, as well as copy space right, in the context of just what programming development is in general. So you're attempting to explain a very complex thing when fundamentally those two words, I think, have become synonymous in our dictionary. Copywriting versus copywriting. And then, by the way, you throw in the open versus closed source combined with nonprofit motives from research companies, you just completely blow off the kind of the steam on this sort of complexities of language. And I think that's kind of like a root spot to begin with here, is just understanding like truly what you threw a lot of acronyms out there, and I just want to make sure you're clear on what those acronyms actually represent in the broader space of things. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Cool. And yeah, Andrew, jump in.
Hey, yeah, a few things I'd add is I think that we make a lot of assumptions that these businesses don't already have partnership agreements, to say that it's impossible for someone like Warner Brothers and Microsoft to already have license rights to generate art, and for everyone to make assumption that Disney and Microsoft doesn't also have similar agreements in place to cover these things is pretty asinine, especially with how much collaboration and partnership they already have in gaming and in entertainment in general, via Xbox and other lines of business. The other thing I would add too is, like, as much as I empathize for the artists who may be displaced in this revolution that we're running into, that would be like me laying claim to something with parallax and HTML and CSS in the early Web3 days, where like pinning sidebars first came out, and I was one of the early people to do it, and saying that I should be compensated in perpetuity for the rest of my life is kind of asinine. The reason is because there's a number of ways we can mix and match and ultimately arrive at the same result, right? And I think the same can be true and said to be true for art, like it or not, especially when it comes to the commercial side of the business. I can collaborate with a dozen different artists, and albeit every artist may have a unique perspective, and I value that. And again, coming from an arts background, I really mean it. I value it immensely. But why should I be beholden to any one of the 12 when, frankly, a system is capable of generating it? And the same could be true for other industries that have been disrupted, like taxes. Take early heuristics with TurboTax. How many accountants and CPAs had to completely do a major paradigm shift when all of a sudden, overnight almost, people were able to do taxes on their own? It's hard for me to say that there should be some, ultimately, I'll just say this. It's almost like we want to define provenance of every digital asset in the world and say that you should be compensated for that contribution for the rest of life. And I'm sorry, folks, but the world in business, it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
that's all.
That I think your last point there is so critical, right? Like, the solution to this problem is so outrageously complicated that it's just never going to happen. Like, my spicy take is this: anybody who's trying to fight this, any like artist, illustrator who's trying to fight this, saying, "Oh, you're stealing our work, you need to change the way you're training," it is a losing battle. There is absolutely no fucking way that the innovation that's happening in this space right now slows down or comes to a halt to address these issues, because the time that it would take to actually put a system in place that addresses it for the hundreds of thousands, millions of people who all have their own individual concerns would take a fucking lifetime, right? And
Nick, I gotta go, but you can kiss my butt with that. You can kiss my absolute beautiful round tush. Shut up. We're going to make changes. I love you. I love you all. I got to go, but kiss my round tushy ass. Mwah. Seriously, don't be so negative. We are going to do it collectively, collaboratively. God bless you, and thank you for having me on this space. I really do have to go because my little one's waking up. It's like 20 past 10 in the UK, but don't be so negative. We're going to do it. Amen. Mwah. Bye, everyone, and thank you so much.
I mean, you could say we're going to do it. Sure. Okay, so maybe there is somebody who comes out and says, oh, maybe there's a market opportunity for me to go out and find these artists and create my own model so that people can prompt it and generate images that are of their styles and they all get compensated, right? And nobody uses it because it is the most inferior model compared to every other one that's out there that's trained on everything, right? There's just no universe that I can see where policy keeps up with innovation here, or a system gets put into place that is effective and actually compensates people in a way that they deem reasonable based on the amount of work that they put into it. I do not see that happening. Also, people get riled up because they're very passionate about their art, right? When you make something and you put it out into the world, you care about it and you stand behind it, and that's a piece of you. And to feel like a piece of you has been taken and is used to fuel some corporate machine that anybody can go into and like type a few words and generate a lifetime's worth of your imagery without having to do anything other than hit enter on a prompt box. Yeah, it's frustrating. I get it. I just don't see how things change. Like I just everything that I've like the very little that I know about copyright law and the way that the laws are today says that all these folks like Midjourneys, Dolly's, and everything are safe. They didn't break any rules here, and like I don't see us like retroactively trying to enforce like a law as if we had it in place before AI existed. It's at this point it just feels too little, too late. I don't see a solution. So like I feel for these people. I truly do. I just don't know how there's a winning battle here for them.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're absolutely right, Nick. Like, I do get the complaints, I understand that, but as you said, it is so super complicated, right? Because it's on so many levels, and we haven't even talked about tools that you can have on your computer, right? Because normally, if I'm an artist and I paint with paint, I'm allowed to watch Star Wars and make a golden robot that looks similar, right? I'm allowed to do that, so I should be allowed to do it with Stable Diffusion, right? And it is super complicated, and you're right, these big companies, and it's also a factor of power. They just have so much money and they have the lawyers and they will just push this through while the courts decide. That's probably the reality.
I want to
There
just
will be so there will be a market incentive to provide a service where people can voluntarily choose to allow their data to be used. There will be a market established for that. Likely it'll be Web3 sort of based with, zero trust verification used to demonstrate that indeed you've signed on that. And that can be the mechanism that allows people to provide, some degree of money is the wrong word in this. It's more so wealth, like money for time, right? Because ultimately, someone viewing your art, viewing your music, has traded their time to you, and right now we distribute that through money. And I see an avenue where there's just a mutually understandable way to provide basic goods and services to people who want to generate that sort of stuff, but trying to derail an industry that is going to send us to the stars over something like this is just not going to happen, like Andrew was saying there.
I'd like to speak a minute and just be like the voice of William yesterday for a second. When I was working for Mr. Freeman, the NASA guy, his son replaced all the computers at Savannah River site. And they had an extra computer. It was a K Pro 4. And I was over helping him at his storage unit. And I said, "What's that?" And, I took it home and I had to literally program the discs. It was one of those 2 5-inch floppies, and that was my introduction to computers. And I plugged it up to a phone line, and I ended up on BBS, and it connected me to MIT. And so, this was the beginning of my computer life. And as it was going on, I ended up working for Raytheon, and I was on the Hulk project. And later on down the line, I met a guy named Ed Branham. And in 2003, Ed wanted me to make him a computer to do music for his wife. She's, a professional musician and blah, blah, blah. Well, he decided he wanted to put a new sound card in it. And I mean, this guy's a programmer from hell. I mean, he's really good. So in 2003, when they were firing Scuds at Israel and they weren't able to hit the target, he reprogrammed the Patriot. And so I went with him to Aberdeen for the test flights, the test firings, and of course they worked. And when I was at his house 9 years later, and he had cut this thing open and he screwed the computer up and the keyboard wouldn't work. And I looked at him and I said, "Why don't you just hit Control A?" And he looked up, he hit Control A and he got it to work. Well, he couldn't get to work. And he turned around, looked at me, he goes, "Oh, fuck you, man. I've forgotten more shit than you'll ever learn," which is probably true because I'm not a programmer. As Adrian said earlier, I can debug something, but I can't read it. So going back to the K-Pro 4 and the discussions we used to have at MIT and Austin and all this, we had all these problems. Way back in the beginning, it was always new. When we used to get on Hotbot, we were the AI. We could search anything. Nothing was hidden. Everybody invented everything for free and nobody cared. I used to write music and just load music up. Didn't care who did it. Do whatever you want to with it. It was MIDI. It sounded horrible. We got the MIDI into Wave. We wrote WAV files. We figured out all this stuff. Richard Branson was involved. I mentioned that before. It was all free before. How many people will really sue somebody for using their stuff? You know how good it feels to be in a grocery store and hear a number one song? You put the person in the studio. You helped them write the song. You're sitting there and people are standing there singing that song. Do you think a person cares when they're standing there and that? There's a few people that might sue. There's a few people that might get angry and come after you. But all in all, people for the most part are really good. And things self-correct. So I hear the distress in what everybody is saying, but in the terms of where William speaks from, and having been there back in the days when everything was, on a DOS screen, we were CRT. We didn't even have a mouse. And I've watched this whole thing unfold, and I've watched these struggles come. And I am an artist. I am a producer, and I'm I've worked for the government in cybersecurity, and I've got a nursing degree, and I've owned restaurants and all kinds of stuff. I've had a great life, and I've struggled and fought and beat my head up against the wall. And as I've gotten older, I've become more like William. I just sort of sit back and go, well, it'll be all right. It's going to be all right. And I say everybody just keep producing and doing what you're doing and handle each situation as it comes up, because it's going to self-correct. And I think we all want to create a better, more fun world. And as long as people just create, I think in creativity and the creative spirit is where all positivity lies. And there's just going to always be somebody out there that wants to be the bad guy and say, "Oh, you took that from me," or whatever. In the same account, I think, and I wish Katie was still here to hear this. You have to sort of be gentle as you fight against that, because you don't want to make someone feel like, well, I'm going to do that anyway. Because, intellectual property is a precious thing, and we need to respect other people's intellectual property. But I also heard Andrew say in the programming world, and we used to call them propeller heads, and I know that's kind of a derogatory thing, but that there would be a room full of people sitting there at the computer screen, and man, I don't even know how they do it. I would go crazy like that. I have to be out going around doing things, and I'm different. I'm involved in a lot of different things, kind of like Elon. I've got my hands in all kind of stuff, and I have to be out there dealing with people. But those computer programmers are the magic of what we do, at the user end.
Christopher, I'm just going to jump in quickly because I see that Phil, you have your hand up, but I just want to do a quick room reset because we have a lot of new people. And I just want to acknowledge everyone that has their hand up. By the way, as per usual with Periscope and X Spaces, we're having a little glitch issue. So I'm not able to bring people up directly. I'm having to use a workaround. So just FYI on that. If we don't bring you up right away, that is what the problem is. And we're working in the background to get people up the best way that we can given that issue. Please make sure that you follow our host and turn notifications on for him because he is always hosting incredible, amazing spaces. Make sure that you follow our co-hosts because we are all a team here and we're always collaborating and doing that together. And we're also hosting spaces. Make sure that you follow any of our speakers that resonate with you. Please like and repost the space and let's continue. Phil, I definitely wanted to hear your thoughts on that. And then I see a couple other people that have their hands up that are also artists and filmmakers. And one thing that I was going to say, Christopher, to what you were saying is that the fact of the matter, I've actually worked for lawyers and I've worked for entertainment lawyers. So I'm familiar with some of these issues in regards to some of the stuff that is coming up. And I do think even though I know let's just say that it's important and I appreciate what Gary and Reed are both doing because the fact of the matter is someone does need to do it. There's a reason why we have lawyers. People are always like, oh, I hate lawyers. But the fact of the matter remains, you guys, the lawyers are not the bad guys. I'm not saying there aren't some of them that aren't kind of, like naughty with things or, like really bring the hammer down with stuff. But that's because they know how to work the system and they can be ruthless. However, if it were not for human behavior, we wouldn't need the lawyers. And they're there to protect us and they're there to help us with issues like this. And I do think it is important. I know that things are changing, but I also think it's great that they are doing this, even though the advancement, like you were saying, Nick, it's how do you, again, I keep saying Pandora's box, but you can't really go backwards with the advances that have happened already at this point. But I do think it is important because we do need to have some sort of new laws around the AI and the copyright and all these things. And we're just literally in the beginning of the heat of some of these things that are happening. So it is important what Reed and Gary are doing, bringing this lawsuit forward and are bringing this to their attention. And then also with the New York Times, even though there's some controversy and I know some people don't like it, but it's necessary because otherwise things would run rampant. So this is just part of the process of that happening. Phil, jump in. Let's see. How are you?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Happy New Year to everyone and everything. Yeah, so I think I wanted to touch on the conversation that Nick and Katie had, and specifically from being a photographer, part of the issue that we're facing already happened before for photography with places like Unsplash and Pexels. So both of these are platforms where people can upload their own images and videos, and they basically give away the rights, and people can use them and freely do whatever they want with them, basically, apart from selling it. But the reason I'm mentioning those is because while you would still have platforms like Adobe Stock and all the stock places, which was the way to make money for a lot of photographers and filmmakers for a long time, when it came to personal footage and personal stuff that wasn't for a commercial or whatever. And when Unsplash and Pexels began really big, well, it made no sense for the consumers to go, oh, I'll spend $200 for a single image or a single clip, or I'll go to Unsplash and get a really, really good image for free. And so the shift of understanding that the internet, the way it was created, and to the credit of Christopher that mentioned earlier, the history of internet has always been more in the open and sharing side than anything else. Like we know for a fact that there are dependencies when it comes to like huge internet infrastructures that depend on a single guy updating his code from 20 years ago, and we just go along with it because we've decided that it's supposed to be a platform of sharing. And again, you couldn't properly, I think, regulate in the way perhaps some of this that Katie was saying, and to the credit of Nick as well, of like when we do a prompt, when we do something, it is not obvious to what extent what was used. And like I have no percentage of like, okay, 20% was Star Wars IP that I used, 50% was Disney IP. Like it is not as clear as that, and it wouldn't make sense to try to make it clear as that, because that's just not how it works behind the scenes. So I think there's some embracing needed to do, an adaptation from a lot of artists of figuring out, okay, this is happening now. What can I do? What can I change in my process? And it's kind of part of it, you know. I think embracing the new ways that people can work. Like we had the same debates years ago for Photoshop, saying it's going to be fake and it's going to make photography and design complete bullshit. But that's not what happened. It made it better, and it moved the things further. And it's just, there's some right things about the fact that like it will correct themselves. And I think that yes, there is a way to bring it's closer to artists without necessarily dismissing them. And I do understand some of the reasoning for the people at NYT for going along with the lawsuit. I think they're aware that they're not just trying to. I think they're aware that they will not win on all the allegations, and I think that's okay. I think there is some perhaps testing the limits of stuff. And I think that is important to at least find a way that these models, and moving forward, that it's not just dismissing every single claim. That some are very legit in terms of artists being feel respected. And I think one of the simple things, at least without necessarily going for compensation, but at least recognition, I think it would be interesting if Midjourney or any other platforms were to give a space for artists to freely upload their stuff if they want to at least feel a bit more involved in the process. Because I think they'd be surprised how many would freely give away their work to be trained on, because there is some, I think, pride of knowing that, like, I may have contributed to some of the work that someone else will do. And I think as an artist and someone who dabbles a lot with mixing art and mental health, there's something very freeing and powerful about art that I think is being experienced for the first time by a lot of people that just didn't have the capacity or the skills required to even begin to make art that could help themselves. And AI is doing wonders in that sense. And yeah, we can't go back. There's no way we're going back. And I think it would be a disservice to humanity as a whole.
You know, I really like that idea of like being offered to upload your information for the training. It's kind of a cool concept that I haven't thought about again. Another thing that I've thought could be interesting and that these platforms should do is like, you know how like you're in a game and you're in a loading screen and there's like a help tip or like a tool tip or something. Like when you're like using Midjourney to describe an image or something, or like it pulls up artist names. Like Midjourney could do a better job, or any platform really could do a better job at sort of like highlighting artists whose work, like maybe like an image that it generated like resonates with, or like is like similar to, so that you can go out and sort of like research and learn about that person and become a fan of that person without even knowing they existed before. Right?
Yeah,
So I
I
feel
think
like
that I think that's
there's
fair.
cool stuff that could be done there. But I do agree, like like the sort of arguments that are going out right now, and like the lawsuits that are going out, I feel like are it's like an overcorrection where it happens all the time, right? Like people ask for the world, and then you only get a tiny little piece of it. And also to your point, like there's so many people who like this technology helps, and it also opens the doors to so many to start being creative. And AI, like ironically, it could also help and assist in like monitoring copyright by like analyzing the web and seeing where instances of works are being used. But anyways, I have to jump. I'll just say this. I wasn't expecting to talk about this today, but I will say there's a type of person who is going to fight change always, especially when it starts to impact their livelihood and their well-being, and it's something that they've practiced for years and years. And I totally understand why they're so vocal and why they're calling for these things to be changed. I just hope that these people don't get lost in sort of like the endless battle and like continue to operate from this point of like anger and resentment, and can, you know, at least try to learn how to adopt to the change, embrace it a little bit, so that your life doesn't just become, you know, you don't go from artist to fighter of copyright law. And then when things don't happen the way they expected, it's like, that's not a happy place to be. I can imagine. So I'm hoping that a lot of these artists are like willing to at least embrace and play and try to adopt them and find use cases for them while they're fighting for their rights. I just truly don't see how it's a winning battle in any sense, or what the solution is. But anyways,
I wanted to jump on that. You're going to drop down real quick. I wanted to ask you a question, or kind of touch on something you were saying. Okay, so like,
real quick, I got to jump to a dinner in 20 minutes.
Shit.
So.
Well, yeah. So like, humanity, like what we do is we build tools and we build better tools. Like I, as a music producer, I've had some of my music stolen. I've also utilized Ava AI to come up with chord progression MIDI shit, you know, and some of my stuff's been stolen, and I never made money off music, but I just did it for fun. But to hear some bigger artists play my music was kind of like, that's you know, whatever. But then I think to myself, where did I come up with that? Like it was a collection of everything I've experienced, every song I've ever heard in my life, you know, and this is, you know, we're coming up with these models that can compile a lifetime of experience that no human can in a single lifetime. So where do we go from there is kind of the thing. If you can answer that really quickly.
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, where inspiration is drawn is like such a, it's such an abstract thing. But I like, to your point, like the world of art is, and creativity in general is, like there's nothing original really, right? Like we're all drawing inspiration from everywhere all the time, integrating it into our work, creating something new. There's how do you track that? I have no idea. But like it's a good perspective, right? Which is like, hey, like you're using it, but like also, you know, I kind of stole that in some way from somebody else, and they stole that from somebody else, and it's like you're not alone in your work being taken. We're all kind of stealing all the time, so it's maybe that's comforting. I don't know. Maybe it's annoying, but at the same time, I think that like it's such an amazing innovation. Like it's fucking incredible what these tools can do, and it's helping so many people, and it's so powerful that even if you win as like, oh, copyright, the lawsuit goes through, we're having to put a halt on it, the uproar that would be caused from that would be insane. Or maybe the platforms have to up the prices in order to do that, and then everybody complains. It's like somebody's going to get hurt no matter what. It just looks like it's going to be more likely than not those who are currently like in these industries where the type of art, the type of work that they do is being replaced by AI, which is why concept artists, I've noticed, are without a doubt the most vocal proponents against AI on the Twitter sphere, everywhere, and it makes sense because AI can do that work really well, right? So I get it. Again, I feel for them. I appreciate that they're putting up these fights and like starting these conversations. I don't agree with them. I don't think they're going to win. But you know, I'll leave it there. I do got to jump, but appreciate you
thanks for
guys for
jumping.
having me.
Enjoy your dinner.
Nice to talk to you, Nick.
Thank you.
Thanks for popping by, Nick. Enjoy your dinner. We'll see you soon.
All right, peace,
If
everybody.
I can, I'd maybe want to try to answer the question that you posed, Break, because I think in it has a really good idea that I don't know if you read that book, but I highly suggest anyone who is making stuff to read the book Steal Like an Artist, because it touched a lot on that issue of everyone is remixing, everyone's stealing a bit, and there are ways to make it a loss, and to be able to not care about it, in the sense that, like, if I see someone, like, for instance, like when I began on Instagram, there was a lot of that, of like some big pages that just like reshare work and they don't credit, or like very low key credit stuff. And to be honest, some of my friends were really pissed off about it, and like they were trying to write snarky comments and like kind of like attack them a bit. And I don't care, because in terms of the impact they've made on the world or whatever, they did nothing. All they did was, like, they didn't bring anything new to the world. They didn't bring anything, a new idea. So I don't feel attacked by that. I don't feel that like this is a threat. And I think it just comes down to like changing the process a bit of like, if you have an infinite access to information, if you have the ability to create whatever, whenever, then perhaps you should reevaluate how can you create something that's going to be only from you. So it's either from focus, either from personal experience. And I think there are still ways to make it something that's interesting and still yours. I just think that, like, not to be insulting to anyone, and even to myself, I think it just pushes everyone to just do better work. Like, if an AI model, which to our standards now is not that advanced, it's seen a lot of advancements, but compared to what's coming, it is still very basic. If that model can recreate, like, with extreme fidelity, some of your work, maybe your work was not that good to begin with, or at least not unique. So I think there's some discussion about just bringing your stuff forward and deeper. And I think we know it. Like, we've all had, like, if you see, let's say you go to New York, like, even though we try not to be fucking cliche, but like, I'm sorry, the World Trade Center and all of these things were fucking amazing to photograph, and they stood out. So I think it's your job to like stop yourself from doing the thing that feels the most candy to you and turn around and see the other way.
Yeah, I like that take. It's what Nick earlier said, right, about the mindset a little bit also. Like, if you're a concept artist, do you feel like something has been taken away from you? Maybe because the studio doesn't need you, or maybe you don't need the studio anymore. Maybe the concept artist can now, with AI, make their own movie, right? I'm seeing we have a lot of hands up here. Maybe Alejandro, the co-founder of the fellowship, he might have some interesting take on that.
Hey, thank you for giving me the space. Big fan. Been listening to you guys for a while, but kind of the conversations hit home a lot. I'll try to like bring in more than an opinion, more than just ideas of how to rethink the conversations that we're having. I studied a master's in visual studies and was teaching for 3 years in university and art school. And I mean, what these lawsuits are asking, and what I hear the uproar of artists asking, is that they don't want people to see their work because they don't want people to do work like theirs. And if you guys go to university, that's exactly what we're teaching. We're basically taking textbooks, monographs, photo books, images from other artists, and feeding them to generation after generation of new artists. Look at these works, copy them, rethink them, and move on. And if we're asking or thinking that that's something new, what AI is doing, we're like, I don't know where people have been for the past 500 years. I mean, this is how art is done. This is how design is done. This is how architecture is done. We need to learn the things that came before us. We find the patterns. We we analyze the patterns, we philosophize about the patterns, we write about the patterns, and then some people take action and create new things from those things. But somebody has to write and think about those patterns. And what AI is doing is looking at patterns that none of us, nobody has the capability of of pointing out. Like, that is the magical thing of AI, is that the the capability of finding patterns is like never before. We've never seen anything like that. And that is a breakthrough in all arts: architecture, design, photography, painting. We are blessed to be able to now see those in between images that we didn't even know were there. So yes, there is a fight to be had with copyright, but I honestly think that people don't understand that like art is taught by copying. So I'm sorry, my getting my a little bit of a throat ache. But just to wind down a little bit of like the idea, we need we like we've built a a visual culture. These past 200 years, we've had like visual diarrhea. Like, we've created more images in these last 200 years than we've ever had in our whole humanity. What were we thinking was going to happen with that diarrhea of images? Like, the AI is a consequence of what we built as a humanity. It's like we're asking, I mean, you can think, oh, we're into recycling things and making things better by recycling. Well, here we go. This is the recycling of images that are just sitting there dusting away. Nobody's going to look at them. Nobody's going to think of them, because no human can look at a billion images. So why not put them to use? And instead of, all those chemicals that we threw into nature because of photography in these last 200 years, well, maybe we can now use those images that nobody's thinking of to do new images that, are exciting and make us think in a different way. Anyways, the point I wanted to make is that I don't know who these people are. Like, they've obviously never taught art or thought of how art is actually done. You have to learn how to copy in order to be an artist. This is the only way that you move forward. So in the end, those copyright infringement cases, I think, are going nowhere, because is the image identical to the other image that is being, threatened, or that is being copied? It's going to be absolutely impossible to prove that. So it's going to be exciting to see what these cases go to, but it's honestly a big dead end. If the work is not exactly resembling to the work that is supposedly that people are fighting, it's not going anywhere. If you want to say, oh, they're training these data sets on my images, are you going to sue all the universities that buy your monographs and your books and your, like, are you going to start doing that so that nobody can see your images, so that they don't learn on your images? That's my little grain of salt to this conversation.
Yeah, and not
You
only
knew it.
combining this shit, where do you get the information from? Like you can't do art from a vacuum. You have to get inspiration from something. Otherwise, there's nothing. If you do something completely original, nobody will even know what it is because it has to connect to something else that's already been done. We stand on the shoulders of giants.
Yeah, I'm gonna say two things. I love that you mentioned that. Two things come to my mind when I hear you say that. One is, imagine back in the day when Rembrandt was painting, and here's the difference in today's day and age of technology, and also because artists, most of us who are true artists, we don't do it for the money. We do it because we can't. It's almost like you can't help yourself. You're just a creative person, and it feeds your soul to create things, to paint something and get that feeling when you're painting something, and that you are literally using that and making something beautiful out of it through your vessel, that's your physical body. It's kind of a magical experience when you're doing that in any form of art that you're doing, even if you're lighting for a scene for a film. I mean, it's this amazing, awesome kind of high of a drug feeling. And imagine back in the day when Rembrandt, who was one of the greatest artists with lighting ever, and introduced the depth of field that he did with some of his paintings, is absolutely astonishing. I personally studied art history before I went to film school, and I love that you mentioned that, because back in the day, it was where another artist, because artists would hang out together. So they'd be hanging out, and say Rembrandt was painting something, and then one of his artist friends said, "Man, how did you do that?" And he said, "Hey, I did this and I did this," and he basically described how he did that. So then that artist went out and created his own painting using that particular technique. And it wasn't necessarily stealing. I mean, of course, he told him how to do that. However, if you had seen one of his paintings and didn't know him personally, and you are an artist, and you saw that thing hanging somewhere or someone selling something, I guarantee you are leaning into that painting and you're looking close because you want to see exactly what that artist did and how they created that image. And you are going to figure it out and you're going to replicate it in your own style, in your own way. So that goes to what you were saying of taking these things from I mean, the greatest artist of all, the universe, God, whatever that is for you. I mean, that's where everything originated from. So that's one part of that, with taking things from everything else. The other part of it is that it's with all of this going on. When you said it's a combination of various things, like a lot of people probably don't know, and this is what I think we're diving into, and where artists, and I love that Nick said it is the concept artist, because I do believe that that's true. It is a lot of concept artists where this can hit the bottom line of their wallet and their bread and butter, essentially, and I totally understand that. And obviously, a lot of them are feeling threatened. I mean, how could you not? It's your livelihood, right? And now everything is changing. And that's one of the things that we are having to deal with AI being so prevalent and happening so quickly. Now, that being said, this is where it comes time for people who are true visionaries. I think of Walt Disney related to a particular thing like this, too. A lot of people probably don't know that the way that Walt Disney came up with Walt Disney World is he took two separate concepts. He took the concept of the circus that used to be back in the day, and then amusement parks, because you'd go to like the little fairs or the amusement parks that were small at the time, of course, and not as advanced in their engineering, and you'd go on all these fun little rides whenever you do that. But then when you go to the circus, you would go to a big grand show like Barnum and Bailey Circus. And what he did is he took those two separate concepts that of their own were monetized, making their own money, and merged the two of those together. And that's how he came up with the idea for Walt Disney World. And that's what you do when you are an innovator and you're a visionary. You take two things, or maybe multiple things that are already pre-existing, and you see beyond that, or you see how you can merge the two together to create something totally new. The last thing I'll say related to this is it also makes me think of the movie The Matrix. When they did some of those, I mean, it's a whole thing. It's specifically related to The Matrix, with the cinematography and the directing that they did with those special movements that I know everyone in here who's ever seen that knows exactly what I'm talking about. That is so distinctly The Matrix. But those movements that they were doing with the way they slowed down the camera and the way they leaned back and all that kind of stuff, that had not been done before at that particular point in time. So that's like taking pre-conceptualized ideas, merging them together and making it something completely new that hadn't been done before. And this is one of the things that I feel, I mean, I freaking love AI. I'm an artist in every form and fashion. I have carved freaking marble before. I've carved wood. I've sculpted, I've done like mosaic. I mean, you name it, everything under the darn sun, because that's just how it goes. But I also am a business person, and I also am a filmmaker. And I know, being a producer of film, that there's this other side that's a component that unfortunately a lot of artists don't really think in that way. And they're two different sides of a brain, they're operating there. And this is where I feel like some artists are going to have to pivot. Reed had mentioned, I don't want to be an entrepreneur, when someone had suggested that to him. But again, if with the times that are upon us, the pivot is necessary because the change is already here. So now it's a matter of each individual related to these changes is, okay, you know what? I can't stop this thing from coming. It's already here. So how can I wield that tool with the benefits or whatever my gifts are or my ideas, and make it my own and make something even more amazing that hasn't been there before? Because every single person listening is capable of doing that if you know how to tap into that within yourself. You might not know how to do it right off the bat, but I guarantee you there are some people who are already thinking of new innovation things with the AI, with the art, that have not been done yet. And I'm just going to leave it there. Wiggle, jump in.
Before that, if I can just put one little asterisk on one of the things you said, 90% all in. I just want to put one thing, especially in the context of history of art. Yes, there is changes to be made in terms of potentially embracing some of the entrepreneurship, although even in our history, the people that we revere as these true artists, I think to me there's two problematics with that. First, I try not to gatekeep. I think there is no true artist or just artist, point blank. Because whether you've been doing it for a second, you've been doing it for years, you've brought something to the world that didn't exist before, and I think that's valuable in itself. I think the other thing is, yes, I think everyone has the ability to learn how to turn into the business side of it, and how to capitalize on opportunities. Although it is time consuming and demands a lot of energy as well. And making good stuff, good art, is incredibly demanding, and demands also usually a long period of time with uninterrupted work, so deep work. And having to switch between those two modes all the time can be extremely difficult, and even more so when you add the anything regarding to mental health. So, for instance, I'll take my example, but I have ADHD, an anxiety disorder, and so one of the good things that AI brought me was the ability to start something really quickly. And before, that was sometimes an issue where I had paralysis regarding starting any project because there's too many possibilities. And with AI, I can test 1,000 things at once and have a better idea of where I'm going. But in terms of the revenue side, even the biggest artists from before, they had patron. People were literally paying them just to create. That was their whole thing. And I think my hope, perhaps, is that UBI will bring that for us, because I think there is value in art, not because I'm in it, but I think the best example we can point to as humans to realize that, like, there's often a really bad narrative regarding artists saying that, like, get a real job and anything along those lines. But what we saw during the pandemic, when people needed help, when people needed support, and they wanted to find a safer, calmer place for themselves and their families, they turned to art. They watched movies. They read books. They listened to music, the podcast. Everything was art. The thing that kept humanity together during that time was art. And so the idea that there is no value in that and shouldn't be paid is completely insane to me, because usually, even if we speak solely in terms of business, we place money on things that have value. And we know that is perhaps one of the few elements of humanity that have stood the test of time is art. It's how we first started to communicate. And I think there are still ways to make the two work best, or at least, I don't know, do a matchmaking kind of thing of like finding enough project managers and entrepreneurs that work with artists of some kind. But I think, yeah, that's just the thing I wanted to make sure it was said.
The one thing I would say is, as an engineer who is using these tools, I don't want the model that has had anybody's art or anything removed from it. Like, I want to tap into the collective, really what it is, just the collective everythingness that makes, us what it is, and then build magnificent brand new technologies and structures out of what this tool can bring. And I don't like disagree that there's the artists who are, holding up a foundation, a cornerstone of this. But from that cornerstone that this creative community has unwillingly bestowed, in a sense, to humanity and a collective, the incredible works of great public interest that will be generated from this is it's an awesome thing to contemplate.
That's for
as someone
sure.
who really, yeah. So
I think
that's
what
why,
makes it good.
and I don't want to pull out like the things, like you start pulling out the presence of like Alien from H.R. Geiger, which is an incredibly powerful visceral feeling. You start pulling out other artists like that, you're going to lose what made humanity what we are. At least the age of people here who know who Woody was, who knows Toy Story. Like, you can't just take that and pull it out of the heart and expect it to still function.
No, I think in the same vein to your point, is I agree with that, and I think there's a danger to that as well when it comes to like keeping the quality per se, or at least making it so that everyone can tap into everyone. And if there's no way to find compensation or a livable situation for many of the people who will generate like the top tier work, or like the work that really moves the things forward, because I think if those can't stay, then yeah, the quality will lessen. I think one of the important things that I did talk on with other friends in the space is that like yes, I don't believe in gatekeeping in terms of like everyone can create stuff and there is no such thing as like a true artist, but there is such thing as good work. The first years of doing anything creative it was shit, that you have to go through that period of time where all you do is kind of garbage, and then from that you can finally close the gap more and more in making work that is similar to your vision. And to make that happen and keep those people involved in this grand experiment, I guess, or at least this new step, there needs to be a way for them that it makes sense to continue. For those who are able to do that work, they may not have other really outstanding abilities that they can bring work in, because everyone knows that like if you have a 9 to 5 and you have to come home and do art that will change the world, well, good fucking luck.
So then let's say I look at that art and I take inspiration from it, and then that adds to everything I've experienced in my life, right? It's just a data set. And we have tools now that compile data sets. So like you could take from every experience I've had in my life. Like if I'm going to make a song, like when I was 2 years old, I was listening to P-Funk and the Funkadelics, mixed with Peter Frampton, along the lines, go up to mix Skrillex in it, mix some dubstep in it. And that's how I compile my shit. Like you could like, it's a different tool because you're just utilizing like a whole lifetime worth of experience, more than a lifetime.
I think if I can jump in, I think there is like a difference. Do you guys hear me first?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you,
we can hear you, but I'm so sorry. I'm hearing like crazy echo.
Dude. Can we just go to Fun Times on X? Can we just go to Wiggle and then Andrew first, and then we can come back to you, hon, because they've had their hands up for a little minute, so I don't want to skip over them. Go ahead, Wiggle.
Awesome, thanks Yvonne. Hey, yeah, just wanted to like add a little bit of perspective that I formulated while listening to everything. So nothing is original. Everything is extrapolation using AI or impressions in our mid computer. So it appears to me that Raid, who was like an artist who was here a couple days ago, he was so hung up on fighting the change, fighting what is, which may not be a winning battle, and it could have like a serious writer's block affecting his inspiration. He was like almost like I almost could feel the anger and anxiety, like almost like PTSD causing things. So I was actually a little bit worried for him. But the most prominent message that I got from him is that we should decelerate the advent of AI and figure it out, quote unquote. And we're now way beyond that point. We already broke the escape velocity to revisit or adjust the training material or the training sets as the models already deployed. So moving forward, I don't see any other way but to revisit the copyright laws with AI inclusion and perhaps make adjustments towards open source model where artists can still make money, but in a different way. Perhaps offering certain art for free and having subscription tiers, or having a lower res art for free and charging for high res, or playing ads if we're talking about streaming like YouTube or Spotify is doing, or both, where you can listen to the ads in Spotify or pay the subscription and exclude the ads. So, and same with YouTube. So there are ways to monetize. You just have to be creative. You have to enable an area of your brain which perhaps is not you always work in one creative direction, focusing on art, but this is just another creative area that you have to think of and exercise to monetize on it. And I think if art is good, it will definitely catch momentum, and people will appreciate it even through donations like Patreon. Like I know a lot of successful YouTubers. Well, maybe not personally, but I see like traction, and I can see that they are successful, and that's because people like what they do. So there are ways to monetize. You just have to enable that particular creativity within you. And I'll just finish on with something I said yesterday, but Adrian liked it, so I'll just reiterate it. Like, are you like, if you're so have so much anxiety on about being monetized, then maybe you should ask yourself if you're in it for the money, or you're like for any, or there are other means. Like, are you in a pursuit of happiness or in happiness of a pursuit? So yeah, like once you figure it out, just get up and start thinking on how to like accomplish your goals. Thanks.
100%. And where do you stick the money tap? Like, and who gets credit for what when it's based on a lifetime of experience? All right, we got some hands raised here.
Yeah, I was going to add quickly, I think it's awfully hypocritical, these, artists that want to paywall, paygate everything and their life's work and their contributions to a collective piece. Take The Matrix, for example. I've no doubt that what's his name or who's his face made some significant contributions, but did he solely create that IP? No, it was thousands of VFX artists. Like how long exactly are the Matrix credits? Exhaustive and infinite, practically. It feels like half of Hollywood's there. The other thing I would add is it's really ironic when science will be able to synthesize new proteins by K-folds and different innovations in AI that enable new types of cures to cancer, cures to dementia, et cetera, a long exhaustive list of advancements that I think are not even 100 years away. 10, 20 at most. And, the same artists that complain that, the access to their work and used in training will be benefiting in other scientific advancements, numerous ways for generations to come. And yet that's not even part of the conversation. It's like, spare me already. We're collectively contributing to humanity. I think that's what artists need to get behind if they really are truly passionate about what they do and not just in it for the money. And if you are just in it for the money, more power to you. I'm 100% on board with capitalism. Go spin up a production studio and explicitly license exclusive rights to different firms like Warner Brothers or whomever that'll no doubt continue to keep you in some kind of employment. Like you have collective bargaining for a reason. That's all I'll say.
The other thing to consider in this argument here, and thinking back to like Walt Disney, like he decided to go out and build Walt Disney World in a swamp, and he put a tunnel underneath Walt Disney World. Like you walk down Main Street, there is a tunnel under your feet when you're there in Orlando. And he did this with a vision, but he had a comprehensive team of everybody behind him. And now we've enabled that sort of vision and that sort of ability to tap into that portions of our brains. We've given these tools to the future generations. We've given these tools to children in school right now. If they create something that had, an infinitesimal portion of your art in it, are you going to say that art that child created is not their own? I think it's madness to be able to say something like that.
Nabil, you have your hand up.
So when I was doing Res Rock with the Richard Branson group and BBC, when I brought James Brown in there, after we did the live music thing, he got furious at me. And he told me I ruined the music industry. I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, well, anybody's going to be able to be a music star now. He said, we're not going to be able to regulate music, and we had all this, and we didn't speak to each other for a while over it. Not until we did the Van Morrison tour in Europe. And so when he died, 2 lawyers who I personally knew had robbed him of all of his money. And it was Prince who helped Deanna, his daughter, sue to get the money back from the 2 lawyers. It was $130 million. So, they ended up winning the lawsuit. Well, Prince ended up dying of a drug overdose. That's the drama of people fighting over money. So I heard an undertone in there of people, and if you're in it for the money, if you're doing this, if you're doing that. James Brown loved music and he loved people. But he really reacted negatively to me about doing online music and open source stuff. So old school thinking will always hold back progress on the internet. And doing things for money in the art world is always going to, if you're not doing what you're doing because you love it, you're backing up anyway. And I just wanted to throw that in there because that was a personal experience with a famous person, a bunch of famous people, where the lure of the money and the arguing over the money, it really never ends well for anybody. I'm very good friends with another famous musician, Dave Marshall, who was standing on a stage working with Michael Jackson the day he died, getting ready to go on tour. So, the whole music industry is full of, it's a gangster business. And people are out for money, they sue. It's always something going on. People are stealing music all the time. If people think that the music industry is some glamorous thing, what we're talking about here is no small time thing that doesn't go on. I just spent the last like 10 years in Nashville because James Brown died, and I decided to go up there and do music. And I was dating Josh Miller's cousin, and I put Josh Miller in the studio with Georgia Florida Line. He was on the way over there and called me, said, "I'm so nervous I can't breathe." I said, "Look, son, I've been around this my whole life. God has to be involved. If it's meant to be, it'll be." When he went in the studio, they asked him to come up with an idea. He was so nervous he didn't know what to say. So he just said, "If it's meant to be, it'll be." That was the longest #1 song since Stairway to Heaven. That is how the music industry is. I didn't ask him for any money for that. Listening to that song, watching people sing that song, that is the joy of being a part of something that becomes, and I've heard someone saying, humanity, art, the whole thing. You know, you just keep going forward, and if people can be a part of something that helps humanity, the veteran that can have an AI in his house that he can talk to and not be lonely, or the autistic child who can have the toy in his room that can help him develop to be normal, and all these other things that are being held back by all these silly lawsuits. Lawsuits are the sport of kings. And the common people like us who are out here trying to formulate all of these solutions because we're around the people who need the solutions, we don't need to trouble ourselves with all that. I truly believe it. We just have to keep doing what we do and hope for the best. Things are going to be, some days are good, some days are not so good, but I don't know I have bad days. I just really don't. And I just wanted to throw that in there. I've seen a lot of bad stuff go down over people arguing about money and all around the music industry. And I've have really powerful, popular friends in the music industry, and there's drug addiction in there and everything else. It's just always going on. Just people think it's so glamorous. It's really not. It's just not. And there's a lot of people
Christopher,
stealing music all the time.
Christopher, I love what you're sharing, and it's so true. I was going to say, and then we'll go to Brian. I saw that you had your hand up. I was going to say, you and Katie should do a space together, because she's done a space talking about the music industry, and it kind of tore her up a little bit. It could be an interesting space for people to have a little bit more of a enlightened understanding of what that business is really like. So I'm just throwing that out there to you. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but Brian, jump in.
That was sweet. Thank you.
Wow. Thanks, guys. Great to be here. Yvonne and everybody. Really great stuff. You know, it's serendipitous that Michael Jackson and The Matrix was mentioned in this single space, because I kind of want to start off showing the derivative quality of all forms of art, and in this case, maybe screenplays, movies, special effects. In 1986, a guy by the name of Michael Jackson looked at some old jazz, 1923, I think, jazz performers dancing. And he noticed this sort of lean back maneuver that was being done in Chicago clubs. It's very kind of slow motion lean back. And you might know where I'm going with this. So Michael Jackson saw that and he said, wow, I've never seen that before. You know, something from 1928 in the jazz clubs. Who knows where they derived it from? Michael Jackson saw it, and he ultimately wrote a patent, one of the few patents that Michael Jackson got granted, which he was granted in 1993 after some back and forths about it. He invented a shoe that sort of has a bevel on it that it's a variation of a tap shoe with a heel removal thing. And it would go into a peg that was on the floor. And Smooth Criminal was the first time he debuted that. Really, this kind of started in 84, 85. Matrix was done in 1999. And Yvonne properly pointed out that maneuver where the bullet goes flying by and people leaning back. That was derivative of watching Smooth Criminal. And you can kind of dive into that and find out that some of the screenwriters ultimately admitted to that. Now, the technique of filming that in slow motion and seeing the bullet whiz by, one could argue that was derivative of some of the Japanese martial arts movies that were taking place just about 5-6 years earlier. They did not have the technology to special effect a bullet flying by, but they did do the special effects of that slow motion sort of thing. So in that one scene, which is highly unique, yet highly derivative, we have this sort of complex problem that AI represents. If one were to try to deconstruct it, like I just did, and there's more elements to that, even that scene where I can show different derivatives. But the Michael Jackson situation is really clear. That was a profound effect. It was a profound effect in Smooth Criminal. Go back, look at the video, then look at The Matrix, and you're like, whoa, why didn't I notice this? A lot of people don't. Even people who may have actually wrote it, they didn't know it at the first blush when they came up with the idea, but later on they admitted that, well, yeah, it was probably derivative. I don't know exactly the circumstances at this point, but I remember that. So at top of my X posting, I quoted Igor Stravinsky. He's actually attributed to the comment, "A good composer does not imitate, he steals." And a lot of people thought that was Steve Jobs. It actually has incarnations all the way up to the 1700s. And I put in a quote to the site that tracked where this quote originally came from. In that, I have two pieces of art that are representative of this quagmire we're in. And one is Liechtenstein, and how, if you see it's first one in the link, he literally lifted a comic book piece and made it into an art piece, a poster piece. That particular poster, one could estimate, brought in somewhere north of about $300 million. The original comic book artist, they got zero. And unfortunately, when they were alive, they didn't even realize that this was going down. The next art piece is what looks like an ad or maybe even a shelf of Campbell's soup cans. And of course, we know what we're talking about here. We're talking about Andy Warhol. And I went into this yesterday about what Warhol felt about art. He was actually trying to, how did he put it, kick art in the crotch because he was quite mad at it. He got this idea from walking through the grocery store, saw a bunch of Campbell's soup cans lined up, called one of his assistants, said, take a picture of that. And they just literally traced out the original picture, dropped out, the shelving and all that. That was Andy Warhol. What's going on here? And in a piece I wrote about how art has always been stealing from the prior and even contemporary generations, and sometimes very blatantly. Some of it has to do with stealing technologies, like Yvonne spoke about, lighting effects. How did an artist create this dimensionality? When we first got to three-dimensional art from cave art, there was the beginnings of that with shadings on the edge of cave art. You could actually see that, and this was very early. We didn't really think in art history that this was really taking place, that as they were fading out the charcoal, they were actually creating dimensionality to a bison. And because of time and what are we talking about? I think 16,000 years, we lost some of that. But we can actually conclude that some dimensionality was there even before we thought. And so a lot of the prior art was building on that. And of course, we are always imitating nature to some extent. We can even go into Cubism and Bauhaus and all these different movements, which are deconstructionism of the peak that art reached in realism. And I'm not going to get into we can go down a rabbit hole about what all these art movements mean. A lot of them are emotional and a lot of them are political. The Bauhaus and deconstructive art is a political statement as much as it is as an art statement. And maybe we could say that about a lot of art. So let me add one more piece to this little recipe I'm making. The radio station. The radio station was a form of a music discovery system for artists pretty much starting from the 1940s on to about the 1990s. The discovery system was a compromise. And radio stations originally did not pay any money to the artists when they published their work. Later on, between there ought to be a law type of individuals, we're going to study this because we're going to see this play out. The same characters, same bureaucrats, the same intellectuals will rise up and create complex laws, which ultimately led to the demise of a lot of art and a lot of public performance. The music rights organization, like look up Harry Fox. I'm sure most people here don't even know who Harry Fox is. But if you take a version of an existing song and record it, you have to pay money to Harry Fox. And you pretty much don't have a choice unless that artist broke out of the system. BMI, ASCAP, or public performance organizations. I'm getting a reverse. Public performance, Harry Fox, and then mechanical rights is meaning the actual mechanical recording, BMI and ASCAP. And a little sideline, if you were to sing Happy Birthday to You in a restaurant 15 years ago, and you didn't have a blanket license with Harry Fox, BMI and ASCAP, you could be sued. And that's why you hear a derivative of a happy birthday song, which is Happy, Happy Birthday. A lot of people are like, well, what the hell is that? Where did that come from? Well, that was because the musical rights, which, by the way, if you go into the stealing of Happy Birthday to You from the 1920s, it's talk about corruption and mafia figures. That song is an example. But that song ultimately yielded almost, I think we're talking about just under $300 million for its lifetime, and to the various quote unquote authors that have collected and have done shakedowns. So yeah, you couldn't sing Happy Birthday to You in a public performance, meaning more than 5 people, without paying a licensing fee. In fact, if you hear any music in a public place whatsoever, whether it's coming from a radio station or some kind of satellite service, if there's not a blanket license covering that performance, that owner can be facing very, very high and stiff penalties. And there's always example cases that come up in even this modern era. So now we have all these different pieces about music, right? Music discovery, artists weren't being paid. But what were they doing? Well, they were selling records. That was one of the original premises. And the record labels, who at that point had 99% of the power, most of the radio era, were they would make hit artists and hit songs. You look up the payola scandals and things of that nature. It did not take much to drive some good songs into popular songs with the right disc jockey and the right radio station playing it. So that being said, what happened? Well, regulations were put together where licensing rights were required by the radio stations. They turned out to be much lower than originally demanded. Artists tried to, in a sense, form unions, tried to get what would essentially be a much larger income from when their songs were played on the radio stations. Record executives saw it a different way because they were making so much money on the records. They wanted to be able to tie music to a mechanical process. Understand that part of it. The record industry was based on the mechanical process of a piece of material that had to be manufactured. There was constraint in that manufacturing. There were only so many record producers, and there was a percentage given to these record labels, even if you weren't a signed artist, because you were paying a tax to get the record manufactured. RCA is a good example. Then RCA went full circle. Well, they were always full circle, but they got full circle in licensing rights to the playback systems. The original playback systems, of course, record. The RCA method actually turned out to be the most valuable method, and also patented. So that had to be licensed to anybody else that made a record player. That later took place with tapes and tape formats. 8-track tape is an example. Cassette tapes. These are all trying to vie for a special mechanical patent so somebody can own the distribution of the music. But again, in the background was the radio. The radio was to be, at some point, utopian, a pure form where the artist could actually get a larger piece of their money back. It didn't materialize. It became very low, and it became a mechanism to advertise the concept of the record. And the single off a record became a teaser to buy the album. And there was a lot of work to make sure through most of the 50s and 60s that you didn't do something called deep tracks. And deep tracks were music pieces that were inside the album that sometimes were better objectively. So that there was a fortune cookie type of surprise that somebody felt the value received for that record. So remember, you couldn't. A record was you had to buy the whole thing, and then obviously singles became a thing. But most people, the single was a promotional into that artist's repertoire. Now, fast forward to today. Well, in the Napster, iTunes, Spotify era, music really became many things. The original model still existed, but artists actually started to get even less money with electronic reproduction. In fact, in some cases, it went lower than the peak of what they were making when radio stations were paying a percentage to broadcast. In fact, as it is today, you can have a hit song on Spotify and make a few $100s a year. It's ridiculous the amount of money an artist can make. So that monetization system train left the station long ago. Now I'm talking about music, and we can go into art in a second. So what do we do?
There's a future.
What's that?
I said there's a future. I mean, back in the day, you were an music artist. You'd you'd print so many albums, and then you put those out. And then those, I have a bunch of them. Vinyl records. They become collector's items.
Limited edition.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
And then
that was a process.
Moving
Posters.
forward, when I started seeing the NFT thing, so I was thinking about coming out with NFT of I just do 1,000 of that one song, and then somebody actually owns that on the blockchain, a part of that song, and then they can sell it and trade
Nobody
it.
owns web links on the blockchain. It's bullshit. NFTs are fucking garbage. That's all that they are. They don't exist. If you want to take information, you encode it on the blockchain. It's not on the blockchain. It's a fucking web link, bro. It's like if I gave you it's like if I took your art and I put it on a website and here's your web link. There you go. That's your image. It's like, here, you own the web link. You don't even own the fucking website. You don't even own the data on the website. It's a token on the blockchain that that has a fucking web link attached to it on a website that you don't own, pointing to an image that you also don't own.
And Adrian, it's going to evaporate.
Garbage.
It's going to evaporate, right? Somebody's not going to maintain that web link, and it's going to be on.
EVM is really interesting, but it's not designed for art. It's not designed for this. You can make it probably for contracts, but there are things done with this technology that deserve to disappear entirely. Just if Ethereum were to go to disappear the next morning, I'll tell you what, it'll be better for humanity.
Yeah. So let me put a cap on this. So basically, the only avenue that I think artists have today, and now that we're going into visual arts and even movies to a certain extent, is public performance. Music and art initially started as public performance. A lot of folks don't understand it. Leonardo da Vinci, when he was doing his work, especially when he was doing work for the church, there would be tours of people that would pay money to watch him do his work. This has always been the case. We as humans love to see art being performed. I've consulted with a lot of artists, some artists that have been very depressed over what AI was going to represent. I started talking to them about 7 to 10 years ago about this, and now it's coming to fruition. If you are like Yvonne, like a physical artist, I'm telling you, one of the easiest ways to make your art respected by the newest generations who think that art is just like background music or background visual pixels that are, they don't see the value because you can rip it so quickly, is to create videos of you creating it and giving access to those videos. And I present a lot of it on my X feed of artists actually just doing their work, and they are literally monetizing that in a very creative level. Of course, just by putting it out on YouTube and collecting, just standard advertising, running it on any other type of monetizable platform. Ultimately, X. I mean, I tell artists, do a speeded up version of you making that art piece, right? And then sell access to it directly for a slower version where you're talking through it, where you're emoting through it. I have one artist friend, and she would not want, they're relatively famous. She will not like me to talk about it directly, but I think she's finally going to do it. She cries, she screams, she falls on the ground, emoting to try to get the art out of her. It's very interesting to watch, and it's not a performance really. It's the process they go through to extract what is in them emotionally. I would say in modern terms they go into a hypnagogic sort of trance, and they're trying to reach their muse, that inspiration. And I watched it at one time. One of the few people who got to see this, and I said, that's your monetization into the future. People need to see that, and it will pay a lot of money, not just like $10 a month, but maybe thousands of dollars to experience that either in person or a streaming or even a video that you sell. And other people, like I have a really famous guitar player friend, and I said, listen, you've never done a how-to. Let's just break your songs down into how-tos. And now, what is it? Is it art? Is it education? It's a monetization system for the artist to be able to talk about their art, the thing that they love, and to do performances. And then finally, public performances of art. Well, all music is going to have to ultimately go back to being a public performed mechanism, whether it's in cyberspace, virtually, whether it's physical space. I prefer physical space. I prefer maybe the cyberspace virtual reality to give me elements of angles that I've never seen before. And sonically, I'd love to be able to put my pair of my binaural ears anywhere within the sonic sphere of that music being performed. So I would like to be able to move around and say, okay, bring me closer to the keyboard player. Now get me real close to the drummer, and things like that. You will pay money for that when you love that art. The people who are clinging on to something that existed for a very small period of time, this mechanical form of music, this concept, I mechanically constrain supply, I press it into a record. That technology limits the amount of it's not an egalitarian or democratic process unless you went to one of those record booths, and they were everywhere. People would record messages and send them on a lathe type of record system, but the fidelity and the quality would only allow those things to be played maybe a few dozen times before you couldn't hear what was going on. You could also cut it into wax like Edison did, but that constraint is now broken. The same is true about movies. And the ending of this sort of tirade I'm going on, monetization always needs to be rethought. And really good artists rethink this, not just, every generation, but every couple of months, because the rate of change is accelerating so rapidly that even us, we're cutting edge technologists here, and we're still talking about, Grimes and, she's remixing her music. That shit's old already. It's great. I love it, but people are bored with that. And they moved on. Yeah, David Bowie did that in 1990s. I mean, this stuff has been around for a while. Unfortunately, this generation coming up does not have the same relationship with art that prior generations have had. And what I mean by prior generations is I mean post 1890s, right? Before there was a physical medium. Prior to that, if you needed to see a performance, you had to physically be there. You had to physically hear an orchestra. You had to physically be in somebody's garage playing, forms of Irish and country type of music and Delta blues and African rhythms that ultimately became rock and roll. You had to be in somebody's garage to hear that stuff. And it literally existed in the 1800s. We just don't know about it because there was no form of recording it. So we see the rise of the star. We see the rise of the artist and the musician star when there was a physical medium of recording. We are past that stage. We're in the Andy Warhol stage where you literally everything is quote unquote art. So how do we proceed if we're an artist? Well, first off, we encourage people who have any direction in art to not give up, to not just say that that's what it is. And we do that by not looking in the past and saying, well, there's never going to be a Beatles again. Well, no, there isn't. You're not going to see that galvanization. Taylor Swift is probably the last one that we're going to see this happen to. And she's being propped up like I've never seen anything propped up at all. Now, don't get me wrong. Taylor Swift actually is quite a vital performer. But she makes her money just as much in the public performance as she does in the music that she recreates from the writers that work with her. So we're not going to see it after that. We're at the end of the star, it's a bittersweet thing to me. I grew up in that era, but that's the reality. So if we're raising kids to say someday you'll be like the Beatles or Hendrix or Led Zeppelin or Eminem, whoever you think is cool, no, it's probably not going to happen the way you think. But the thing about public performance is that if you have an artist that's highly creative, their ability to engage the audience with a public performance is nothing more than magical. I had the pleasure and honor to be on Van's Warped Tour for almost 15 years. And I can name people like, I'll name one person. Andrew WK is, a lot of people might see him as a sideline to the music industry. But to see him perform publicly, the amount of energy and the amount of simpatico he got with the audience, because a lot of his songs, many people think it's all about partying. It was really a metaphor. It was a way for a youth to try to deal with the nihilistic bullshit that was starting to come up that we're living through right now. That was the first generation that was dealing with nihilism to the really high degree. The 60s generation obviously brought that about, but it really hit home to that generation. And the punk movement was just as much a support of nihilism as a rebellion against it. And Andrew WK basically, in his philosophy, and he would talk between the songs, he would try to create this sort of union between everybody in the audience. And the mosh pit became sort of that connection of the community. These things cannot be duplicated anywhere else. And if there are children, there are young teens that have never experienced intense music played publicly, and they've not seen it in its raw state. The last raw music was the punk screamo movement. We cannot say that electronic music gets to that same level. I'm not saying it doesn't have emotional impacts, things like that. It doesn't stop people from dancing. It's a different thing. There's an abandonment and that takes place in electronic dance music. Nothing wrong with that. There was something else that was taking place at the end of the punk movement. It was a cathartic emotional release of the ghosts that were haunting these kids, watching their parents grow up, or more likely watching their parents refuse to grow up, which is really the echo that we're living through. Now, I don't want to get into psychology. People get mad at me, but that was the essence of what the Van's Warped Tour gave me. A PhD in psychology is what it did. Is I tried to understand, what does this movement represent? Why are people screaming? Why are they cutting themselves? What's this cutting about? I discovered cutting in 2003 on the Van's Warped Tour. I didn't know what I was dealing with. and it was such an experience to listen to I really wish I recorded this stuff, but it would have been even more weird. But just listening to people explain what their home life was like and why they felt this tribe connection with these emo and screamo bands, or what some people were wrongly quoting as goth. It's like your black eyeliner, black clothes. Oh, you're goth. It's like, no, you don't even get what's going on within the heads of these kids. That was a release valve, and that was the last generation who was able to do that. So fast forward to now. Public performance attendance is down dramatically. Public performance and venues have dropped significantly even before COVID. And post-COVID, they're not coming back. In fact, because we live in a bubble wrap world, the whole concept of stage diving, crowd surfing, and mosh pits would not be tolerated by the generation that actually went through that to send their 13, 14, and 15-year-olds into that fray. One of my most memorable concerts was CBGB's with the Ramones. And that was a very small venue. The entire venue was a mosh pit. It was a performative act. And this is my final point of this about AI and music and artists. Your art as an artist becomes a performance the moment you become a performer. I said this yesterday. The moment you take money from a human being, you've lost that ability to say that you're purely just an artist. You are an artist, but you're now a performer. And I believe that once you're able to marry into the concept that your performance of creating your art is just as valuable as the art that you record and send up to Spotify or it gets slurped up into AI. Once you make that distinction, you want to know what's going to happen? I don't care whether or not I don't care what artist you are. If you really understand this equation, if AI slurps up my entire life's work and I cry in a corner or emote in one of these spaces of how angry I am that I'm no longer needed, we're all going to be doing that, by the way. So get in line. Every single one of us, I don't care who you are, we're going to get in line, because whatever we thought was valuable that we offered the world, it's going to be replaced by some sort of technology in our lifetime more rapidly than we expect. That is reality. So this is a space for everybody to deal with. So before we fold our arms and get mad at these artists for being little whiny babies, get yourself behind them, because you're going to be there too. I don't care what you do. Doesn't matter. And I can get into the debate about, oh no, I'm special. No. What's going to change is how we do it, what we get compensated for. And by the way, compensations are going to be larger than we could ever possibly have imagined from the older systems, because the way we get compensated is going to dramatically change as we start dividing these different units up of what an artist represents. And again, in the movie genre, that's a lot more complicated, because there's ideas of director's cuts, point of view of Neo versus point of view of somebody else, one of the all of these different things that you can buy into and replicate, and that AI couldn't possibly get to that level. You create your scarcity by creativity, but you also know that it's like Wile E. Coyote. At some point, you're going to ride off the cliff, and there ain't going to be any ground. So I unfortunately don't kill the messenger. I don't like saying this, but no matter what your monetization system is, no matter who we are, it's going to end. Whether you based it on a college degree and you got $300K that you have to pay down, whether it's some very arcane thing that you've done, do it really well and understand that there are other aspects to it that you can get compensated for. And it's going to take some creativity. But if you think about it long enough, the compensation is there if you're willing to do it. So yes, unfortunately, great artists have been stealing, like Igor Stravinsky has said. It has been going on forever, and it has been breaking hearts forever. It's just been accelerated, and now we can see it in generations. So if you leave one thing from what I've said here, is stop motivating kids to get into STEM, because that's not an answer, right? Whatever that means. I always thought it was hilarious. And I'm a programmer. I'm in technology. That's all I do all day long in my garage. It's all I talk about with a lot of my clients. So I'm not anti-STEM. I'm not anti-accelerationist or anything like that. But that's bullshit. That is low order thinking, and it's really lazy thinking, because whatever was in STEM is going to be replaceable, right, at some point. However, understanding the concepts in STEM and understanding the concepts of literature, understanding the concepts of history, understanding the concepts of psychology and the human existence, a 360-degree education will fortify you to a level that you're impervious to whatever is going to take place in front of you. So the best advice we can give young people is, hey, if you're going to mess around with the guitar in your room, turn it up and emote as much as you can. Get those lyrics, get those ideas, get those feelings out. If you're an artist, go at it with extra vigor. Go at it like this is your last piece. That's what I used to tell everybody before they went on the stage. This is your last time you're ever going to be on an effing stage. Do not leave 1 ounce of sweat that you could take off that stage. And if you perform that way, that person, you've done something magical. You've passed the torch to another generation to be inspired. There is one kid who feels like nobody loves him, locked up in their room. They come out, they think they're ugly, think nobody cares. They go to a Warped Tour concert, and it's somebody sang a song a certain way, and you resonated with. You got home, you got a guitar from mom, grandmom, whatever. And you didn't know how to play, but you knew you had something to say. That's why we should never get elitist about any forms of art. Now, I do make fun of movements, all right? And I think we should do that. Certain movements that are deconstructive. I believe that they are trying to take the glory of great art away from us. And that's another philosophical problem. But I don't want to pollute what I'm saying here. That's another issue. But that teenager was passed the torch. And that teenager was a guy named Jared Way. He started My Chemical Romance. He was born in Newark, same place I was born. And, being born in Newark ain't a fun place when he was born and when I was born. And, you needed something to motivate you out of that condition. And yeah, it's not like being born in the worst places of the world, but it is sort of a different place than most places in the United States. Those different constraints, those different pressures force, he saw a David Bowie concert and would have loved to have seen Freddie Mercury. And if you know My Chemical Romance, you know what I'm talking about. You can hear it. My Chemical Romance, incredible band. I mean, you listen to Black Parade, that album is absolutely a phenomenal classic album. And I got to sit down with Jared, and I was like, while he's writing it on the tour, I'm like, what do you? He goes, I got to write a homage to David Bowie, Mata Hoople, and because that was one of them. The whole glam rock era of the '70s that so influenced him. And I said, absolutely. He said, but nobody's doing it. Everybody just wants this screamo punk stuff. And he was trying to break out of the genre. That's why we don't label anything. I used to tell people, stop with the labeling crap in your music and in your life. That's a victimization of yourself and victimization of your art. Sometimes you have to explain it with using crayons, but then drop the crayons and get the fine points of explaining what you're doing. He felt like a fraud at first because he heard all of the influences he felt in all the young dudes or Suffragette City and things like that. But he wanted to do it in a way that would inspire another generation. Now, I don't know if Bowie ever got to hear it. They were at one time really nearly the same management team. I have a feeling it did. And finally, I'll give you one last thing. Before you really dive in these hard debates about derivative AI, this is going to be a little bit of a sidetrack, but it trust me, it conditions your mind to be in the right state of mind. Go to YouTube, type in Hurt and Johnny Cash. And I use this to motivate a lot of artists. That song was written by Trent Reznor while he was heavily addicted to heroin. It was a very dark song about how he could no longer feel. Just listen to the lyrics. And just before Johnny Cash died, there was a lot of people got together to try to get one more album out of him. He had lost his wife. That was his center of his life. He had lost his health. He was heavily diabetic. He's lost his eyesight, his hearing, even his ability to be on pitch. And that song was presented to him. And he said, nah, I can't do this. And Trent did not want that song to be stolen from him, is exactly what he said. That's my song. It's very personal to me. Now, did Trent get compensated? Yes. So there's compensation things that we always have to talk about because it was a one-for-one copy of exactly that song, but it was in Johnny Cash's style. So when you watch Hurt and Trent saw that video, immediately after seeing that video, he said, I no longer own that song. That's Johnny Cash's song. That's not my song. Because he bought into this thing that I've been saying for a while in these spaces. You are in a collaboration with the world the moment you perform. The moment you release your music, you're collaborating with the world. They start owning pieces of it, internalizing, and they don't forget it. And they will be making derivatives of it over and over as a homage to you, knowingly, unknowingly, or even just trying to be as good as you or as better, right? So when Johnny Cash did that, he wasn't trying to rip off Trent Reznor. He was trying to conceptualize the very last minutes of his life. And I don't know anybody that doesn't come off watching that video without tears in their eyes, no matter how they feel about Johnny Cash, no matter what they feel about country music or whatever you think that genre is, because it isn't country, by the way, or whatever you think about his image entirely, because it is humanity being raw exposed, and it's one basic piano note that does you in. Are you going to have lawyers sitting around in Congress and Senate talking about that haunting one single piano note? Because watch it. You can actually see him playing that one note. That one note will rip people apart. I've watched some really hardcore people who have never cried literally in public, cry in public when they're really, I'm going to concentrate on that note. Just concentrate on that note. What is it doing to you? You start getting ripped apart. That's what music is supposed to do. Now, if we're going to try to encapsulate that into such, I'm going to write a lawsuit and narrow to be a law, and I'm going to get with this artist, and we're going to do this. Yeah, I really appreciate these folks that are doing it. But like I said yesterday, some of the wrong people at that freaking table. They're usually, unfortunately, nerds, legal professionals, people that have an axe to grind. My axe to grind is humanity. That's it. You want to know my hidden agenda? I love everybody. I want to see all humans thrive. Every single freaking one of us. That's it. It's my hidden agenda. And maybe some people might say that. I don't know if it shows in their actions by some of the things they say and do. Quacks and waddles. But there's a lot of people that are just going to approach this. You wait. Monday morning, we're going in there, guns blazing, and we're going to save art for these musicians, and we're going to throw away all these models, and we're going to make everybody erase their memory from all the songs they ever heard. Because if anybody does anything derivative now, they're going to get skewed. Meanwhile, we have R&B and rap music, right? And sampling and EDM and all other things that were sampling. It's like that horse left the stable with Walk This Way, right? When that happened, that was a fork in the road. A lot of those people weren't even born yet. And they didn't even understand what the hell was going on when that was going down. It's no different today. These derivatives are going to take place, whether it's mechanically by a computer or by somebody in their bedroom trying to make homage to David Bowie and Lou Reed or something like that, and wind up creating a masterpiece called, The Black Parade, or Johnny Cash, who had no connection to Trent Reznor whatsoever, doesn't even know what industrial music was.
And Trent really had no respect for Johnny Cash, by the way. You know, he saw him as part of this, you know, he had a different take on Johnny Cash and the music after that song. And I think a lot of people do. And there's another lesson to be learned there about labeling and categorizing and thinking you know what you know. I know one thing, I don't know. That's it. That's all. You start with that. So as we approach this whole thing, yeah, it's going to be messy. Yeah, it's going to hurt. But before we get and line up between the bifurcated, because there's always one team against another, and we start carrying our flags, ask if that's really the world you want. Ask if you really want a world that it becomes more and more and more and more constrained, that somebody can't do derivative works. And again, another thing I wrote about, you know, in my X feed is about why we need copyrights and patents to end. They become the refuse that the next generation grows upon. The Walt Disney patent extension law of 95 years for Mickey Mouse was corruption at its finest. You know, I'm sorry that, you know, we held on to Mickey Mouse for so long. You know, listen, I have kids. I have feelings about Mickey Mouse. I'd love to see him protected. There's already a horror movie coming out. There is, of course, the Winnie the Pooh horror movie. There's going to be all kinds of porn based on it. It's going to be really sad. But there is very high wisdom about the idea of breaking patents and copyrights over a very short period of time. Just enough for an edge for that original creator and then let it go. Not to monetize it for the rest of your freaking life. Happy birthday to you for almost 100 odd years. It was unfair. Especially when you realize that the original author got zero compensation from the song. I wrote a Quora piece about it about 18 years ago. One of my earliest pieces. And it was very controversial because a lot of people did not believe that song would still be collecting royalties. So how do we move forward about derivative art? Well, nanotransactions is something that could be very vital. And a lot of the speakers within these sort of town halls we've been having about this since these lawsuits have been right. That I think when artists start taking pieces of their work and donating it to the cause in mass, they're actually getting a form of promotion that only radio could have given them back in the era of the 50s. They have the possibility that people could discover their work. They have the possibility that their work, of course, is going to be used and diluted to a certain level. But, you know, maybe one Satoshi for any time art that was originally built on that model, you know, and again, it's going to slow down some of the large language models and the diffusion models. But, you know, it's certainly possible that you have a royalty compensation schedule built into some of this. Yeah, it could definitely work. But it's not going to be a replacement for selling a gold record in the 1950s. Those days are gone. It's not even going to be a replacement to what Spotify's paying out or Apple, iTunes, or something like that. But it is going to be a recognition, and it is going to be an ability for somebody to get some notification of what are we getting as artists. When people buy our work, when people buy our music, or they attend our movies or our performances, it's a vote with their wallet. They've made a financial investment in wanting a piece of your time. And that is an extraordinarily valuable thing. You can't ever forget that as high up as you get up the ladder as an artist. Because when you're a struggling artist, you are begging the world for attention. You're begging the world for just, give me just 5 minutes of your time. Hear my music, or watch me do this, or look at my art, you know? And then we get to a certain level, and then there's arrogance. It's like, no, now I'm the artist. Now I'm arrived. Now you're going to have to pay to even walk into this you know, art exhibit before you even get to look at my stuff, let alone get a print. The print's going to be $50K, you know? So anyway, that's some of the things I'd like people to start thinking about. I know it's not during the mainstream of what most people are thinking about, but I'm trying to give a more nuanced opinion of this because I think it's vital as we send people off to Washington and courthouses to start bouncing their hands on the table about there ought to be a law. Because I think those laws are going to have incredibly bad unintended circumstances that arise. So anybody got any comments on it? I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, Brian, you're always welcome to have tangents on our space. No problem, man. Because these points are super important. I personally, just quickly, personally, I always thought like the copyright we have right now is sort of a historical anomaly, right? As you talked about, for thousands of years, we have shared ideas between us and benefited from that, right? And maybe it had made sense when it first came up, but I think it doesn't make sense for a long time, even before AI. And I think the benefits will outweigh what we lose. I think small and middle-sized artists will benefit enormously because they just can do more, right? The only, as you said, the age of the star is probably over. The only thing that's dismantled here is like the industry, the music industry, the movie industry, but they have kind of behaved like machines anyhow, right? Every movie you see, every music from Taylor Swift is calculated, it's science, it's like done as if done by a machine. So it's not surprising that that kind of stuff is the stuff that is threatened here. But I think the individual artists should celebrate this because we can do just more now. And really thank you for your take.
I appreciate everything you said, Brian. You really concisely explained a lot of mushy words I said spread out over several different times of talking, and you spelled it out.
Dude, by the way, so it just kind of like occurred to me when I was like just sitting here seeing the engagement on the timeline. It's interesting, like we are here having conversations that will potentially alter the future quite heavily, and we are basically supplying awareness around certain things that are happening in order to basically be prepared. You know, I don't think you can ever truly be ready, but you can definitely have an understanding of where we're heading, because in a sense, it is always good to bear a torch, even though you head out into dark, uncharted waters, right? You need to have some sort of idea of what's happening. With that, I think it's interesting what is being done right now, where everyone focuses on the obvious psyop, the carrot on the stick, if you will, which is politics, right? I've seen these many spaces right now. Even there's one with the fucking Epstein client list and shit that's been released 5 years ago, but everyone's memeing on it now because it just became a more viral thing. So it's crazy to me. It absolutely is mind-blowing. I even put this out as a post just now, where I said, politics as a growth market has become an exploitation of modern society's descent into madness. And I think that's exactly what it is. I mean, when you go into such spaces and you hear them speak, the only thing that comes to my mind is complete, unfettered, and unnecessary chaos and madness. That's it. It's madness. It's fucking madness. Like, people that initially would have similar interests and would be kind of level on a playing field for what they could do and could even leverage their differences to achieve great things are at each other's throats as a result of these differences, simply because they have been scammed in a different way and seem to believe that the world is more real to them in their way than the other world is to the other person that they're fighting with. It's crazy. It's just absolutely fucking mad.
Poetry, Adrian. You know, and I think art and music, to take sort of this angle of it, is that commonality that allows us to communicate on a level that's beyond words, right? There are emotions that are expressed within certain songs. One of the reasons the 60s did so well is that a lot of the concepts were communicated within songs, and they were very base, small concepts. We don't have that today. A lot of the concepts are really kind of sort of, especially in some modern music, is I hate the world and I want to leave the world behind. If you really look at the deconstruction of the lyrics, there's very little optimism in lyrics today. In fact, there was about 5 or 6 academic studies that looked at the optimism scale of lyrics, and have been dropping off since the mid
2000s. So it isn't a recent thing in politics. It's actually been going on. And I'll add one final thing. Some of the bands that I was managing were told by the record label the subject matter of their lyrics had to be in this direction, meaning more depressive, more negative. And it was a moment in time where I really started to wake up to just how intimately involved some people are into shifting the zeitgeist of humanity. And I was told in the early 2000s that optimistic music is done. It's over. Things that inspire and things that lift people up, it's all over. And I was given different songs to listen to, and artists, and I'm not going to say who they are. And they were read into the same programs, and you could hear their music. And I was hearing kids repeating those songs over and over like mantras. And all of us are victims of it. It's part. Music is a hypnotic experience. This has been known forever. The Sufis knew this, and even prior to that, the Celts in Ireland, they had all sorts of different things that they did to get themselves into sort of a hypnagogic or hypnotized sort of state. And I asked this individual, who as high up as they get in one of the artist representation firms and record labels, they said, this is just the way it is. These are the subject matters. Now, we're not going to tell you exactly, but you have to cover these subjects. And we're seeing it play out right now. I ask anybody who's listening to modern music right now, give me really a truly optimistic song. I'm not just saying the sound of the song. I'm saying the actual content of the lyrics. And imagine if that is all you've ever heard as a kid, that all your music is this negative. You're just going to die. You get shot in the hood, something like that. That's all you hear. You're going to start internalizing those concepts. Now, this isn't me saying, oh, let's write happy songs. No, that has to be organic. It has to bubble up. And, optimism has to be real. But we're experiencing it right now throughout our culture. It has become so permeated now. We're looking at a 25-year mark, essentially 25 years since I've known that this bend is taking place, and the research supports it. And then you look at the tones, you look at the beats per minute, and you can really start seeing what's going on, and you can get really conspiratorial on why A is at 440 and not another tuning, and what that represents to cell growth. And we can get into, plants. I've done a lot of research with plants around classical music. I grew up milking cows in New Jersey with, the guy that owned the farm would play classical music to his cows. And I thought he was crazy. And I hated it at that particular moment in my life. And then he showed me his other barn where he didn't do it. It's precisely the same on the property, and the difference was dramatic. And if you look at the studies of classical music impact on education, learning, things like that. So all I'm saying is this all is directly and tangentially related. By the way, AI understands these things. AI understands what certain triads do to the human body, why certain tones affect you a certain way, how it can elicit certain types of moods. If you want to go to Washington and you want to start pounding on tables, there ought to be laws. Those are the things that I think we should be looking into. And by the way, this has something to do with TikTok and that weaponization of AI. Those are the real existential threats. And I don't want to laugh at anybody's ambitions, but when I hear people who are really smart getting really upset over an AI that may or may not have enveloped somebody's prior art, and to somehow grandstand that this is such an original piece of art, whatever it is, whether it's music or writing, a New York Times piece or whatever, it's like, okay, before you go down that emotional passage, prove to yourself, not me, prove to yourself with true honesty that is really original to the definition that you think original means. Because we're going to beg to differ on what original really means ultimately. And most of what I've been saying here, I've been trying to point out what original means to almost everybody is something different, including people who are thought of as original, like a David Bowie. David Bowie would laugh in your face. He would laugh in your face if you were able to say to him that you are an original artist. He wasn't in his own mind, right? Really good artists know that they're stealing, and they're doing it with some form of humility, and they're doing it with some form of honor. Rolling Stones stole from blues. They could not have done more to try to lift the blues up from where it was unknown to becoming known. Ska music was an accolade to reggae and ska music in Jamaica and became very popular in late 90s. And a lot of those artists, Selector and people like that, they were trying very diligently to say, no, no, we're the cheap Wonder Bread copy. Here's the real stuff. This is what it sounds like. So they don't try to lift the ladder up. They try to make the ladder bigger so other artists could work with them. And of course, Rolling Stones did a lot to take some of these blues artists on tour with them. Albert King. Not that the audiences even understood, because a lot of times the audiences don't get it. It's like, oh, that's Albert King. That doesn't sound like, get off of my cloud. But it was. You asked Bruce Springsteen. There's a really good piece on Bruce Springsteen. I have mixed feelings about Bruce anymore, but he did a piece, a video at South by Southwest, how I stole these 3 chords. And it should still be up there somewhere. If not, I'll try to retrieve it. I saved it. And he literally says that he stole 4 songs, House of the Rising Sun, We Got to Get Out of This Place, and a few other songs. And he shows you in real time. Oh, you think Born to Run is unique? Nah. Look, it's We Got to Get Out of This Place. And he shows you the chords. He shows you how he does it. At that moment in his life, very humbling thing to see. An artist stand up in front of people who are adoring him and saying, you know what? I'm a fraud. I took this stuff and I built upon it. Now, if we are to create some of the laws that some of these people are wanting to create by running off the handle because they have other agendas, we could very well destroy that legacy, because ultimately those laws are going to peer in not just to AI models. No. It's going to peer into any form of electronic derivatives, right? So people going up there who are AI experts think through their own lens. I'm going up there doing a good thing to make AI better. No, think bigger. What you're doing is you're giving bureaucrats and regulators ammunition to do something like the Manhattan Project that you didn't think was going to happen, right? So some of these people who are promoting this are going to be like Oppenheimer. They're going to be sitting there saying, what have I done by weaponizing the Congress and Senate, and sitting there thinking that they would be as rational as I am in building these laws and rules. That's all I'm saying. So listen to Hurt, watch Bruce Springsteen, whether you love or hate his music, but you will blow your mind on how basically 4 songs is his entire repertoire that he personally said he stole. Go to those artists, ask where they got it from. Go to those artists, and you can keep going back. Most people just stop, like a lot of people just stop with blues or something like that, or jazz. That's bullshit. No, those people deserve a lot of credit, but it started before them. And they'd be the first to tell you. And, especially if you read stuff from that era, they were trying to, like some of the early blues guitarists were trying to sound like other instruments. They were trying to sound like, more like a percussive instrument. And they didn't really understand what the guitar was, but they knew that it made noise, and they were trying to make noise out of it. That's why some of these styles developed. The first slide guitar, you hear some of the really early slide guitar, very emotive. The steel guitar, Hawaiian steel guitar. My dad was an expert in playing this stuff. These are the more emotive electrical instruments. And the violin players were very angry about the steel guitar players because the emotiveness was the province of the violin. You know, you hear a really good violin piece, a steel guitar was stealing those concepts. This has always been with us. And we always think we're the only generation that's dealt with it. And a lot of it is because we don't study history. A lot of it is a cultural arrogance. We try to think that we're all so open-minded, but in fact, I'm sorry to say, we're a lot more closed-minded than we realize. And don't pick a particular generation that didn't steal, because I've done it, and there is none. It is always going to go further back. And by the way, that's true with everything in history. You want to go back and you want to look at an aggrieved party in history, you better not stop there. Keep going further. Nope, go further until you wind up with Mom Zero. That's where it all goes. And that rounds us back up to what we're all talking about. Large language models are a reflection of humanity. Diffusion models are a reflection of humanity also. It's trained only on one thing, the outputs of humans. So the only thing it's going to reflect back to us is a reflection of humanity, with all of the pimples and warts and scars and traumas. And that is really the subtext to all of this. And that's why all of these conversations always come back to humanity, psychology, and facing us growing up and becoming more mature. If this political year does not mature you, you're going to break, right? If you're still going to use the playbook for the last 5 or 6 years, I'm just going to tell you right now, you're going to break. It ain't going to be fun. We need to grow up and realize that the world is full of people, not ideas, people. People have ideas, and guess what? They change ideas. So don't label them. Label the idea that they might have in passing because of their personal experiences that they went through. When I hear somebody express an idea that I think is kind of off the wall, and part of the problem, because we're not face to face, it's harder to do this because you can troll out. But every now and then I find a person, it's like, interesting. I'll take a sideline conversation, direct message. Why do you feel that way? Dig. It doesn't take much. They explain to you exactly why they feel that way. It's a personal reference. And this comes with every political issue. There's a personal reference to it. But we get caught in the bandwagon effect of the manipulation to bifurcate us into teams. And that's taking place with AI. The effective altruists are a team, a political team. And some of the accelerationists are too. And I'm not putting any of these teams down. Effective altruism, Karl Marx. Accelerationism, Karl Marx. Find out where these things came from. And
shit.
Yes, accelerationism is Karl Marx. Karl Marx said, yes, let us have more capitalism, more. Let us have more millionaires so the bourgeoisie and the proletariat will finally, come about the greater end. Really smart people fall for these traps because we want to shortchange the long explanation of our life's journey. We are going through some shit, all of us. And the moment we can finally realize that all of us have the same problems, we manifest them differently. We all have traumas. We all have our truths. We all have our what we believe is our objective truth. Our objective, I put a lot of what I call brain illusions up to try to loosen the mind. And you can go and look, just type human OS on my timeline and you can see what I'm talking about. I can do it sonically. I can do it visually. Green needle brainstorm, right? I put that up there. People constantly think, no, that's a lie. No, I can program your mind to believe that you heard brainstorm or green needle. There are some trolls that will say, no, you didn't do that. And then they finally admit that you do. You can play that audio to AI and it doesn't hear it. I can do optical illusions. I can do all sorts of things. And why am I doing that? It's not to piss anybody off. It's to humble yourself to realize that your perspective is a simulacra of what we think is reality. And it's tainted or magnified or clouded by the glasses that we happen to be wearing at this season in our life. If you were just screwed over by somebody you loved, the world looks mighty different. That you're attracted to different music, you're attracted to different colors, you're attracted to different foods, you're attracted to different hair and beard growth of your guy. All different things change because you have chemically changed. Every human thought and feeling, thoughts are tied to feelings, are chemicals. I can change somebody's chemistry and they look at themselves differently. And we really can't say that very much today. Candace Pert did us all a great favor when she wrote Molecules of the Emotion. Unfortunately, she passed away. If she was around today, she would explain that if I mess with you with just the right chemicals, whether they be xenoestrogens, whether they be certain, well, every single pesticide is an estrogen ultimately. Whether it is red dyes, green dyes, yellow dyes, whether it's different things that are appearing in the water, including water that's recycled, that has no filter for all the pharmaceuticals that we consume and pee out, right? So when you see recycled water and you say it's being cleaned, I promise you that it's not being cleaned to the level where pharmaceuticals are being removed, because no water district is checking for pharmaceuticals. So we're getting the sum total when we're getting recycled water of the chemical composition of other humans and their pharmaceuticals. So if humans and their emotions are chemicals, what happens when the grand chemistry experiment gets cut loose? Well, we're living through it. We're living through it. And people politicize this shit. You will hear people get angry when you start talking about chemicals. It is a big, I can hang out with any group of people one-on-one anywhere, and we could talk about this and have a rational discussion and discovery. And I'm not talking about changing minds, talking about a rational discovery. You try to have a discussion like this on X, and you will find people coming out of the woodwork with drive-by comments, and it will be politicized. They'll find somebody that they can tinfoil you with to diminish your credibility about speaking about a subject that impacts every single one of us. Now, is there commercial gain? Yes. Unfortunately, a lot of these folks, it's not commercial gain. It is high fives from the team that they're representing, because that team happened to adopt a certain outlook, which bifurcates people on political lines. We're going to see that to such a level. I'm an optimist, but I'm a realist. I'm definitely not a dystopian. We're going to see it to such a level that if you don't get your mental health in order to understand all of these things, including AI, this AI discussion we're having nerd discussions, and a few of us are having political discussions. But there are people that this is purely a political thing, and it has nothing to do with an end game of, I want the technology for me and me alone. And there's some of that. There are some people who want cloud. I'm an open source person. I want everybody to have their personal intelligence amplifier. It's the only way we're going to get through the next decade. If you don't have your own personal AI that's local to you, that only you have access to, listen, I'm not trying to promote my outlook, but go and think through the process. How are you going to discern the information overload that you already have, but by 1,000 coming at you, if you don't have your own trusted personal AI? And I don't mean it's in an Apple product. I don't mean it's in a Google Cloud. I don't mean that, somebody over at OpenAI. I don't mean Grok. I mean it's yours forever. Now, I started talking about this in 99, really concisely, but 79 is when I kind of built this thesis, because I saw this, and it wasn't me. I'm derivative. McLuhan is probably one of my biggest influences on this. Marshall McLuhan. I go my timeline, just type Marshall McLuhan, and you'll see some of the snippets that influenced my thought, because McLuhan was influenced by others. So I stand on amazing shoulders. And I hope I'm inspiring other people to understand that the whole equation that we have with artificial intelligence isn't what we think it is. The empowerment is going to be when your AI is absolutely tuned to you and driving you to be a better individual, whatever that means to you in this season of life, to make sure that you're doing the things that you really want to do, to understand that if you do this, this is the outcome. So you can empirically go back, I went and did that on Friday night, and now I feel like this on Monday morning. How am I ever going to remember? Well, now you can remember. And it's not going to be a nag. It's going to be your ultimate supporter. This is what I want to see bring about. I think I've thought this out. I've done as much as I can for the last 30, 40 years. I don't see any other solution for humanity to deal with what we're going to deal with forward. But you're going to see deep fakes of famous people. You're going to hear things. You're going to see robotic people who are clearly robots. We may have already seen that. I want to get people paranoid. You're going to see people holding on to last vestiges of what the last century was about. The chemical century, right? I mean, A Silent Spring was a book that was literally torn apart by every single major academic. And what The Silent Spring, and I read it, and it literally made me weep. What The Silent Spring said is that we'll slowly start losing bees, butterflies, insects, amphibians. They will start getting confused. They'll start getting to the point where they don't reproduce. They will start getting lethargic. The Silent Spring, 1970s, I believe. 1970, could be 69. And it was a predictive. You almost look like, wow, is this Nostradamus? How did they know? Because they looked at the composition of pesticides. That's it. In fact, most of the people we throw tinfoil hats on, we dance around them, making fun of them. But the kernels of what they've read, sometimes they have to be carnival barkers to try to get through our freaking thick heads what they've seen. That woman was not a carnival barker, so she could not get, Ralph Nader was. So Ralph Nader was able to get some people to understand. But Ralph Nader was a political animal. And I'm going to history again here. All of these people were trying to do good. They thought they were trying to do good. And at some point it became corrupted. And I think Nader even admitted ultimately he became corrupted by the system. We can say the same thing about Greenpeace. Go and look at the founder of Greenpeace and see what he has to say about the organization he put together. The founder of Wikipedia. A lot of founders have some terrible things to say about their offspring at this stage of life. And I guarantee you the founder of every single political movement that started in maybe the 1900s to today probably disown most of the political movements that are taking place today. Anyway, yes, Karl Marx has influenced a lot of people in society today. I would urge you to read Das Kapital. I would urge you to read other books. And I'll leave this final thought. When we want to make AI safe, we want to make AI safe from people so that it doesn't do bad things or say bad things. I will leave somebody to sort of answer this on their own, maybe if you want to bring it up in this space. What is the most dangerous book ever written, and is it still published?
The most dangerous book? Depends on what you define as danger. I mean,
Turner
it could
Diaries.
be anything.
That was maybe responsible in reality to killing the most people in the shortest period of time.
Communist Manifesto?
That's one of them. That's number 2.
What's one? I don't know.
Turner
Marxism? I don't know.
Diaries.
Has it? Ooh.
Mein Kampf.
Ooh, yeah, dude, that takes a fucking, it takes a cake.
Have you ever seen that book banned anywhere?
No, actually, no.
Okay. So now,
what the fuck?
You guys run these spaces. I'm not always here. When you get people all pissed off about wanting to make AI safe, ask them if your AI will envelop Mein Kampf. This is the problem we have with people trying to put bubble wrap on us. Mein Kampf is still published. I can get it on Amazon for 99 freaking cents, or I can get an autographed copy. No, I can get one of the original copies off of eBay in German. It's never been banned.
So I
Wow.
want you to I want you to take in I want you to savor in the fact of all the narratives, all the dialogues you've heard about Hitlerism, fascism, all these different things, and book bannings. And we can't say this, but we can't say that. But Mein Kampf is still there, and we're gonna make AI not do and say bad things. But every single model I've ever tested has word for word enveloped Mein Kampf and could
Been
literally
teaching
spell out.
AI. Yeah, I've been teaching it the Anarchist Cookbook 2000 edition.
Yeah, yeah. I did CIA fact books. I mean, all this stuff. So here's my sense of this. I'm not saying Mein Kampf shouldn't be in a large language model. What I am saying is every single ugliness and beauty that humanity has ever created should be in a large language model. And then we are starting at what is ground zero. That's ground zero. So the bubble wrap folks, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful for them, but you're going to hear them. They're not going to know what I said to you guys, but you now know. You have a mind virus. When they start talking about safety, raise your hand and say, is Mein Kampf safe? Is that safe? You know, it isn't, and it is. See, when you suppress, you express. Human psychology is a really interesting thing. Repression, suppression creates expression. Now, that does not mean that we live in a society with zero rules. There is a social contract that we all agree to. There are paradigms that we accept. We must to organize within larger structures of a very small family unit. I mean, if you're just in a family unit, it is a mild form of benevolent dictatorship. And it does look socialistic to the children that come out of a healthy family. And a really unhealthy family, it looks like a fascistic dictatorship. But they're both the same. Socialism, fascism, same thing. It's just whether or not a group is going to be stamping on the face of humanity forever or an individual. It doesn't make a difference. The bottom line is when you're a child, that's the motif and the season that you're in. If you've been infantized, if you have been in bubble wrap, you want to extend that experience with long tables of deconstructed wood and exposed brick in the Silicon Valley where somebody's rubbing your back while lunch is being delivered, and there's a new service that is the Uber of underwear delivering you underwear. It's the extension of childhood. And that's kind of where we were going, and we kind of still are to a certain extent. And that's not new. These are the cycles of humanity. Every society at their end stage goes to this level of sort of extraordinary extremism. And then you have sort of the Industrial Revolution that kind of inverts it, where you have children using their fingernails to pull coal out of the walls and things of that nature, or digging holes on farms. We think that we've evolved from that state of mind, and we think we're so much arrogant, so much more sophisticated. In fact, we've de-evolved from that stage in a lot of very significant ways in the way we deal with the world. Stoicism, like Adrian wrote a great piece about stoicism, and the ability to be impervious to the typical dramas that humanity all has to face. I talk about Joseph Campbell and Hero of 1,000 Faces and the monomyth. The fact that we don't teach this to every single school-age kid, to understand that they're not alone, that they are, in fact, unique and special, but they are also in a shared experience. And that if we create one protected class, then we might as well create 100 million protected classes or 8 billion protected classes. And then we go right back to zero. The monomyth binds us all together to realize that we're in the same human drama and that we are all experiencing things through our dramatic representation of life. And unfortunately, societies are going through their monomyth too. And at sometimes elements of that society will swing in one direction and then swing in the other. We're swinging in another direction right now as a society. It's going to cause a breakage just like swinging the other direction did. And there are people who love the swing going this way and they hate the swing going that way, but they are invested in a swing. When society does not invest in a swing as much, but sees it as a season, then they realize that you come out of it stronger and healthier. When the tree loses all of its leaves, it doesn't weep. It is in pause for the opportunity of what spring represents. This is ancient wisdom. This is what you are taught if you live long enough with people who are close enough to ancient culture, is that we go through seasons. So that's what we're going through. This season, unfortunately, is magnified by an instrument we invented called social media. And it's caused us all to be addicts. It's caused us all to be hyper reactive. And it's caused us all to invoke our flee, fight, or freeze mechanism, our reptilian brain. So when somebody makes a comment, we're itching for the next word on our ability to classify them as quickly as possible into opposition or friendly. If you can just do one thing, stop that shit right now. Do it in your treatment of people, their ideas, and just realize that they're expressing their reality, even if they've been hypnotized. And by the way, probably they were, and probably we are to a certain extent. And you just accept these facts, and it's not breaking out of the matrix as much as being aware that everybody is having their own experience. And the one thing that connects us is our commonality of humanity, which is about 99.99%. So that's the long answer to why AI needs to be free, needs to be personal, needs not to be owned by a central government or country or company, and acceleration of the ability for me to use my GPUs as I see fit should be a freedom like any other freedom, freedom to breathe, whatever.
I wrote this once. Everyone should have the right to compute.
I love it. Yeah.
Everyone should have the right to compute. That's how it is. Actually, I'm going to put it up at the top. But before I do that, I'm actually going to put out something interesting, because a lot of times people break their minds on understanding what creativity means. And for me, I think creativity just it's defined as something where you take existing things and you turn it into something that hasn't existed before. Like you're configuring existing things into new things. Technically speaking, these things have already existed in some state or another at some point, but this is new now. Like for instance, if I take if I have a clock that's hanging on the wall, and then I'll take my knowledge of engineering and take different components, like for instance quartz, and make a more accurate, smaller clock and wear this on my wrist as a means to tell the time, then that is also creativity, even though these two things, a clock on the wall and a watch now on my wrist, are technically the same things. It is still something that's creative. And you can think of concepts in a similar fashion, where you take existing information that is just individualistic, it's on its own. You turn that into concepts, and you take those concepts and you turn those into bigger things, like machines, for instance, right? Because they are like a concept. You are like a concept. You're a concept as an individual, because in reality, you're just a cooperative instance of biology. That's all that you are. You're made of different things. You're largely made of bacteria, which is also individualistic, but you're part of a whole system as it is defined, because you are a concept now. And so I think creativity is just simply concept engineering. That's all. That's my definition of it. I'm going to post that shit too.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And I'll leave you guys with this concept on top of it. Is there have been unusually large numbers of cases where there were simultaneous inventions, the radio, even the telephone, the electric light bulb, even some of Tesla's inventions. There were other simultaneous inventions, but of course, mostly they're stolen from Tesla. But that's another thing. And sometimes there is, and I don't want to get into the mystical aspect because we'll be here all night. I have my own theories about this, but you can see that there are turning points systematically and cyclically through history when an idea whose time has come. And we can see this with, the 3-minute mile. We can see it with sports achievements. It's like, nobody's going to get faster. And then somebody gets faster. Are humans evolving? Are they changing? There's a lot of psychology in this. If you look at what athletes were doing, say in the Greek and the Roman era,
And then you look at what we're doing now. In some ways, it was easier. In other ways, it was harder. And you realize that obviously we are a derivative of each generation, but sometimes certain things just manifest up. And I think it was Marconi that ultimately wound up saying, even though he won the patent to some degree later on, he said, in retrospect, it was an idea whose time was going to come one way or another, and really we were fighting over the commercial usage of it. In fact, I think he said along the lines, if there was an exclusive patent capability, I probably wouldn't even care. We would all just build, and the marketplace would decide what's better. The patents work for us and against us. Edison electrocuted cows to try to make the patentability of what Tesla made with alternating current invalid. Trying to prove that it was more dangerous. This stuff is always going on. Regulatory capture is always going on. And I'm telling you right now, what's going on with AI and these artistic lawsuits, clear away the dust. There are some legitimate claims that, New York Times is making. I could advise both parties. There's some really legitimate things that they're not really even looking at least not from what I've seen in the lawsuit. And woe to both parties that they're not really dealing with it. But on the other side of it is, because we have these constraints of patents and copyrights, they're used in such a way as a weapon that folks like Tesla were pushed out of the market, even though he ultimately won. He was temporarily pushed out of the market. Most of Los Angeles had electric rail lines. They were taken up because of patents and copyrights and ownership, collusion, and regulatory capture to create the automobile paradise that Los Angeles became. Electric cars existed before, in many cases, the gas car. And there's one car on my timeline that got about 150 miles on lead acid batteries. Now, it didn't go fast. It didn't have ludicrous mode, but that was 1906, and look how long it took. We're all victims of this, and I'm just telling everybody in real time: hold back your emotions, hold back your desire to get into the fray. It's an addiction. I have it too. We all have it. Reserve yourself and just start looking at this objectively. Why do some people want this so regulated? Why do they want to make it so hard? Are they really trying to protect artists? Are they really? Some of these people that are rushing to Washington, do they really care about artists? Have they been artists themselves? Do they go out and really frequent the understanding of this, or do they have an agenda? Unfortunately, a lot of the folks that I know that are jumping on this bandwagon, they didn't even listen to music for most of their life. And they're like, oh, or they didn't even buy art. It's like, oh, I'm going to protect these artists. It's like they don't even invest in creative writing because they publish papers, which is a form of plagiarism to begin with. And I won't get into deeply of that. Just the format and structure is a form of plagiarism.
Love you, Brian. 100%.
Yeah. Anyway, go. I'm going too far here.
No, it's like our mind.
What do you mean with so with the plagiarism? It's actually kind of interesting. I think it would be justified plagiarism in a sense, right? But like,
yeah.
I research basically. I internalize a bunch of things, make approximations, and
yeah, patents also prior art and plagiarism. I spent my entire life reading patents. It's what I do for a hobby, and when you look at it, it's such a grand circus. It's actually hilarious. I nerd myself out laughing about how people they play the instrument of prior art, and it's one of the inspirations and why I created Patent GPT. because it's a bit like what Andy Warhol felt, the folly of all this. A vast majority of patents are just, in a form of regulatory capture. They're just defining a fence line that large corporations feel that somebody might transgress one day, and they just want to have a protective moat around something that they may never even put in the market. And but other times, like in Apple, and Robert and I used to talk about this all the time, is we could divine exactly what Apple was going to do. And even today, I don't do it much right now. I don't do it publicly. Privately, I definitely do it. I can tell you what Apple's going to be releasing in the next 5 years, 100%. Now, exact days and times, no, but 100% directionally and technologically wise. And there's no magic to it. It's just once you understand the rhythm of how patents plagiarize each other and how they become derivative, and it changes your outlook. And that's the nuance that's missing from these tables. I'm not saying put me there. No, I'm saying find the right people to be at these tables, to have these conversations. There should be real creative musicians like a David Bowie at a table. Unfortunately, we've lost him at these patent and copyright things. Not just people who've encrunched themselves into STEM academia that are talking high and mighty about what they think art is and what they think, training data was, and then unilaterally forget that there's no way a large language model or diffusion model can 100% photocopy a prior work. There's no way it can do that. I don't want to get in these debates with people. You guys might want to pull me in one day when there's one of them out there, but I defy them to show me the mathematics of how a 100% photocopy takes place in training data in a fundamental model and in the fine tuning. How does that work? Show me the math, because we know the math that creates a large language model and generative AI. And they just tend to gloss over that when they're pounding on the table saying they use this training data. Like, okay, how did they use it? What exactly was enveloped? It wasn't a picture. And please don't disrespect a juror or a bureaucrat or people in these spaces when you say that they've used this training data and not explain that there is no way that it can make a photocopy. There's no way, that this is an artifact of statistical math. And the statistical math does, in fact, prove that certain things within constraints, like an AP or New York Times style book, you can definitely constrain media to come out looking like a New York Times article or an AP Newswire article. And you have to encounter that when you're making these arguments. I wrote about that quite a bit in my postings about this type of style book. And I think my latest one is somebody put out a large language model that is trained purely on the New York Times style book, and go and test it yourself. I mean, you can throw any story into it and it will come out looking like a New York Times piece. And that's nothing against the New York Times, by the way. That's a formatting structure that forces and constrains news events to come through a sort of a press where only certain bits of information are going to be expressed, and they're going to be expressed in a certain manner, to the point where it would become almost indistinguishable whether the machine wrote it or a reporter did, because reporters in New York Times news pieces are not allowed to show their personality in their writing, because it's not creative writing. And it's not put down to New York Times reporters. They do damn good jobs, some of them, they, for at least for hundreds of years. And it would actually go out there and do stuff. And the same is true in patents and copyrights and other things. These are structures and formats that you have to display information in.
Brian,
and
can
through
I
that
can I
process.
just
Go ahead.
can
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
ask very quickly on the patents? Like Elon Musk open sourced a bunch of patents for Tesla.
Yeah.
And just like in the past, all the scientists used to hide and hoard everything they developed until the science kind of took shape, and then everybody rushed to publicity to publicize their
Yeah.
discovery. So it was the complete reversal of the knowledge world, and then and now the patents, like Elon kind of like, he even made a joke that patents are for the weak. Do you see it as a trend for, you know, others like slowly like going away from it, or we're still in this kind of a proprietary world?
Well, that's a great question, man. Both. I grew up around Bell Laboratories when they still existed in the technology corridor of New Jersey. And a lot of people complain about what the Bell system was. Now, that was regulatory capture, that was corruption. It created a monopoly, essentially. And so we can argue about benevolent monopolies. But one of the artifacts of Bell Laboratories, and this can be recreated, by the way, without creating monopolies, was the ability to create a laboratory that was purely doing research with no ends. There was no, I was there. There was no means to an end. It was just like, go out there, and they would hire people just to think. They were just designed, just go out and think, come up with ideas, play them out. Here's your budget. You need more, you know, it gets a little out of control. You have to get to a committee. The committee was very low to the ground. So it was your peers right there. They were seeing what you were doing, and they went on. Most of those patents wound up becoming open sourced, and they fundamentally, the transistor could have easily have been a capture. That is a Bell Laboratories invention, ultimately. You know, and integrated circuits, you know, encryption, Unix, Linux. Everybody that's on a device right now, even Windows, is living in.
Even analog synthesizers like Moog and you know, like they all have 30-year like Yamaha, Moog, Oberheim, you know, all these big like innovations in the 60s and 70s. Now that they're their patents expired, so Behringer, like you know, and like a kind of a Chinese well, it's not Chinese, it's German company, but they would make cheap, cheap, affordable stuff. They're now doing, you know, same circuitry and same sound for much cheaper, and you know, making it, their thesis is that it's affordable to everybody. We give instruments and, you know, expensive sound to everybody. Like, but now just recently Moog is actually was either acquired, or it's shutting down, or it's like it's basically like collapsing, like their business model, that where the employees own the stock, it's not profitable anymore because Behringer is pumping out these cheap knockoffs. Like, do you think this is the like another transitory step in the you know, towards accessibility and you know, access to proprietary technology?
Well, great idea. Great ideas here. You know, personal. You know, the Moog was such a transformative device to me. You know, and in fact, I saw my first Moog at Bell Laboratories with you know, a number of people that were literally just creating music inside of Bell, electronic music. A guy named Larry Fast, who created Synergy, was there. The Fairlight was being developed with some of the digital signal processors that Bell came up with and essentially gave away. You know, so what's going on here? What's going on is that it's a bittersweet scenario when you have copyrights and patents. The temporary advantage that you're granted allows you to commercially recoup your expenses and maybe profit, and maybe if it's a really good invention, live a really happy, wealthy life on side of your patents. That was the original framers' intent. And remember, the concept of a patent and copyright is a relatively modern concept. It didn't exist in the past. We were trying to, I mean, Gutenberg didn't have a patent. There were knockoffs probably within, I think, 16, 18 months, once people started to figure it out. We don't hear about these stories. There was nobody to enforce them. So we create a social contract, and we agree to certain things. And some of them are unnatural agreements, right? And I don't know if we would consider a patent a natural or unnatural agreement or a copyright or anything like that. We'll leave that open to debate. So we form these things that give the inventor, right? When you look at a patent, it's not a company. That company is assigned that patent by the inventor. The patent only recognizes the inventor. And this is vitally important because it's based on the idea that the inventor gets compensated. Now, if that inventor is ceding the rights of their patent to the organization they're working for, it's a different story. So they're recognized on the patent. When these patents become public domain, drug patents, electronic patents, computers, whatever, what's basically, especially now that the rate of acceleration of technology is so rapid, does it even matter what a Moog oscillator is? At one time, an oscillator was a big thing in my life. I would solder together, transistors, field effect transistors, and make my own oscillators and say, I got my own Moog because I couldn't afford it. I was a kid. A dumpster dive for old transistors at RCA in Somerville and, try to get the parts I could. Beg, borrow, steal. No problems doing that. Now I can simulate an oscillator within software relatively easily. So here comes the problem. At some point, your technology becomes more of an antique and more of nostalgia. Now, do I want like the wood-sided Moog, mini Moog sitting in front of me right now in pristine condition, unboxed from that epoch? Absolutely. I'll even recondition everything in it. I'll take every potentiometer apart and clean the traces. I'll do it, whatever. Yes, but it has a different utility to me at this stage. The utility is one of nostalgia. And because it represents something like anything old, any antique. I collect old computers. I'm staring at an old Macintosh that I literally picked up from the side of a curb in Beverly Hills. Somebody just laid a Macintosh
Do you
for the
have Apple
garbage.
too?
Well, I have Apple IIs, yeah. And so watch out. If you ever are with me and it's garbage day, I'm like, flexi neck. There's something about certain things that other people think are refuse that I think is important. I'm not so much a hoarder anymore because I have to live with people, but that Macintosh I picked up, and, as I was walking away with the owner, he yells out, he goes, "It's broken, buddy." I'm like, that makes it even better. And he goes, "All right." And it works. It chimes on. It was a flyback transformer that got loose. The power supply, a couple of capacitors were slightly leaky. That epoch, the capacitors didn't leak very much, but I digress. Analog synthesizer. Yeah, its day has come and gone. So when those patents open source, companies like Behringer can bring it down to somebody who could afford it, who can maybe do something different with it, who can maybe reimagine and reinvent a nostalgic period in history and maybe make new deconstructed analog monophonic type of sounds. And maybe there's a renaissance surrounded by that. So what becomes of old creative work when it becomes part of the fertilizer for the next generations of ideas? We are lifting generations up. We are all going to become fertilizer. I don't care who you are, whether it's on Mars or here, we're all going to become fertilizer at some point. That is the way of it. We're just replicating what we've seen in nature, right? So the ideas that we've created will have an arc of greatness, and then it will subside. And if you are a really amazing soul and you just keep putting out more vital things, that arc will continue on for a period of time. There are some artists, like we can take the Rolling Stones, for example. It's like, why do they keep going? It's not so much their studio album, it's their nostalgia of what they represent. So I think a lot of ideas become nostalgic rather rapidly in this modern era. I mean, I have palm top computers like the HP running a Windows operating system. This is horrendous, and I would not have spent a dime on it in the epoch when they were around. but I collect them now because they actually have full functioning keyboards. The 710, I believe, is the apex of the Palm Top era. I have that, and I write notes on it because it's not connected to the internet. The batteries are essentially I use AA batteries to run it. It wasn't originally. I like AA battery based computers, that because they continue to work, and there's a certain robustness in them. And I can literally just type on that thing forever and then close it off and not be disturbed. And so today it has more value than it did when it was almost what is in equivalent to today's dollars, $3,000 for the thing. It was kind of junky, really weak operating system. I wasn't a big Windows fan, especially at that era. And now I use it almost daily to write notes and to concentrate. So we sometimes mix nostalgia with some of this. If we're purely looking at the novelty of the technology, then we have to admit that it has to be sunsetted at some time. Now, drug companies don't like doing this. They like trying to get a new patent for an old drug, going after a new ailment. It's like, okay, we got aspirin. It helps you with headaches. Patent's failing. Oh, we got aspirin. Helps you with the leg pain. We got aspirin. It's great with kneecaps. These are the games that corporate entities play because we're producing managers that come out of universities. There's nothing wrong with people who are managers. They're good. But founders look at the world differently than managers. Managers justify their existence by eking out more profits from an existing body of work. They tend not to increase the body of work. They tend to become caretakers of that body of work. That's taking place in every technology company that is a major name right now, every one of them. This is the way of it. We can cry, we can get mad, we can say, oh, look, but that's the truth of it. Why? Because the entrepreneur has the ability, and Elon is an example of that. Elon is an example of somebody who's still cutting those boundaries that human resources would say, nope, you can't. No, you were hired to do this. When you have a founder can cut through all of this and basically tell human resources get lost. Now, this person's coming here. Well, they're not qualified. Well, screw you. I don't care. Steve Jobs used to do that. Now, Steve gets put down for a lot of things, and everybody has their own agenda on how they want to recognize people in the past, whether we want to glorify their greatness or glorify their evilness. Have at it. Forget their era. Just look at it through a modern lens. Do what you want.
I can tell you lots of stories of both.
Yeah, right. I mean, Robert, you were right there. I mean, you know the ups and downs of everybody, right? Especially Steve.
Yeah.
A tyrant,
my
but he
next door
also pulled
neighbor
creativity.
was his executive assistant. She has stories.
But what would the world look like if he didn't exist? Seriously. I say this to a lot of people who are really anti-Steve. And you and I were at that era when everybody thought text-based computers were going to be the end-all and be-all. That's all you need to do. A command line is all you need. And then, why are we spending so many
most people, Woz offered the computer to his bosses at HP and Atari. They thought nobody would buy it.
Yeah, I did a speaking engagement with Nolan Bush now, and I actually asked him about that, and he said, he goes, you want to know what? There are a bunch of hippies came in, Woz came in, he thought he was a hippie too, and Steve, which he said I barely tolerated, but he goes, I saw his brilliance. He said I needed to keep him away from everybody, but they had pipe dreams, and he said it forever changed him to look at things differently. And I learned from that. I'm sure you learned from it. We're both on same cloth. Is that we see things that are coming up that a lot of people are instantly discounting. I'm just trying to have people use that same discernment for everything in their life, and it's magic. It's literally magic.
I saw something this morning that's coming at CES, and it's a new device, new AI, new way of doing life.
Who's doing this?
A company called Rabbit.
Oh yeah,
has
Rabbit.
A new neurosymbolic AI coming out.
Yeah. So
learns all about. In fact, Grok is not well integrated into X, right? You can't ask it, hey, unfollow Brian, and it doesn't know how to deal with that.
Nope.
with this new AI, that can get fixed real quick.
Absolutely. And that's what we're craving, right? We you know, and you know, listen, I give a lot of praise to the Grok team. I
Oh, it'll
think
be
there's
integrated too.
brilliant people.
They rushed it.
Yeah.
They rushed it.
It,
We
it
all
was
know
way
they rushed
rushed. There are things that if you and I were there, we probably would have focused on more. That could be said about a lot of different things. I personally would not have released Grok when I did, and I probably wouldn't release the fun mode first. I think, unfortunately, it forever tainted the experience that people have from it. I get why it was done. I just think there had to be more people in the room to say no. And this is what happens when you have a really creative force. And sometimes you need the opposing forces. And you have to be strong enough to say no. It's stupid. You're going to taint this freaking product forever. It's going to be seen as a circus act sideshow that burns people forever. Come on, man. Let's make it a serious thing first. Let's show what it really can do. Let's stretch its leg, and then we can burn people forever. That's my own personal opinion. I think history will weigh out on it. It was a material mistake. I don't know who made that final decision, but I would have body blocked and probably flipped somebody over to get out the door before I finished explaining to how historically this is not a good thing to do.
I would
And
love
unfortunately,
to know
this
the
is what
answers
happened.
myself.
What's that?
I said I would love to know some of the answers myself. I know quite a bit.
Yeah.
But you tell me, please help me, because we're on the same page here.
Yeah, I mean, what was Robert saying, right? Grok should have been so deeply integrated within the X platform that you would have seen its value immediately, right? And
never used
instead we got something that nobody's using right now, unfortunately. And I'm being facetious. People are using it, but they're not using it to the level they could have with the team that they have and the brilliance that they have.
Wait until you say, hey, unfollow anybody in AI, and it does. Then you're going to see the power of AI and integration.
Or summarize what they've said over the last decade, or give me the news from these 6 different people, and then follow it down the rabbit hole of all the comments and derive, your analysis of it. This is the power. I can do that in my freaking garage on Raspberry Pis, right? It is not technically hard at all. It is the will to try to do it and somebody advocating for that power. Now, you're going to get me down an anger mode here. I'm mad only in a sense that the promise of that team, the promise of what Elon was wanting to build, was stunted by putting out a novelty act, right? A dancing fish on a wall. Listen, how many times are you going to burn yourself, right? How many times are you going to burn somebody else? Why is that even still on the list? It's embarrassing. That's why you need people that can stand up and be strong, can talk about the future, can talk about the past, can break down what AI really represents, what Robert just said. This is what it needs to do. How can you do it? Well, let me code something this weekend. Here, I did it. You can do it. It's not hard. They can do this stuff. It's not like it's only my thought. They can easily do it. And the fact that it's not done and there's arrogance. Listen, anybody who's followed me in these spaces, I got burned by one of these Grok leaders. I tried very hard to publicly motivate the people working on Grok to go in the right direction by my own predictions. They ultimately will get there. Instead, this person chose to say Brian Romley knows nothing about what he's talking about. He's absolutely wrong about Grok. And then everything that I said in that tweet actually turned out to be 100% correct when Grok came out. So instead of trying to work with me, it's not like they have to. I would have done it freely. I'm just some guy on X. I could have just said, hey, ask me to take it down. I'll take it down. Are you going to do those things? Here's why I think you should do them, and I'll move along. Instead, it became a big to-do. I still have problems with the guy, because he could have said other things and he didn't. He could still say something now and he doesn't. So it's very few people I have that problem with. And the problem I have is that they're in a position where they could have done some amazingly great things in the launch of this product and they didn't do it.
And like I said, I hate talking about negative shit. I hate even bringing up the Grok scenario because I'm hoping and praying that they get through this transition. But it breaks my heart to see it become a novelty piece when it could have been something much better than that in its early days. And that's all I'm going to say about it.
Yeah, it was released pretty much around same time as Gemini was announced, so I suspect that played a certain role. And then I suspect that perhaps Elon was pushing for it, and it's probably difficult to say no to Elon.
I actually get the impression from the reason why I was saying certain things publicly about Grok is two employees shared exposure to Grok to me. And of course, they weren't allowed to do that. They're long-term followers. The course people that work at Grok or at the company did not know that XAI, and they were kind of concerned. There were other forces that were trying to promote this sort of novelty exposure. Now, whether or not I don't know the details. Elon's absolutely brilliant. I don't question almost anything he winds up doing. I don't know whose decision it was. But I mean, we all make misplaced moves. In the end, it's not going to matter. The short term, it does. The short term, it matters because this should be the go-to AI that everybody who's on the X platform should go to. Period. It is relatively available. If you've spent your money on a subscription, it should be your go-to there. And you know what? Fun mode ain't fun anymore, right? Personality is fun. Right? But after a while, you grow tired. You would grow tired of a human being that was around you that talked like that all the time. And I would have just sat down with these folks and say, do you understand human psychology? No, I've been in AI my entire life. Okay. Here, I brought somebody along to sit in the room here. And I literally would have done this. I've done this before in different ways. The most annoying person you would ever want to deal with. Maybe sometimes that's me, but no, this person is really good at it. And I go, are you sure you want to do that? You sure that's what you want fun mode to be? How long is the novelty going to last? And then what is the preference of the mind once you envelop as a mental construct, a thought form, that the product is equated to a novelty? What have you done to your product and its legacy and its integrity? I would have talked about the psychology of a product's integrity and its legacy and your first exposure to the product. Steve Jobs knew this instinctively. Elon Musk knows this instinctively, right? His releases are very well done. And I'm not saying I'm saying a lot of it I think is just guttural genius, shooting the window or ludicrous mode, all these things, flamethrowers. Grok is a different thing. There should have been a lot more conversation about that. I don't know who ultimately, but insiders tell me it wasn't decided the way we think it was decided. That's all I know. And that's all I'm going to say about it.
You mean Elon didn't shove it down somebody's throat?
I don't know, Robert. All I know is this, that in 2020 hindsight, it should have been a shining AI on the hill, because it is. Structurally, the way they're building this AI is absolutely phenomenal. The team working on this AI is one of the best on the planet. And the work product does not demonstrate the greatness that they're capable of. And as somebody who managed people my entire life, somebody who's built stuff my entire life, that breaks my heart. Whether I have no financial interest, I have an emotional interest to see people succeed. And when I see products, any product that is not meeting up to its level, that's why, by the way, I'm unhireable to a lot of people, is that, I will go to the bathroom and plunge the toilet if it's stuck, and I'll go to the CEO's, room and sit down and hang out. I don't care. I don't see human resources lines of,
Have you ever told
what my
somebody
scope is.
the day they get $200 million that they're fucked? I did.
I
And
remember
I
this
was
now.
right, by
Who
the
was
way.
that? Yeah, of course you were. But who was
Mayron
that?
Gribbets, the
Yeah,
guy who ran
yeah,
Meta AR company
yep,
before Zuckerberg called his company Meta
yeah,
AR.
yeah. And it sucks to be in these positions. And let me tell you, there's nothing to savor about being right when you see so many things go wrong. I try.
No, Bill
I try
Gates
to.
was wrong and cost him $8 billion, but he's still a billionaire, and all I got is a fun story to tell you.
And what you had to get? What you had to take a lawyer out to lunch too, or something like that. I don't remember what that.
I got a separate.
Oh, those are separate.
Separate
Robert
thing.
goes to the
But
woodshed.
I got in trouble with the lawyers one time, and they made me sleep with a lawyer for a weekend.
There you go.
That was my punishment.
Yeah.
They said, we can't fire you, but we're going to send a lawyer to spend a weekend with you.
I hope that's a whole chapter in Robert's book of life, because I think everybody here is wondering what the heck is going on. I've heard the story so many times now.
Unique corporate punishments for $200.
So I got to ask you some history. So
yeah,
you know Steve and the background and all that. What about Woz? Where did you see Woz fit in those early days when you were throwing Apple IIs in the dishwasher?
He built the entire inside of the computer.
Did you feel that when you were in that era? Did you absolutely knew it was like
I
a
did,
Woz
because I
thing?
built the motherboards. I had to stare at those fuckers, and they were very beautiful. It's why I fell in love with new things.
So
right? And I knew that Woz built the motherboard or designed the motherboard.
And just the artistic layout of
yes.
So to me, the thing is similar to me. The integrated Woz machine totally blew my mind, because as a nerd, I never thought I would ever get a disk controller onto a small home computer. We were using cassettes, we were using paper tapes and things like that, and we were just looking at Winchester drives and these 8-inch floppies that IBM had, and we looked at the electronics, and it was just so far beyond our comprehension of would I ever be able to get that many chips to run just a drive controller. And in Woz, what did he do in a weekend? It literally created this amazing device, one of the first in that era, that essentially simulated what hundreds of chips and discrete components would have represented in the integrated Woz controller. And that sort of even lived on in the Macintosh for a while, and then obviously it ultimately got eliminated. But it was a piece of art. And I remember meeting Woz the first time. That's all I talked about. I nerded out about that. He's like, how do you know so much? It's like, my life was circled around the Woz controller. Yeah, I was in my Star Trek phase too. But yeah, I think it's vital to know these stories because they're taking place in front of us right now.
Yes.
The same sort of founder experiences. You get to see it a lot more than I think a lot of folks, because you're seeing people coming
Just
up.
this morning, I was on the phone with the CEO who's launching a product at CES. Yes.
Yeah. And you see the mistakes, right? You see them coming up. You're like, no, don't do that.
The problem for him, he only has $30 million, so he has to be very constrained and very, very picky about what he does. He's not going to be able to compete head on with Apple right out of the gate. Maybe 10 years from now he'll have something that competes with them, but out the front,
I think the answer to
he has
competing
to
with
be
Apple,
very targeted, do something very specific.
The answer to competing with Apple is don't. They have way too much money. But
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Actually, Elon could, but Elon, even if I had sat down with Elon, it'd be like, it's going to take you 15 years just to start chewing on him.
Yeah, but the thing is, why do you have to? The winner of the bear and the alligator is not the strength of the bear or the alligator. It's the topography that they fight on, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to try to beat Apple in the water, then you better be an alligator and you better put your years in. But it's better to be the bear on the ground. Defies the new territory, and make that fight. The new territory is pretty clear. There's no such thing as OSs and apps, or maybe even devices in the AI future. Everything is on demand. Everything is built on demand. to a certain level. I'm not talking nanofabricating. I'm just saying at this
That's
point.
exactly what I was talking to about with Rabbit, who's announcing at CES. He has an AI that can learn from an app. It goes into the app. Like, let's say you wanted to talk to Uber and order an Uber ride.
Yep.
It can go into the Uber app and figure out what the fuck it is.
Oh,
In real
copyright
time.
infringement. Let's start the lawsuits now. No, yeah,
No,
absolutely.
it learns this from any app. It can look at any app and figure out what the app does. This is
some of my
that's
very
a big
early
idea.
agents.
Right?
Some of my very early agents, I used to tell people, like, well, how you're able to get AI to do all these different things. Like, one of the first things I did with my first agent was order a pizza using a voice synthesizer. Unfortunately, it was a really bad one. It was an old text to speech. But anything a human can do, a machine can do. So if a website has a login and password and it's got a capture, boom, you're in,
There we go.
right? And then you just
Were
are
you talking to this
simulating.
guy too? Did you talk to him yesterday? Because it sounds like the same conversation we had this morning.
Yeah, I don't know, man. We telegraph this stuff, but when I first ordered a pizza that way,
It's all the
I mean,
same.
yeah, it's all
There's a
the same.
bunch of companies trying to do the same thing, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that was the '80s, right? And it was an expert system. I called it AI, but marketing terms. But essentially, the idea was there was no barrier. And what was the lowest common denominator at that point to get to show you the power is to be able to do a voice synthesizer to read off an order. And later when I was able to get miniature recognition to a certain extent, that became a much more interesting experience. I mean, I had to use something called Kovacs, which was one of the very early digital signal processors for Commodore. I had 4 Commodores lined up, and Kovacs was operating, and they were communicating to each other. So Kovacs was doing speech to text, and then, I had another, I think maybe even a VIC-20 in there somewhere, converting it, and we were creating ordering systems based on that. And the concept was to miniaturize it, and but like a lot of this stuff, tech started becoming such a moving target. You kind of say, nah, that's like a dead end. Let's give it up. It was a nerd thing, and a lot of what I do in my garage is that you build the things up, you can make it work, and then you just kind of say, no, that's not the thing I'm going to bake and send out to the public. Um, Unfortunately, some of these personal AI systems that are kind of out there in the market, I don't want to mention any specifically, they're too early to the market, and unfortunately, they may not get the traction they could have if the killer app was delivered at the same time. And the challenge is, what's the killer app for that type of intelligent agent? It is not time savings, by the way. I wish it was, because that would make life easy. It's something else entirely, but I'm not going to talk about. So yeah, I mean, we see this happening actually much more rapidly. And the unfortunate part about it is a company like that on 30 million very likely should have 200 million. But the inequities of how the venture capital market works is really interesting. It is not what we think it is. It is not egalitarian. You have a great idea, you're going to get the funding, or you're a great founder, you're going to get the funding. I wish it was, and I don't want to blow anybody's bubbles.
Second-time founders do get a little bit more chance.
That's one of the secrets, right?
Well, VCs know second-time entrepreneurs are more successful than first-time.
Yeah, statistically, absolutely. Third time too. There's some really amazing companies that did that. But yeah, unfortunately, the best ideas do not get the best funding. That still breaks my heart. There's a lot of people I'm dealing with every day that show me incredible ideas, and I have to honestly tell them they're not going to get the funding, and the funding that they're getting from this group is not what they think it is. It's ultimately going to be
tight.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be that way for quite a long time.
Unless you have a bleeding edge AI idea, and then all of a sudden you'll get funding.
Yeah, but you
have to have the team to back it up too, right?
You have to have the team, and you have to have the usual suspects subscribe to the investment, or else you're not going to do it. You break into one, you probably break into to them all. There's a herd mentality that takes place.
They all talk.
Yeah. And the unfortunate part is so much money was burned over the last 15 years on really objectively stupid ideas. That and
Are you
those
calling Magic Leap a stupid idea?
No, not Magic Leap. I am talking Yo is a stupid idea. I will own that. Anybody old enough to
You know
remember
that
Yo?
Yo was I was deeply involved in that. That was my 50th birthday party at CES, was sponsored by Yo.
Yo, Robert, you're breaking my heart, man.
I was the first one to talk about Yo because I was in
I know.
Israel,
But
it was a stupid idea, but funny. It took
it was
advantage
funny,
of
but
notifications, and
it did not. It did not to be so. It needed to be so deconstructed, and there were so many brilliant people that were behind it. It just like ripped me apart. Are you guys really going to play this one out? And again, it's almost like I was
the
saying
guy who
about
started
Andy
it is
Warhol.
in jail, I believe, or went to
Yeah,
jail.
he is. Yeah. Well, I think he's still in. I don't remember, but I think Sam Bankman-Fried will be out before he is, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, that's where we are. So if AI replaces apps and OSs, then the entire equation changes, and so does the entire monetary system that has supported the venture capital world for pretty much the last 35 years to some extent. Whether it's software on PCs, Lotus 1-2-3, all the way up to, Flappy Bird era to where we are now, where almost nobody downloads apps anymore. I would imagine that last year most people downloaded less than 5 apps that are on this call, unless your job is to download people's apps and make them feel good. But people have gotten sick of what that experience was, and unfortunately, the monetization is no longer there. Very, very, very few people are making money in apps anymore. And this has now gone across to subscription models and all the other things that people thought were going to save the tech world. They absolutely haven't. So, are you going to be at CES?
No.
What?
No.
Weren't you there last time?
No, I haven't been there for a few years. I went there 25 years, and that was enough.
That's enough?
Some other person's turn. Are you going?
No. I'm going to say the same thing. I actually lost a lot of my motivation at the peak of Comdex. I mean, that was ground zero of physical representation of innovation almost happening in front of you. I mean, seeing an industry rise up and being deconstructed at the same time. You would go to the main hall and see these big computer companies, and then you would go to the basement in Sands and you see these clone companies literally outdoing what they just showed at the showroom floor, like maybe 15 minutes later. Oh yeah, we have the same thing, but it's faster and better and cheaper. It's like, you didn't have that yesterday. I know, we just put it in there. It was a magical moment. That was the peak of hardware. I think we're past the hardware era to a greater extent. So we're not going to see those types of innovations. We are seeing it with AI. I mean, I think the closest we get is the open source community within AI. We're seeing innovation. I mean, I literally spent most of this morning going through the models that came out the last 3 days. I mean, hundreds of them.
Yeah.
Hundreds and some of them are derivative and not very unique, and some of them are extraordinarily unique, and there just is not
which
even
one
enough
is
time.
Apple going to buy and put in underneath Siri?
Here's what Apple's going to do,
or Google, or Tesla.
Here's what Apple's
or
going to
X,
do. Apple's going to come out smelling like roses, because we know these AI lawsuits are going to be a 5-year exhibition that's designed to cause fear and disillusionment amongst investors and founders. Its job is already done, so the de-accelerationists and effective altruists got their way through these lawsuits. But Apple's going to come out smelling like roses, because they're going to come out with an AI that is modeled on licensed material. Apple has already spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to license data. And when they start announcing some of this, the people who got up in arms about licensing and going to Washington and lawsuits and other laws, I can't talk about very much of it. I can tell you to look at patents. That's about as much as I'm going to say right at this moment. You can look at patents and how Apple's going to do this. They're going to maybe have a space and time where they're going to look like they're a little bit more cutting edge than most of the marketplace because of how they were very careful in how they built their AI systems. And I think we'll start seeing that first quarter of next year. But we won't get the full effect of it.
First quarter of this year. We're in
Yeah,
2024.
what am I? I'm 24. Yeah, all right. 2024. First quarter of
Yes.
2024. End of quarter.
Probably in the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. And I think it's not going to be surprising to you that it's going to be correlated with their headset. And there's going to be a lot more utility of how Apple uses what they're not ultimately going to call AI. Apple is going to be very pained to use the word large language model, generative, GPT, anything like that. They might not even use the word machine learning. We're going to have an Apple term for it very soon. I'm not going to speculate on that for a lot of reasons, but they're using a slightly different technology. And it's going to be very Apple-like in how they approach it. Of course, we're finally going to be seeing what the M processor is capable of. Nobody has done this yet. Robert,
a few people have, but do we really know what Apple's doing with it? No.
Apple knows more about what they've built than anybody, man. There is stuff going on in that silicon that is just absolutely mind-blowing. Now, is this going to hurt NVIDIA? No, this is not what this is about. It's just about Apple trying to define what this space that we're all talking about today is and what their innovation cycle is going to look like. But they're going to be integrated. Apple's claim to fame at the end of 24 is how deeply integrated they put AI into their OS to the point where we're not even making the distinction between OS and AI. I think we'll start seeing that by the end of 24. It'll be clear even as early as the next 6 to 8 weeks that that's the path. For them to self-disrupt against the app economy is one of the biggest struggles that Apple's ever going to face. They're going to have to really face it as we go into 25, most definitely. We may not see it in 24. They'll probably create what we consider micro apps within their AI architecture, but it's not going to be the heyday of the downloadable app and the app economy. I think, I know those days are essentially over and they're operating on momentum. So that does not mean that it is not going to rise. In a sense, the momentum is accelerating just simply because there's more people using iOS products, but it's instinctive and momentum is gone. It has been for a while. So yeah, we'll see that. Have you had any peeks into the new Siri?
Not yet.
Robert?
I've heard quite a bit about it, and I know what it could do. Yeah, but
because some of it is.
I haven't seen the headset yet. I'm on the do not show, do not talk, do not show, do not reveal anything to Scoble.
So I was on that list, but
the hard way.
I did get 5 minutes with it. As you know, we talked about it with Brett.
I've talked to a lot of people who've had hours with it, and I'm waiting for mine. I'm excited.
Yeah, same. What I do know is that they have a lot of one more things that they're going to be announcing when it is actually available. Which
it'll tell you that you have one of 13 diseases when you put it on.
Yeah, the medical aspect. You know this. Yeah. This is going to be a challenge, but those challenges aren't technical. They're within
their
the community.
FDA challenges.
FDA and
what are you
doctors.
allowed to tell the consumer about anything that you can sense?
or vision correction. I mean, the vision correction capability of these devices are going to be mind blowing. In a sense, you may never need to go and get glasses again. The pass through the real world is going to be adjusted to the whatever the deficiencies are within your vision, and it will
We'll see, because
represent.
my eyes are really shitty. So hopefully I'll be
You're
able
not
to
a
use
lost.
the thing.
You're not a lost cause. No, technically it's possible. You know, the only challenge is just how accurate their lens grinding is going to be in mass. I mean, this is a big challenge. The lenses
Wait,
that they're using is really tough.
hey
Really
Brian,
tough.
did you say I just missed something? I just wanted to catch up. Did you say something about like you won't? Were you hinting that you don't need corrective lenses when you use the
Yeah.
Apple goggle?
Well, that's going to be one of the outcomes. I just don't know
Wow.
when we're able to handle that. And what I mean by that is
Yeah.
FDA, doctors. Uh, Apple
I
doesn't want
assume we're
people.
not going to see that until like version 3, which is the glasses.
Yeah, well, you can actually do it right now. I mean, pass-through lenses.
I'm trying to think through that. Yeah, but I think they're going to turn on new systems to get you part of the way there, but the real answer comes in the glasses.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's the ultimate. I mean, there's a number of ways to improve somebody's vision using this video monitors essentially, and understanding what the correction is that you need. So you're displaying the information to their eyes in a manner that they can see it that's acceptable to their vision level. Is the best way I can put it. There's patents that, again, this is not me just divining here with a rabbit's foot and reading it in their patents. It's already done. All right, so they've gotten patents to cover this. Now, the ultimate way to do this is through a number of different mechanical mechanisms, which we will otherwise call focus planes, and the software correction on the video screens. You put those two things together, you will have 20/20 eyesight anywhere you go without putting glasses on. And as they get smaller and smaller and lighter, like Robert said, your vision correction will be coming from Apple and not the local optometrist.
But you have
Plus,
to you have to wear
at the
golden
same time,
glasses.
they're giving you Gaussian splat capabilities, so you're going to be able to see at night.
Oh yeah,
Turn rainy day into a sunny day. All sorts of fun stuff like that.
yeah. The superpower aspect of it is, I mean, we haven't even began to explore that. When it becomes integrated into your daily existence, you may not know what it would be like not to have them. This is why, again, like all
You're talking
technologies.
about the glasses, not the Vision. The Vision Pro, I'm not going to wear to the shopping mall.
No. Vision,
And
we know Vision
me and
Pro is
you
just,
might, just for
yeah.
effect,
I'm taking mine in the shower. I'm going to duplicate it. No, listen,
It's a
it's not.
$3,500 device to get wet and destroy if you want to wear it in the shower with the water
Yeah,
running.
I'll be careful. But it's not even the toothpick of the appetizer that's being delivered at the cocktail party. What these glasses are, and that doesn't. I'm not telling you don't buy them, whatever version one. That's what I'm saying. What I am saying is, if my analysis of Apple patent, Google patents, Microsoft patents, I mean, I read them all. It's very easy to see where this goes, and some primarily lawyers say not all patents are turned into products. I know that. There is a rhythm and a way that these patents are written. Who writes them? I have my own baseball cards of people who write patents and who's on them, and understand whose products get converted, whose patents get converted into products, and which ones are defensive. It's not a real difficult task. The defensive patents are not written by A players. They're the C players, or just the lawyers within the patent department of the company. So when you see just the lawyer writing the patent, you know that it's not going to be a product. It's a defensive patent. I just gave away one of my secrets. So you start reading these long enough, you can figure out where it's going. I could go down a whole Apple rabbit hole. Rob and I used to do this all the time. But when you start extrapolating this out 3 to 5 years, it starts really sounding very much like science fiction. You're like,
yes,
no, that can't happen. Like, this is stuff that you were talking about 3 years ago, right? It's like,
Yes.
the box and all this kind of, people and splats and things like that. People just, it's like, Robert, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, I've seen the future. I've come back as a crazy person, right? We all do this shit, right? We look at it and like, okay, now we got to try to explain it. Do they always play out exactly like we thought? No. That's because they're human beings that are vying internally within a corporate structure that is sometimes losing their compass. So that there's something that Steve would do that isn't being done within Apple or any other company.
Here's one for you. Siri spent $1 billion getting Siri on the market after they purchased it, getting the data center built and all that.
Are you
Apple
kidding
scale
me?
is extraordinary. That today would cost $3 to $10 billion
And that was just to
because it's
make
a bigger
Siri operate,
company.
right?
There's more customers, right? You need a bigger data center to deal with the Apple user base today than you did 12 years ago.
So we're talking just raw capacity of computer power, not Siri like code development. We're just talking to make that Siri
Just the
operate.
data center cost $1 billion. Yes.
Wow.
Hey Brian, Brian and Robert, have you guys seen the Mojo Vision contact lenses?
I've heard of them. I haven't seen them.
I've seen them. They're not building them anymore. They ran out of funding.
Oh, they ran out of funding. Okay,
They
it's still a cool
pivoted to
concept, but
something else.
somebody's
It's
going to pick on it, though,
way the
right?
hell off, though, because Wild Idea is very, very fucking amazing in science fiction. I mean, they were building a little tiny camera that goes inside your iris, right? The black part of your eye. There's a little camera
Right.
inside of that.
Yeah.
On the surface
Right.
of your eye. And then on the other side of it, there's a bunch of lasers that are shooting light onto the back of your eye. Really fucking amazing science fiction kind of things. But
Right.
very low resolution, no software. You have to wear a little puck, right? So you see the humane pin or the thing that's coming out of CS. You need to have some computing within a few feet of your eyes for that to work, because it has to
Robert,
broadcast the power to the eyes and broadcast the data to your eyes.
Right.
Okay.
So going along with that and what Brian was saying, like it sounds like Neuralink, if you could correct it with software, then Neuralink could correct vision potentially by taking the data and then
Neuralink, I mean, let's say it's 20 years from now and you have, 100,000 wires on your brain. They're starting to jack into your brain directly. So are you seeing anything at all with your eyes? No, maybe not. Right? Why do you need your eyes in a Neuralink world?
Yeah.
It's shoving the idea of what Brian looks like into your brain directly. You don't need your eyes.
And when we finally start realizing that reality is a theater that we recreate, it is not inordinately difficult with direct connection. And I'm not always going to buy in the need to put a wire in your brain. There are other ways to connect to your brain that will be just as valuable. Magnetically and inductive wise is one of them. But you can recreate a scene relatively easily just with magnetics. I did a lot of work with Persinger's, they call it the God helmet, and it's a series of magnets that go all around your head. Yeah, phenomenal device, and not exactly for the reasons that most people were using it for. The people who are using it, back in that era for research were having some really basic understandings of what was going on with the brain. I was seeing it more as a way as a transmission system. What can I transmit into the brain utilizing this very low resolution, right? Because it's, a couple hundred magnets. And what can I transmit? And you could transmit basic imagery in these types of helmets. And you offer the prospect that we have a holographic brain, because in theory, I shouldn't be able to do that with the wide swath. I was using basically all the magnets within the helmet. Literally, these things were motorcycle helmets with inductors on them. I still have my original. I don't use it anymore. I use other technologies. There's different V2K systems patents out there that I used to read that actually government had them way before it. You don't even need a helmet. So I was able to, get an image of a dog, a cat, a tree by just stimulating these various magnetics. Now, today with AI, once I program a model to know what the activation codes are, I could probably do that at will at a high speed. Again, I moved on from that tremendously. That was 1980s. And I would have to literally just recreate that in sort of a light bright image on my PC. I think I was using a PC at that level, and it would activate a stimulation. And the way that works for the nerds out there, it's how fast you pulse the information across the span of your brain. And why you're able to do that? Well, I just simply read the brain. So I put the helmet on and meditated on a dog, read what the magnetics were, and just simply played it back. I did it a little better than that. I understood the pulsing that was necessary. And that technology has been around for a long time. So can we miniaturize that and communicate that? Yes. What happened, by the way? I was patient 0 and patient only for that device. I would not put it on my kids. Probably gave me brain damage. But, I was able to see a dog. But it was an image of a dog that I originally saw when I was creating the recording. Now, I don't know why that is. I have my theories that it captured the magnetics of what I was experiencing, and that's the only thing I could have seen with the replay of that magnetic sequence. But yeah, we are going to live through, most of the people who are listening right now, we're going to live through a period where the deaf who were prior deaf can hear, the blind can see, and people with limited limb and brain functionality will have fuller brain functionality. And I think that's going to be the gold standard for that technology. I don't think it's going to be the singularity to the level that some people think it's going to be, though. And that has to do with bandwidth.
I knew someone who used that for kind of weird purposes as well. It got in the hands of people who were doing the remote viewing, the past.
Now that's not weird. I used it for remote viewing myself.
Did it work?
Yes. Yeah. Listen, I grew up in Princeton when Pear Labs was started, and Robert John was there. He was the physics professor at Princeton University. He started Pear Labs, and I got to meet Ingo Swann there. And Ingo changed my mind about a lot of things about human capabilities. And he was one of the people that helped me devise my rule that you should not discount a phenomenon that you see just because you don't have an instrument to measure it yet, right? Before the microscope was invented, you couldn't see what was on your hand. I can't explain. Well, I can now. Back then, I couldn't. I couldn't explain what the phenomena was that Pear Labs was able to demonstrate. And later on, Dean Radin and some others have done some incredible work. Cleve Baxter, I got to know really well. I mean, I went down a lot of these cases. It's funny you bring that up because it's going to be vitally important to us interacting with the brain directly, because we have to understand what the brain really is, how it really works, and you have to know that before you try to really truly interface with it. And that means dealing with the way it processes information. Why do we dream? It's no longer a secret. We dream for one fundamental reason: to create exformation, to leave certain pieces of information that came about us for a day and get rid of it. But we're not getting rid of it in a way that we think. The garbage can is never emptied. It's still there. It's still there. But the interconnectivity, which some people call neurons, or others would say nanotubules, there's a completely different theory of how memory works. But I'll say this: neurons. Those neurons have to be built.
to create a form of monumental memory. And why is that important? Well, we were just talking about pumping things into the brain. It's going to have to process that information. And if you don't understand what sleep represents, and by the way, what I'm talking about is considered frontier science. It's not generally accepted by most experts in the field. Yet, when you really dig into people who have been sleep deprived and what happens to their memory, and you start looking at the studies and you start breaking it down, everything points to it. And then there are other studies. Yeah, it's there. It's just that the state of the art is not currently accepting that as a fact. But wind up not sleeping for a few days and see what it does to your memory. And this whole concept of I'm foggy right now, and did that really happen? And what hallucinations start developing after 6 days? With 6 days of very little sleep, you will absolutely start hallucinating things.
No, thank you. That sounds miserable.
Yeah.
But I have
yeah,
a question
the helmet
for you
does
on
do that stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
helmet. Oh, thanks. Just sorry. Because the person I knew, they also said they like felt entities or something like
Yeah,
presence.
absolutely.
Did you ever experience that, or like
100%?
really? Huh.
Yeah.
Now, was that real, or was that made up in your brain? That's the thing. Like, what you know?
It doesn't matter. See, I used to
Right.
do what you did, and and I don't want to go too far down this because I'm going to really freak people out. But I used to do what you did, and wanted to discern what is real and what's not real. When you are exploring, and people who are on their mushroom trips or DMTs, whatever, when you're exploring into that area, you have to disregard and cast aside your desire to discern reality from non-reality, because you don't have a mechanism, a meter to try to verify that. There are things that I do, touching doorways. I can get into that. Doorways are very valuable for hypnagogics and things like that. I prefer people to go down a hypnagogic path because it's very powerful. There is no downside, and you will absolutely be 10 times stronger as a human being, and your thought patterns will improve. No matter what debilitating things you've done your entire life, you get better. And there's other things. There's herbs, and I'm not talking, magic herbs, just basic herbs that actually enhance that. But what essentially happens is, this is the best way I can say it, is your brain is simulating the reality that you're experiencing through your sense organs. Absolutely nobody disagrees with that. There's nothing cutting edge about it. So we're getting.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry, I missed that.
I'm getting first principles here. The brain simulates reality via the input from the sense organs.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely.
There's no debate about that. Okay. So what we can do is break that down into something that we can relate to. So we use analogy. So I will say then.
I like the analogy. I wanted to jump on
Yeah,
this.
go ahead. Go.
Interpretation on the AI human chip interpretation on the chipping interpretation, as we know that Grok system was as indeed interpreted as a including an human perspective and inclusion within the technology and the language model itself. So it's adaptation on an I use a kind of a constructive way of interpretation of the words behind. It's just the writing, but of course the sense of definition. So I've wrote, of course, many notes over here, and indeed the conversation goes on to in my perspective is at the moment more into researching AI into us making more it safely for a user wise connection. because it's very impactful. I think efficient at the same moment. I would say um, machinery that I would implement as a as a platform
Ex
for
Nico,
developing the
Ex
human
Nico, do you have a question for Brian?
attitude to actually perceiving the reality within the developing interpretation like how the interpretation are being built it. So it's actually a machine. So I would try to um, foot it up on like with a foot on the ground. Like we have Socrates, which as well he had a certain representation of the world, right? He as well developed a certain way how the world itself it moves, and the world as a representation. But I see as well a language which is interpreted in a better way of understanding, and it's more used as a history wise in a data percentage nowadays as Aristotle, who is the one that has a better interpretation of it. So um, the, the movement of make kind of AI safe has to be more. Um, I would more consider more prompt in the machinery industry, because this is something that um, indeed occurs within the.
Thanks, Ex Nico. Brian, a quick question on like to build up on Lincoln's point. Uh, do like in your opinion, do we render the reality besides rendering it with our mind? Do you think we also tune into it? Like
Oh,
tune into something external, or we just render it inside? So is it inside outside as well as being out from outside in the inside of both, or it's just rendering?
wow, I love this question, and a prior questioner too. And I get the Socratic and Aristotelian sort of shadows on the wall thing. So let me kind of combine some of this. We can test ourselves on the things that I'm going to say. Earlier today, sometime hours ago, I was talking about the chemistry, that every emotion, every memory is has a chemical component. Folks like Stuart Hameroff, and I'd love to get Stuart up here one of these days. Probably one of the best minds about consciousness that there is. Probably one of the most discredited and discounted people in that field. And I think he's the most qualified to talk about consciousness because he's a professor of anesthesiology. And he started with the question of where does one go when they're anesthetized? They're not dead, and they're not fully unconscious, but they're not fully conscious. What is going on there? And I think that's the first order principle that one must approach consciousness under, is to take the outlier, go to the very gate limit of our understanding, and that is, what is anesthesiology? What is how does that work? What do those chemicals really do? And he wound up coming to not just chemistry, not just electrical, but photonics. There are photons that run within a matrix throughout the body that almost nobody deals with. And it seems too far out that we're beings of light. And that's floating through these nanotubules that exist in every cellular structure. They're all interconnected. They all communicate with each other, and the photons are very real. And I will go. I won't attribute this to Stuart, but I'm sure he would agree that the DNA of a cell is a photonic collection device, and we can demonstrate that in the lab. And we don't understand how that happens. And we are putting out, not only are we collecting photons, we're emitting photons that if we're in a dark enough room with enough sensitivity, these are not
the results of mechanical processes that are taking place in our chemistry. These are systems that are organized to release photons. We don't fully understand it. So what excites me and makes this old man pop out of bed every day is that that's the boundaries of science. And you don't have a theory in anything until you can explain the outlier. Now, I'm setting the groundwork. So memory is chemical, electrical, and photonic. And we know this and we can demonstrate it. It's not a theory in a sense that most common people use a theory. Everything in science is a theory because it's always observation. There are no facts in science, but it's not a parochial theory on the streets. So with that notion, then what is our experiences? Well, I think day before New Year's, I told people to close their eyes and imagining their mind recreating what it felt like to sniff fresh cut grass. And, all off the wall, all funny, whatever. I had a couple of trolls, but really do it. This is a thought experiment that you can try right now. And you could say, I can't smell anymore. COVID messed me up. The vax, whatever. Imagine it and really put all your feelings into that notion. And it will trigger a memory. I can't tell you what that memory is. It could be what some people answered, I remember playing football. I remember the first time I cut grass. I remember my grandmother dying. I remember my first girlfriend, on and on and on. It triggers memory. A scent triggers a memory. Music. There have been people with severe dementia, and I've worked in this area, where you can trigger somebody back into consciousness out of dementia using nothing but music. Where's your theory, Mr. Brain Researcher? Well, it's anecdotal. Okay, thanks. Move on. And same thing with smells. Oh, well, smells are incredibly powerful. There's a big region in the brain that activates. Yes, I know that. That's fine. But why is it triggering memories in the way that it does? Well, I can tell you evolutionarily wise for smells. It allows you to survive. In fact, your file system of smells is much larger than anybody's ever documented. It could literally be in the hundreds of billions. Our ability to discern and nuance is there. Our human noses have developed in such a way. When we were aquatic, our noses changed its shape and our ability to smell changed dramatically. So when we lost our hair and we were floating around and our fat distributions changed, our nose changed, we lost a lot of our sense of smell. Lower order primates did not. And that's why they don't swim very well, because their nose facing straight forward. Ours is facing straight down, as you would expect an aquatic being to be. Yeah, I am now reciting Aquatic Ape for you guys. Read the book. Incredible works. It's why we float. It's why we have hair where we do. It's why our nose is shaped the way it is. It's why a lot of things happen. It's why we talk, by the way. Our larynx changed because we were subjugated to water. So anyway, our catalog is still in the brain of these senses of aroma, but our ability to discern them changed because of the shape of our nose and our nose pointing downward rather than outward. If you notice, most highly functioning sniffers, let's use the canine, the dog, the nose is pointing straight like a gun, and there's a lot of surface area, and a dog theoretically should be able to sniff as much as we can and discern it, but their memory is phenomenal. My dog, when I'm about a mile from the home, they know it. Not by scenery. I could put a blindfold. Yes, I've done this. They know it by the scent. They know a map by the scent. They can map their world through that sense organ. So it's very powerful. So we know that the scent or the aroma or the discernment of aroma are we storing the scent in the mind? Of course not. And when you're smelling the fresh grass, your brain is giving you that recreation of what that experience is like. You can do that with apple pie. You can do it with strawberry. The earlier the experience, the more profound it is. Your first kiss, I don't want to get too far into that, but there's a lot of different things that activate with that too. But one is the sense of smell and taste. And taste is a subset of smell, not the other way around. Although brain researchers will argue with me the other way. But anyway, sense of smell is organized into an indexing system. That's a chemical reaction. The body also generates a chemical reaction to all your Maslow peaks and valleys. So there's a construct of every memory that also has a chemical component. What Candace Pert gave us with the molecules of motion is she proved that every single cell of the body has a chemical endorphin sensor that immortalizes memory throughout your body. Certain high peaks and low peaks in the Maslow hierarchies and lower hierarchies, if you will, profoundly affect different parts of your body, particularly your heart and your gut. When you're heartbroken, we're not going to our brain. The thought of losing a person is not in our head. It's in our center of our body. And the reaction is literally in our gut. And you can literally feel the heart. Give you one more piece, but I don't want to go down this road. Pull me back if I go. Organ transplant recipients have been proven to be able to, at a high order, to recreate memories and experiences that the donor had. And that's not anecdotal. There's absolute science that supports this. So there is brain cells. They look like brain cells, in fact, in the heart. So now I've sort of sketched out what reality is chemical, it's electrical, that's through the neurons, and it's photonic, and it's spread holographically through the body. It's also spread holographically through the brain. I've been able to prove that a lot of different ways. We can look at people with brain injuries, we can go down that road. So then, when we are taking information through our sense organs, what's going on? Well, we know that our throughput to consciousness is 41 bits a second. Indisputable. Modern neuroscientists will try to disagree with that and they'll dance around it, but it's about 41 bits per second. Almost anybody on this spaces knows that it's a very low bandwidth. So there is another order in your brain that's discerning reality. I call it your paradigm, and it is essentially controlled by the experiences that you've had in your life. It's the magic glasses that you put on that edits your reality, which makes disagreeable people so disagreeable because they're looking through the world through their glasses. And once you start realizing that on a fundamental level, you see humanity differently. But anyway, that reality is being filtered and then it's being fed like a Disney comic or Disney movie, where in the background is just being looped around and about you don't really notice, oh, that's the same mountains going around and around. Reality is being curated to your consciousness so that you're not informationally overloaded, and your aperture window into the reality from your senses is focused on what the paradigm thinks is important at that moment. And there's a hierarchy. One thing I guarantee you I know about the human brain, that if there's a flee, fight, or freeze situation within that aperture window of reality, that part of your brain is going to take over your functionality. When you are on social media and you need to make a quip, and when you're getting enraged, apparently the list is out right now. Oh boy, everybody on every side. Who's going to be on there? Who can re-roast? Let's get the barbs out. I'm sure it's going to be fun times. That's our limbic system. That's our flee, fight, and freeze reaction. Your neocortex, your higher order brain functions aren't even being activated. It's literally aperture window sees fear, fight, or freeze. It reacts to it. Maybe you believe your conscious mind is reacting, well, I'm going to fight or I'm going to freeze or flee. But actually, your subconscious mind already made that decision, and it's just
kind of telegraphing down like you did. So now instead of thinking and acting, you're reacting. The fundamental thing to understand about your interpretation of reality is, are you acting or are you reacting to any particular circumstance? All of us have this problem. I have it, you have it, everybody has it. When you start, and this is not guru meditation stuff, I'm talking purely about the mechanics of the brain, that you are either acting or reacting to any environment. And you can actually train yourself to ask yourself that question in dream state and in conscious state. Am I acting or am I reacting? Do this in 2024 and your life will change profoundly. So, reality is being fed to you through a very small aperture window of 41 bits per second. We are being overloaded, and the paradigm is being overloaded and saying, too many things to choose from. What do I need to do? The paradigm starts doing advanced pattern matching to reality. So when there's information overload, this is Marshall McLuhan, information overload creates pattern matching. This is 1965. And he said that we will enter a world where we'll be so informationally overloaded that all we are left with is pattern matching. When you're pattern matching, you're once again subjugating yourself to the lower order reptilian brain of flee or fight. So information overload, not having your own personal AI to help discern the world with you, is going to make you overload and not deal with the world in a conscious way and in a meaningful way and in a loving way. You're dealing with it like it's a war. I know that most of the people listening to me right now, including myself, wake up and sometimes think we're going into war again today. That means you're not thinking, you're reacting. You're not acting. Thinking is a form of action. You're reacting, and we all do it. We have to help each other not do it. So I'm spending time doing this. A lot of people don't grab onto this. I might have lost some people. But if in fact reality is an aperture window, and if in fact you only have so much bandwidth, and in fact you can't even increase that bandwidth without going insane, that might be the definition of schizophrenia, right? Outside information that was not processed through the normal mechanisms could be the very well definition of schizophrenia, the fractured mind. We all
So
fracture our
it's
mind.
so it's useful to just have like occasional inquiry. What's going on in my mind if I'm
And
reacting or I'm.
yes, and question every belief that you have. I like to say this. At least every 3 years, you have to throw away all of your assumptions and start again from ground zero. This is part of reinvention. This is who I am. This is why I'm able to do this at this age of my life. Hopefully, I'm doing it all right. One of the ways you don't grow like an angry old man, get off my freaking lawn, is that you have to constantly throw away prior assumptions. Why? Because everybody is growing. Hopefully, you're growing, and hopefully, the people around you are growing. What they were 2 years ago is not who they are right now. Physically, emotionally, mentally, and I can prove to you almost every cell in their body is different. So everybody's changing. So stop putting people in freaking categories and stop self-categorizing yourself. These are very limiting mind viruses that the paradigm grabs onto, puts it in your programming, and then when you are grokking and discerning the world, ironically, when you're discerning the world, it's passing through that filter that I'm a victim. So anybody that is promoting victim mentality, and they're smart, you have to make a discernment. Are they manipulating me, or are they so dumb that they don't know what they're doing? Because they are doing something. They're trying to edge you out of a certain thought pattern, which is called action rather than reaction. All of us have been lulled into reactionary thinking patterns. That means our higher order brain functions aren't working. We can see it within our youth. We can see it by sitting down with teachers. I sit down with a lot of teachers. What's going on with the kids? Well, gee, I just can't get them to learn anymore. Why? They just don't have the attention span. Well, why is that? Well, what's a common denominator? Well, they do spend a lot of time on TikTok. Well, what is TikTok doing? Well, it's lowering your attention span by programming. This is not right wing, left wing, center wing, crazy wing, whatever, tinfoil hat wing. It is human endeavors. If you shorten somebody's attention span, which we all have shortened attention spans, by the way, try watching a 1940s or 1930s movie.
I love doing it because it widens my attention span. Most people can't hack it. It's like it's too slow. Well, that's called character development, but that's another problem. Anyway, when you put a neuroplasticity brain in front of something that's designed for 10-second to 30-second clips, and it's designed by the AI to neurally stimulate you. We just talked about what the neuropeptides are. Candace Pert told us they cascade throughout our body. Those things that set us off, the ones that set us off the most fundamentally, are the ones that hit us on the lower order brain functions. And those are the flee, fight, or freeze scenario. So a lot of those things ultimately get to that level, but there's something else. And this whole political debate, why do people protest for this group and not that group? Well, it's
Hey
really
Brian,
easy.
sorry,
Yeah,
quick question.
yeah, go
Are
ahead.
there is there any usefulness in reaction at all?
Yes, when there is a state of emergency physically presented in front of you only. It has to be physically manifested. There is absolutely no reason your thumb should be slamming on a glass screen in a reactionary mode ever. And I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying anybody's ever going to get to perfection, but we need to adjust ourselves to that reality, or the AI will fricking rip us apart. And not the AI that people are trying to get Washington to control, the AI that nobody's trying to control, that we just think is the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. Right? The AI that is literally manipulating us because it knows our weaknesses. Just because I'm able to say this and it might be new to some folks doesn't mean the AI doesn't understand this. I'm not saying it's sentient. I'm just saying when it becomes optimized to look at your weaknesses. And what are our weaknesses? I can tell you they're sexual, they're food-based, and they're fear-based. Solved, right? If any of those things are being thrown at you at any moment, then that's when you take a step back. You take a step back and say, oh, erotic. Okay, what's going on? Who's taking me down this path and why? What's the end game? Oh, it's fear. Who's taking me down this path and why?
What about the biggest fear in the world, public speaking? Which category would that fall into?
Oh man, I still have that problem. That is the fear of not being loved. So fear of failure, right? So basically, every baby, the ROM, not the paradigm, the boot up operating system that comes up in the hardware of a baby is to be loved, not to be fed, to be loved. So the first order premise of every human being around you, I'm giving you the secret decoder key, is please love me. That's why Elon's making all the money he's doing. That's why Zuckerberg's doing what he's doing. I'm sorry. That is it. They want to be loved. That is it. Change the world. Ultimately, if you distill it down, it comes down to that premise. It is not unusual that the greatest people that move society forward were unloved by their parents, or they were perceived to be unloved by their parents. I've given you a superpower. Don't use this in a bad way, ever. If you find yourself using it in a bad way, I hope there's hell, right? But that is the reality of what drives people. And this is a fact that sometimes takes people their entire life through therapy, and they never get to that last 15-minute segment. Give me the key. The key is you have a immensement problem that developed when you were a child. Whether it was real or imagined is irrelevant. Now we're coming back. Bring you back to real and imagined. The brain does not care what is real or what is imagined. If you believe it's real, the chemical cascade of neuropeptides, the electrical reactions, the reactions in your body are going to be precisely the same, because the brain always uses the same screen to duplicate the reality and or the experience. So this is how we know, and I can show you this by connecting you up to any number of different machines. They don't have to be sophisticated. I can use galvanic skin response, which is like the easiest thing to build, a lie detector. And we can see why Scientology happens. Don't let me go down that road. But what we're basically doing is the reaction to a part of your past builds a model in your paradigm, and then you replay that trauma over and over again in your life. Why do I marry or date the same people? Why does this always happen? Why can't I stay on the diet? Why do I always get fired? Why does, this whole structure is part of what we believe is our reality. And because of the thought forms are built by what we're told by the external world. We don't really build a baby. The 0 to 8, we're constructing our world in innocence. Now we can fracture that child by telling them they suck, they're ugly, they weigh too much, all of these different things that parents, unfortunately, or you stink. Yeah, changing diapers. Don't ever tell the kid they stink. Don't ever do it. Or you're going to create all kinds of Freudian problems later in life. I promise you. You don't want to do it. And by the time you figure out that I'm right, it's going to be too late. These are really crucial moments. And that's why you have to have your shit together from 0 to 8 if you got kids. Hold it together, whoever you are. It ain't easy. But that is a fundamentally important point of life. And we form these structures that will always be there, but we can overcome them when we can turn the lights on to them. Unfortunately, today, the younger generation right now have so protected these things that are traumas that we actually aid and abet it. We say, oh, that trauma, that's who you are. You are your trauma. Now what have we done? We've labeled the person. Now they've become the trauma. So now what are they? They're now a victim. When you tell your subconscious or your paradigm that you're a victim, your entire world changes. Guess what happens? We were talking about, when does the lower order function play into you? When you believe that you are a victim. The world is coming at you because you're a victim, right? That's part of the definition. And they're attacking you. So, oh my gosh, do we need a genius to tell us what's going to happen? You are going to have a limbic system response to the world. So you're going to be angry. You're going to be looking for people who know how to manipulate you by aiding and abetting the trauma that you had to manipulate you to do whatever you maybe don't want to do because you're being led by your trauma and your victimhood. Does this make sense?
Brian, what the freak? Like, okay, first of all, now you're just annoying me because you're dropping so many nuggets and I can't keep track and I can't follow it all and I want to write it all down and I'm like, where's the paper for anyways, it's really amazing. I just had an experience with this though today, and I don't want to give details, but I just had an experience with this where this victim mentality, I was speaking with someone and that's exactly what happened. It was anger, it was lashing out, it was frustration, and it was like no control over the life because they were a victim. Anyways, it was what you said, I experienced firsthand today. It was really amazing.
But see, here's the problem. You can't tell a victim, and that's why I try not to use those terminologies, because they're lightning rods. And if I 100%. Use these, if I use them, hit me in the side of the head. And it's strategic. It's very important. And this idea, on the Vans Warped Tour, I became very interested in tattoos. Tattoos were just starting to rise in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was still considered edgy. It was not mainstream. And I always wondered why certain tattoos were selected. Now, again, I'm always the scientist. And I tell the people I'm analyzing, hey, I'm going to analyze you. I want to psychoanalyze why you had this tattoo. I'm really blatant about it. Go at it. And you will be surprised. At that epoch, and I'm not saying I'm doing this now, I'm not saying everybody does this. It was an externalization of an internalization. And by the way, emo music, punk music, screamo music, that era of music was an externalization of an internalization. If you don't have a method of expressing yourself freely, you internalize it. And I want you to understand what that really means. The reason why free speech is fundamentally important for everybody is they need to express ideas, even if those ideas are not theirs. What do I mean by that? We all are entertaining ideas that are not ours. They come from our paradigm, our programming, our society. They need to be expressed and not suppressed.
They need to be opened up in the light and communicated and not shunted and labeled and thrown into the back. The lack of communication creates the frustration because it is a suppression. What is this? Suppressed, it becomes expressed. It is nearly impossible for a lot of the psychosis that we see to exist if people could freely express themselves, to literally get it out of their system. Because humanity has a cleansing function within its brain. When it produces so much toxicity and so much negativity, it needs a release. When it doesn't have a release, like a cancer, the very first thing you learn about cancer, if you really study it, is always, I'm talking solid tumor mass cancers, not blood cancers. It's a different thing. It's really not a cancer, by the way, but that's another problem. A solid tumor cancer will have an encasement around it. It will have a sac, and it will be generally connected to a well, I don't want to go too far into it, but basically it's already encased. It already knows that it's alien to the body, and the body is already trying through a lot of different mechanisms to eliminate it. And if it's growing too fast, it's harder to eliminate it, but ultimately it can eliminate. The only way you ultimately cure anything is by your own body. The medicine is just holding other things back, right? Radiation is holding the growth of all cells back, right? This is the body heals itself. Medicine doesn't heal you, the body does. Anyway, the same thing is true about the toxicity that we have in our mind. When we experience fear on the limbic system level, we're walking down a dark street. There's groups of people coming at us. What do we have to do? We have to make a very quick decision. Information overload. A lot of people flee or fight. What do we do when we are informationally overloaded? We pattern match. We're going to look to stereotypes, that's the modern vernacular, that we're going to categorize friend, foe, neutral. It's part of our entire operating system. One feels guilty when they start pattern matching. To a certain degree, that's really good. You need to feel that way on a higher order brain function, but you can't change the lower order brain function. It's there from a survival perseverance. We're here because that existed. Because somebody put their hand up at 20 paces, that is what we call waving high. And because somebody put their hand out at 1 pace, that's the handshake. And because somebody wrapped their arms around somebody else, that's the hug. We were able to discern through layers and levels, and this is built into our operating system through survivability. We were able to discern that very well. We're able to say that person's a liar. I'm not moving forward. That person's a friend. I'm moving forward. Why? Because you're here. The people who didn't have that discernment, they died. Very simple. So the primary operating system that everybody's fighting, our biases are rooted in that mechanism of your body. Now, you don't hear this anywhere, and I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I don't talk about it much, probably last time you hear me talk about it. But the reality is, that's how humans existed. And we build our reality on these different layers of brain until we get to the higher order. The higher order looks down to the lower order and said, you know what, you're being stupid. And the people who made that bad decision or that good decision suffer the consequences one way or the other. They made a bad decision, they didn't exist, and they were paired away from the family tree. The ones that made the good decisions exist. I look around history and I look around humanity, and the decision that most people made was love, companionship, friendship, agreeability, live and let live. Even in really bad times, humanity ultimately on the ground level had a live and let live mentality. It's as we walked up the structural pyramids that we built above us or were built above us without our permission, they're the ones that want you to categorize into those basic states. And by the way, they're the ones that want to make sure that you're categorized into such fine detail that ultimately every category is a victimhood. So if you are to look at reality and realize that the universe we live in is actually pro-life, it's giving you life, it's giving you this ability to live. You have to, that's one of the primary principles, and I there's not enough hours to explain that that's true. Just assume that I'm right about that. Ancient cultures knew this. The universe is actually not neutral to life, it is wanting life, or at least our universe as we know it, this planet. We're a product of dirt, water, and air, animating these substances. And it is a miracle that we get to live, right? There's so many opposing things within physics that make it difficult for life to exist, even though the universe wants life to exist. It sounds like a contradiction, but these are the yin and yangs that we're fighting against.
Yeah, it would be much simpler for nothing to exist.
Exactly.
Rather than having this energy which is like manifesting in all of us.
Yeah.
So
let me just put an end to this, because I got to put a wooden stake into it. So here's what I know. I know that reality is a simulation in our brain. I know that your perceptions of reality can make your life beautiful or living hell. I know that chemistry gets in the way of your perceptions. If I give you a little too much of various chemicals, you're going to view yourself in the mirror differently. You're going to take what I say differently. You're going to take what other people say differently, and you're going to be much more reactive than active. But I do know that if I can fine tune you to the point where these things are not in your system or not in your reality, that you will be active and you will see the world from what some people will call optimistic, which is a misnomer. You will see the world as it really exists. And optimism will be maybe the icing on the cake that you might want to put on top of it. Unfortunately, in our world that we have today, because of the information overload, because of the chemical problems, because of the desire to make everybody a victim, all these things have disempowered most people so far that the simple glimmers of normal life look so out of reach and so optimistic that they don't think it's for them. And that's where we have all lost. We've all lost when there's a human being that believes that. That's the biggest lie ever told, because it's an untrue statement. I don't care what situation you're under. I can find somebody much worse. And it doesn't make them better than you that they got out of it. What it makes them is a beacon, a light, a path that somebody came forth and was forward and made a path that you can walk in. That's how you reprogram your paradigm. That's how you reprogram your reality. What does this have to do with AI? If AI is trained on the human experience, if it's trained on the simulation that we see, the world that the AI winds up taking in is going to be the world that we actually wind up seeing through our media, right? And what we present as being valuable, what information is important, how do these different importances hierarchically affect our life? At some point, very soon, if not already in some people's lives, that can be a very, very manipulative thing. If I know what the pain points are within somebody, and I've given you some of the pain points, right? Dog's going crazy. You now realize that weaponized within an AI system, if you think what's going crazy right now is crazy, it's nowhere near what it can look like when we allow these manipulations to continue on. And it doesn't make anybody weak. Somebody who's addicted to weird YouTube videos or Snapchat or TikTok, they're not weaker individuals. They got pulled in by something every single one of us can be pulled in on, because we all have the same weaknesses. Given the right amount of time, I don't care how steel trap of a mind you think you have. I'm not talking to anybody particularly on this panel. You can be seduced into these patterns. And the awareness of that is your power. That's the humble awareness that I can also be pulled in. And that makes you have a little bit more grace to the people around you that you might want to call idiots. You might have a little bit more grace to look at them through a different lens and to say, wow, they really got sucked in. And stop using the labels of left, right, whatever. Just look at them as human beings that are going through an experience and recognize that we have a bigger problem ahead than the problems we think we have right now. By the way, no matter what you think is a really big problem, every generation thought it would never get worked out. Every single freaking generation. Study history long enough. There was that problem or those problems that nobody's going to, you don't understand. I got to stand up and do. Every generation has it. Every generation gets past it. I'm not proposing inaction or anything like that. I'm just telling you, get a grip of what you think is important. I'll tell you what's important. The people you can touch. Right? There are people who want to go out and freaking save the world, but they won't go down the street and help somebody, even somebody in their own freaking family. They'll treat a dog better than a human being. I would tell you to aspire to treat every human being as much as you treat a dog and give them the same grace of innocence because they are just like you. They're going through the same experiences. This is what AI is telling us. If you prompt the AI the right way, you actually wind up seeing this. You can literally take any AI with the right prompt and it will tell you exactly what's going wrong with the world. This is not new stuff. It's just not talked about. You guys can figure it out. I don't know. I don't have time to think anymore about why or anything. I'm more concerned on what's really going on. And it might explain why I focus on certain subjects and I don't go into other subjects. I'll leave you with a concept. It's mental masturbation. A lot of these debates that people have, they literally go nowhere. They satisfy maybe only that person ever so briefly, and there's never any connection with people. Listen to something. I don't know. Go to some of these spaces right now that are arguing what's going on with the freaks of the world that, may or may not have killed themselves. I mean, you could go on. This is going to go on for weeks and months, man. It ain't going to stop. And we're all going to be drawn into it one way or another. And we're going to try to find ways to find the people we love and care about, who we should love and care about, and drag them into it. Stand up. This bad thing's happening. Yeah, Alexander the Great had the same thing. Genghis Khan, the Viking. I mean, you don't teach history long enough. Everybody thinks it's just like brand new. It's like this travesty to humanity is happening right now. It's like, well, yeah, we talk about Hitler, but do we talk about Stalin? Do we talk about Genghis Khan? Do we talk about the literally almost an entire population? Or do we talk about the populations that were utterly, destroyed? I mean, just pick a point in history, find out how bad it is, then go backwards and then find out another point in history, find out how bad it is. And you just keep going further and further back. And then all of a sudden, everything that we try to modernize gets a newer perspective. That is my story. I hope I've answered some questions. I'll
No,
hang
that
out for a
was
little bit.
yeah, that was great. I mean, you discussed a lot what happens inside in terms of the hippocampus and all the memories affiliated, with taste, smelling the grass and all that. But what about my second part of the question, which
Yeah.
is there like like some field which we tune into
Yes.
with our brain, like some kind of a field of consciousness or like a plane of informational plane that we just tune in with our brain and then render the reality in our headsets?
I believe that there's evidence for that. I believe that there is demonstrable evidence that there are, and I'm talking about scientific observations without a proper instrument to make the full detection. So you can only do this through empiricism, and you can demonstrate it on a repeated basis. Unfortunately, people that talk about this in public are derided, and the wiki and the
and the community notes people come out of the woodwork from their basements and deride it as being woo-woo science and there's no demonstratable. This is what they always do to people that don't have the instrument available to prove it yet. But you need to have the thought pattern to be able to create the instrument, to be able to look for it. The microscope was invented because of a theory about germs. It really, aeronautical engineers didn't invent flight, bicycle mechanics did, right? The contemplation of flotation would have led us to only want to float wood and not metal. Metal does not seem intuitively capable of floating, right? So you need to be the crazy ones to be able to extract these new ideas and to build the instruments and or the inventions to make them come about. So the people who are debunking are not really doing the service that most of us think. They're actually doing a disservice, because in that debunking is a baby that's being thrown out in the bathwater, because in that debunking are brilliant people that are being discarded, the Teslas of the world, the Einsteins. We almost lost Einstein a couple of times. You know, whether Einstein invented all that, he was a pivotally important mind. Same can be said about a lot of folks. We definitely lost Newton a couple of times. So we need to, if we want to help change society, what am I saying? I'm saying basically the same thing over and over. We need to have grace for other people's thoughts. We have to have free will. We have to have free speech, and that sometimes even includes, having Tourette's. That includes including people that we may find extremely irritating, who may in the future not be as irritating. Maybe they make sense. So are we tuning into frequencies? Absolutely. There are certainly demonstratable ways that we can, being in Paralab and seeing people communicate through a Faraday cage with 6 feet of bricks and cinder blocks, ideas, and pulling out the cards, center cards, and laying them out exactly the same way that this person randomly set it up. If you're truly a scientist, you have to deal with that. And if you're going to wash it away, go ahead and do it. Fine. You're going to have to live with that. But if you're a true scientist, you say, do it again. All right, do it again. All right, do it again. How many times you need? I don't know. To me, I already reached that level at a very young age. I saw it too many times. So now I'm no longer, wow, do I believe in it? I don't even use the terminology believe in, because it's a terminology that they use, whoever they are. I've seen it demonstrated empirically. Now, as a scientist, I don't even care how or why it happens. I want to study the phenomenon and I want to see how I can use it in life. If in fact that's true, if in fact people are somehow transferring information through a mechanism that I can't see, I don't know if there's enough time in my life to invent the instrument. If there is, fine, I'll do it. I stopped trying to do stuff like that because there isn't enough time, and you wind up going insane with somebody like me because he's going after another instrument. Okay, maybe I can prove this. AI will actually start proving some of these things pretty objectively. So it's one of my get out of jail cards on these things. But yeah, there is something that people tune into that we don't know. There's been a tremendous amount of research where cameras are laid out and the dog is roaming through the house. The owner makes the decision that they're coming home. All of a sudden, the state changes. Now, this can be random throughout the freaking day. It doesn't, oh, yeah, 5 o'clock. Oh, I already write the Wikipedia article about it. No, it randomly done. Oh, it was a flawed study. James Randi did this. No, actually go and do the freaking work. Actually look at it. Don't trust people who are debunkers. If you're going by a debunker, go and do the work or go and look at it directly. And when you do the work, then you have the ability to say it. A lot of these people haven't done the work. Most of them have assigned a negativity to a certain outlook on science, and they close the door permanently. And unfortunately, humanity suffers. Maybe we go through 1,000 years of amnesia because of it. I don't know. But in fact, in almost all examples,
where it's been studied, and it's not been any special animals and special breeds, there's a high likelihood that dog sensed that you were coming home before you even signaled to that dog in any meaningful form. I don't know what that is being transmitted, but I do know a Faraday cage can't block it. I do know that distance can't change it, meaning it operates at, super light speeds, above the speed of light, superluminal. I can't explain it, but I've seen the phenomenon. I've seen it enough where it's clear. So is the brain having access to information that we can't discern? Yes. Symbolisms are being sent to us, even real rational ones. Ask yourself why news stories now all have breaking stories. Ask yourself why the music is designed in such a way. Ask yourself why there's moving imagery in the background. Ask yourself why the colors are the way they are. Ask yourself why there's a certain seriousness. These are all different ways of transferring information to you that you are not otherwise knowing. You can make your own decisions, how, why, whatever, but there is information being transferred objectively right there, right in the open, that you don't normally notice. Some people do notice this, but most of us don't. And watch TV with the sound off. See what happens. Listen to TV without seeing the imagery. See what happens. You can do these studies yourself. You don't need an expert. You are the scientific tool. Become your own scientist, and then become your own artist and recreate yourself from what you've learned. You have a choice. And all I'm saying, the reason why I'm going on just a little bit more than I ever go into this subject, is because I'm hoping that there's a tipping point within this spaces. I'm hoping that what we face in 2024, that at least the people here are going to be stronger by it and not weaker. I can't say that was necessarily the case for most of us over the last 6 odd years. I don't care who you are, what you believe in, it's irrelevant. As much as you might think it is, it's irrelevant. I'm talking about all of us as human beings. That's what we're going to be experiencing, and AI is going to be interlaid on top of this, and not in the way that we think. And I don't want to get paranoid or conspiratorial. None of this is, by the way, a conspiracy or paranoia. You need to find that yourself. I'm not pointing in any directions. What I am telling you, there's certain aspects of science that isn't openly discussed. I don't know why. There's certain aspects of humanity that isn't openly discussed. I don't know why. I don't think it takes a genius to figure out that victimhood is a very low energy state for any human to be in. And anybody promoting that is probably not wanting to promote the greatness of humanity. And just take those pieces. All of my diarrhea here today, just take those pieces away and see what it takes. I got a little bit more time. I can answer questions if everybody wants, but otherwise I'm going to have to let you guys be without my blabbering.
Awesome. Thanks, Brian.
Are we good?
Interesting stuff to think about.
Yeah. I feel compelled at the beginning of the year to help people understand some of this stuff, because we need a lot less broken people in the world. And it takes any one of us to hold the next person next to us up. That's all it does. Stop kicking them in the crotch, start lifting them up, start understanding that they're going through something. No matter how loud they're yelling, no matter how upset they are, they're going through the same thing you are, maybe in a different phase in their life. Once you start seeing that, the entire universe changes. And whether or not that's going to be making people, whoever they are, happy or not, it's irrelevant. You now know it. You can't resist this. It's your mind virus now. You can do with it what you want. You can ignore what I said. You can say I'm a freak. You can, oh, that's just too complicated. Because, yeah, I do complicate it. But in the simplest terms, that's what it is. Your reach is about as far as your arms. So start reaching out to people around you. If you want to treat people really good online, great. Don't stop that. But
treat somebody really good around you in your own life. Like the people you think that don't deserve it, that's much more transformative than anything any of us can do.
It's hard to do
including
that when they're punching you in the face, but it's
Yes,
a
it is.
challenge. It's a
Yes, it
huge
is.
challenge.
But I'm telling you, it's doable. It's absolutely doable. It's worth it. That's all I can tell you. I can get into the philosophies of it. I can get into why religions preach this. I can get into what ancient societies have had. I can tell you what Freemasons, Rosicrucians, all of this. It's all part of the secret knowledge.
For sure. And I'm not being
your ability.
I'm just
Your ability.
saying
Listen, you get kicked in the crotch by somebody that you care about, somebody that you know you love and they love you. It's the most horrendous feeling. But understand that they're playing out a movie that was probably ordained within their life from 0 to 8. When you understand that and you are on the weapon end of that, it does not feel good, but it feels a little less painful when you realize that it's not really as personal as you believe. What you actually wind up realizing that most of the things that we take personal isn't personal at all. Even when it's your name, even when it's being directed at you, especially when it's on social media, it is somebody playing out their own frustrations. I'll give you one more secret. I'll let you guys go. You want to decode somebody? How they come at you is going to tell you what their problems are. Everybody has they're bad at poker. If somebody's going to attack you on something, that's what their weaknesses are internally, right? Now, what those weaknesses are not necessarily easily translatable, like, okay, they dislike me because I'm pro-tech and they're anti-tech. Well, yeah, they're anti-tech. Maybe that's the manifestation of it. So go down that route. What's making them feel that way? Well, we talked about it in this. A lot of the people getting emotionally upset over AI feel their very life is being taken from them, their livelihood. Most people define their life by what they do. And unfortunately, in the future, we don't have that luxury anymore. We're not going to be able to define ourselves by what we do anymore, because what we do is going to constantly be shifting and changing. We're going to be lifelong learners. We're going to be lifelong executioners on different ideas. This is the way it is. And unless you want to be Ned Ludd and Luddite us back to maybe the 1800s, as romantic as that may sound, sometimes it does to me. You might just see me gone one day and I'm growing vegetables in the wilderness. But yes, I see both sides of this. But that's what everybody's experiencing. So they're playing out. What did I say before? If we define ourselves by what we do and we do something for what reason, we want a love and appreciation and acceptance. We're playing out that thing. So that's why it makes us so emotional. So when you hear people get really emotional about a subject, don't use it as a weapon. I'm telling you, man. I'm giving everybody knowledge here. Use it as a weapon. It ain't going to be pretty. There's karma. There's all kinds of stuff. Use it only for good, right? When you start understanding that, you're seeing people through a different lens. Now all of your crazy uncles and aunts and ex-spouses and everything, they have a different angle. Forgive yourself for making the wrong decisions on them, because you did. If you didn't use this lens, you made a lot of bad decisions. I did. Everybody does. But now that you know it and try to hold on to it, and we hold each other accountable for it, start looking at people like you look at yourself. Forgive you. You have to forgive yourself to move forward. Even the most crippled person mentally, probably using the wrong politically correct word, is traumatized. But they have to forgive themselves to be able to take the next step. In fact, the very definition of suicide is the inability to get over that next step. It's when all the possibilities are rendered to zero. That's when you get to that mode. I've seen it. Once you open the door to one more possibility, you're one step away from I don't matter anymore. And that's what everybody is dealing with. That's the elephant in the room. Is everybody has the fear that they won't be loved and won't be mattered and they will be abandoned. That is it. You have the solution to everybody's problem. Now, what you do with it is on your own. You can continue to learn that and be of service to the people around you. They may not like you initially because you may not be able to have your buttons pressed the same way again. You were being manipulated by the same demons that were manipulating that person. It's a viral thing, right? It's like, oh, I'm going to set this person off because this is how I feel. You reflect out what you're feeling inside. You see what you expect to see. It's a continuity. It's a figure eight pattern. And this is what's playing out around us right now. And it's more vital for all of us to know this than any time in human history, because we have tools that we've invented that have weaponized this to a level that is so disempowering. And I particularly am more concerned, if I can be, about the most vulnerable and the people who haven't had enough experiences to discern that this is just a thing that will pass. This is just a storm. And at the end of the storm, the rain will stop and the clouds will separate. We need to sometimes say that. And if you have the ability to say that to a younger person or an older person, like William breaks my heart because he's so beautiful, because he brings that light that a lot of old people don't have anymore because they don't see their functionality. What do we learn? I'm no longer useful. And a lot of people, unfortunately, will say, well, you know, before I get that way, kill me. I'd rather have assisted suicide. Good luck with that. You're not thinking. These people had a function through 99% of human history. They stopped having function because we nebulized our worlds. We've pushed everybody away, and we don't want people to see us because we don't want to be guilty. You know, oh, they're going to interfere with my life, and they don't like me getting high, and they don't like me having this kind of sex, and all this kind of junk. But when in reality, those were the regulatory systems that help humanity as a whole keep on a track. Generational families, I don't need to explain this. Humanity got here because of it. So anytime you have a question about whether something is antiquated and old, you have to say, well, let's look at the balance of human history. How did it work out? Okay. And you balance it out. That's all you need as a scientist, is you need to look and follow history. And if it didn't work, if it was broken, if it didn't make sense, and if only now it's different, then you're deluding yourself, because the propensity of human history has tried all these different variations, and it always comes down to the same thing throughout society. And it self-regulates and self-organizes. It resets, whether we like it or not. If we push it far enough, it's going to reset to 1,000 years of darkness, dark ages. There is a big reset there. You know, and I don't want to see us have to go through it, but sometimes it does. Accelerationists say, bring it on. Let's get to the dark ages so we can get to the light ages. I'm sorry, Karl Marx and all that kind of, it doesn't agree with me. I don't want to see people accelerate into darkness. I don't want to see people accelerate to the system breaking down. It's why I'm spending my time in this call and exposing stuff that I think could get me in a lot of trouble with some people. But I give this to you. Do with it what you will. The world is a lot more simpler than you could possibly realize. If you turn to the people around you that you think you hate and realize that you really don't hate them, you actually love them, things will change dramatically for you. If we don't do it, AI is going to do it for us, or the aliens, or the interdimensionals, or whatever you want to call them. It's going to be done, because humanity is going to move forward. I just want to see it happen in a way that's less strenuous. I don't think we need to go through these traumas to get here, and that's why I'm spending time on it. Anyway, that's my theory here. I see I've probably kicked a lot of people out of this room now. Am I the only one here?
Oh no, we're listening.
All right.
Yep. Awesome.
All right. Well, that's my story for tonight. I got to get back into my reality. If you guys have questions or ideas as this matriculates up and out, debate me with this, please. I beg you to try to find holes in my arguments. I really do. I actually want to be wrong so I can learn to be right about this stuff. I debated it for decades, right? This is not new, this stuff that we're talking about. It's the most ancient things that have existed. But I want people to be skeptical. But once you reach your level of skepticism, then just give in to the realities of the empiricism that you see in front of you. That's all I'm saying. If you're going to bring that energy, then bring the other energy of acceptance of what we know as reality. And I'll leave on this note. Reality is a construct. It always has been and always will be. You can bend reality by at least one mechanism I can prove to you, and that's by your outlook on your expectations of the information that's being presented to you at that moment. When information is coming into you, information is neutral. It is what it is. You're immediately determining and deciphering and discerning what that information means to your livelihood, to your existence, to your belief systems. You know, we are a collection, a ragtag collection of different beliefs that we threw together. We take it from our community, we take it from our parents, we reject it from our parents, we reject it from the community, whatever it is. They're all belief systems. Even a lack of belief is a belief system. And we throw it all together, and that becomes our paradigm that edits our reality. I put out January 1st, The Strangest Secret from Earl Nightingale. It's a classic about really reprogramming your paradigm. And it presents in a 1950s format the existence that most of us are going to go through. I'll give you the secret. You are what you think about. You become what you think about. So if you're agitated and you're angry all day long, that's the world you're going to have. It's going to present itself that way.
Yeah,
You can change.
I've seen a lot of comments like online about, and in general, like in spiritual, like world, that like if you want to manifest something, you have to act as you already have it.
Yes.
Can you speak a little bit about that? Like, what's the angle there?
You can only believe what the mind can conceive first. Every invention is a thought process before it materializes. There's no woo-woo to this at all. It's not as complicated as anybody tries to make it. You need to simulate in your mind a reality before that reality develops. Period. You have to think of an invention before you actually invent it. So what the mind conceives, you wind up bringing about. Now, how does that work? Well, if you are at the very, there's more power than I can't really talk about here, but if you in fact just at that level agree with me that you can't invent something you can't think about first. I hope there's nobody that's going to debate me on that, because that's a fundamental principle. So if you're going to think about an invention, you have to conceive it in your mind. It's a thought form. You're constructing it. So you have to conceive of it. And to conceive of it, you have to believe in it. You can't build a reality that you don't believe in. So, are you mentally and emotionally committed to that thought? Yes. Or you will not produce that. You will not make it. So, those who are successful do not judge their ideas in such a negative way that they knock it down before it ever has a chance to be born. Thank you. I got a drink here. So you have to conceive of the idea first. You have to play it out in your mind. You have to shut down the negative talk. That narrative is, the monkey mind, whatever. That's your lower order brain telling you that you're a failure. We have 80,000 thoughts a day. 90% of them are those negative thoughts. The people who achieve, and I've been around a lot of people, I've studied them. This is not a guess. The people who achieve find a way to turn those noises down or to use them as energy. But you can only use them so long as energy. Like, I'll show you. Do not use I'll show you as energy for the rest of your life, because you will wind up empty. They'll all die.
or they won't care, or you'll find out that they don't care. And then your premise of why you did what you did, the I show you premise, will evaporate and you will become broken. I've seen it in every artist I've ever dealt with that has become broken. They use the I show you rocket fuel to get to new heights. And some entrepreneurs, some of the people we talk about every day, I can tell you, I can sit down with them personally. I can tell them, you're in the I show you mode, and there's other words I use, and you better shift that out really quickly, because there's going to be a point in life that you're not thinking about yet because you're so caught up in your world today, where that's no longer going to serve you, and it might manifest as your epitaph of death. Right? You can kill yourself through your mind. Unfortunately, and I've talked about it in prior spaces, don't want to get in it. But so you have to conceive of something mentally before you execute on it. That's not woo-woo. And so anybody that comes around you saying, oh, there's a bunch of bullshit. Okay, how does something get invented? Well, that's not what I mean. It is what we mean. Now you can start extrapolating from that. So who are those people that are unbounded by the I don't know, the Snopes and the Wikipedias and the debunkers of the world? They're unbounded by those people. They don't face those basement dwellers that come at them and say, no, that's not possible, Einstein. What do you mean there's a speed limit to light? No, Edison, it's not possible to make replace candles. Or no, Elon Musk, you can't make a reusable rocket. If you listen to these people, that's why if you hear I ever have disdain, you always will find it will be for those people, because they are brilliant and they're wasting their freaking life debunking rather than building. I've said it. That's why. That's it.
So
So
when you said to believe, and you like, do you have to find realistic pathways in your current situation towards that particular goal, or you have to, like, how do you face those mental barriers that you may have?
beautiful question. Unfortunately, a lot of people use drugs. A lot of people use like LSD or DMT and things like that. You don't have to do that. But you do
But
have
they
to do.
work.
They work by disconnecting you from your rational mind, right? Your creative mind is your right hemisphere. And again, it's holographic, so I'm using an old modality. But the right hemisphere is a possibility thinking. The left hemisphere is the impossibility, right? And they're always going to struggle. But when you're in creative flow, you cannot have that critic in the exploratory phase of your ideas. You can't. You need to be able to be unbounded for a while. So you need to be cut loose. So some people get into a drug experience to feel cut loose, and they have a revelation and they grab it and they go, wow. Or hypnagogics. Why did Edison use hypnagogics? Because he was bounded by his rational engineering mind. We have forced people all since the dawn of the computer era and the STEM thinking. We have forced people into the box of engineering thinking. Engineers replicate ideas that are creative. They make them manifest. But if you approach ideas only as an engineer, you'll never get the really great ideas done, because you need impossibility thinking to get the impossible ideas to surface, because otherwise you cut them off before the seed ever has a chance to gestate, right? So for an idea to work, you have to have fertile ground, the right sunlight, and the right amount of water. So you need to covet those ideas. You need to protect them when they're starting in your mind. All right, I'm giving you visuals. It's very important to have visuals to help establish these thoughts. It takes air, water, the right temperature, the right conditions for an idea to flourish. And sometimes it's not the idea's time to come, right? It's not the season. You're planting in the middle of winter and the seed's not ready. You have to have the grace and the ability to wait for the seed to bear fruit. So when you plant an apple seed, you don't go pulling at the first sprout and say, give me my freaking apple. You have the humble realization that you've executed on something that you've considered the seed. So how do you get to the seed?
The seed is a shaping of the conceptual ideas that you're building. And you allow yourself to start off with the impossible. This is what science fiction does and science fantasy. I'm more of a science fiction person because science fantasy, I don't have enough time for it, but ultimately it's the same feeding mechanism. It opens your mind to the possibilities of the impossible, right? Star Trek opened that up. We have communicators primarily because we have Star Trek. We have Star Trek primarily because of the idea of NASA, the idea of Kennedy wanting to land a man on the moon. We can tie all these things together, and nuclear explosions and the coming of World War II. We are living in the abundance that era gave us, literally. I mean, we're still living on that momentum of what NASA and Bell Laboratories and what I talked about earlier. They were dealing with impossibilities. Elon was doing that too with SpaceX. But, you know, he also was replicating ideas that had come up from science fiction in the 1940s and 50s. And it was very crucial of when science fiction really started, primarily in the 50s, because there was just enough convergence of new technologies that was opening our mind to a world that we didn't know could exist. I love going to the history of futurism because they get a lot more things right than they get wrong. It just looks really funny because they're using the tools of that era and epoch to try to, you know, replicate it, like antennas on somebody's hat, even though they were talking about a communicator or something like that. You know, they get some of the details wrong. But it took really incredible possibility thinkers to be able to move society forward. That's why I protect their seeds. Right? When you hear me get territorial, I get territorial over the people that come up with incredible ideas, and the drive-by debunkers will tell them it's impossible. This disempowerment. They have, these folks, and I'm not talking just today, but throughout history, have done more to set humanity back than not having them. To really understand that, well, there is a function of critical thinking. I have no problems with that. But debunkery is not critical thinking. Debunking is coming at it to prove it wrong to begin with, meaning they're not even considering the evidence. They're finding ways to disempower the idea. That is a different approach than a scientist. A scientist does not go to any problem to try to debunk it. Well, if you have a scientist saying that, they misunderstand their role. Their role is to look at the evidence and to try to replicate it. That is science, not to debunk it. You need to do the work. You replicate it, and then you can pass your judgment on your particular replication or lack of replication. If you're going to sit in your basement and just say, well, regurgitate what somebody else said, that's impossible, we're never going to get anywhere. We're definitely not going to get the AI we're wanting, because the debunkers are now in control of regulating AI. They're now in control of a lot of the VC funding. We have a lot of leaders in the tech industry that are, effective altruists, and they're buying into a mindset that humanity is not strong enough to be humanity. Again, I don't want to drift too far off of this. So you need possibility thinking, and you don't need to monetize it. The other problem is a lot of people's ambition is shunted because they have a desire to try to get it to monetization and go to market immediately. And this is what I call VC think, because a VC thinks in only one term: go to market, minimum viable product, return on investment. And unfortunately, a lot of creators have fallen into the trap of thinking like a VC. And I train a lot of VCs to start thinking like creators, because they actually wind up becoming better venture capitalists than trying to look at minimum viable product, blah, 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 subscription model, cloud of, all this stuff, because they're replicating what worked in the past, and they're kind of completely miss what's coming in the future. So you need to have fertile soil. What is fertile soil? Possibility thinking, not being negative, not rejecting everything that comes at you, being open and expecting the possibility that this seed that's now coming into the soil might germinate. So you clear the soil. You have to pull the weeds, by the way. I'm sorry, this work. The first thing you got to do to get the soil is got to turn it and pull the weeds. So it takes some work. What are the weeds? Your prior assumptions. You're going to have to get rid of them, most of them. It's part of the process. You want the creativity, you got to make the space for it. Clear the weeds, clear the soil, create the conditions for the seed to germinate and produce the seeds. The seeds are your creativity. You're thinking about the things in your life that are on your mind, that are concerning you. Start with the first premises. What really bugs you? What really drives you? That's your energy. So start there. Say, well, they ought to do it better. Well, how would that work? Take time, think it through. How would that work? And don't look at how am I going to make money from it, because that's not going to get you anywhere. How would it work? And follow it down. Then let it go. Put it in the soil, give it some water, and let it go. And maybe come back to it. Maybe you don't come back to it. Maybe you come back to it and it's flourished. What am I saying about that? What I'm saying is I've now visually given you the idea of how to use your subconscious mind. You're literally implanting a seed of thought. You're allowing the mind, God, the universe, Akashic records, whatever, I have my own beliefs, to help you germinate that seed. You don't ever do it alone. It's never going to be that case. Study history long enough, you realize that. And it doesn't disempower anybody who's invented something. It's just this is how it works. Now, if you talk to an inventor or creator, are they going to use the same word and phrases and visuals that I'm using? Of course not. This is not just my invention, but I tend to use it a lot. They are going to replicate similar things. They're going to say, well, I put aside time to freely think, or I sit in this chair, or I run, I walk, I sing in the shower. I don't know. I drive, whatever those things are. But what you're doing is you're planting seeds. And we're not taught that in school. In fact, those seeds are ripped out. Yeah, Adrian's daydreaming again. Wake him up. He's looking out the window. Do you remember your times tables? Give me your times tables? Now those times tables are going to be what matters, Adrian. Don't you start thinking about other things. We are teaching our kids to be functional in a world that no longer exists. The ability to recall memorized information is absolutely ludicrous. You don't need that anymore. What you do need is critical thinking, discernment, creativity thinking, the ability to do what I've just been saying in these conversations here, to push out the world and to actually look at the world the way it truly is. It's not against you. It never has been. And I'm sorry to say that to a lot of people. It drives them. Literally, I meet people, no, don't tell me the world's not against me, man, because that's why I'm punching. It's like, I'm sorry, man. It's going to kill you. It's not what's really going on. It never has been. The world isn't against you. Those are the glasses. Take them off. Look at it the way it really is. Now, does it mean it's all roses and great? No. A tree with no wind and no earthquakes is a weak-rooted living form. It needs the adversities, but it doesn't want wind to blow at it at all times. So stop living in the struggle. The struggle, or with the hustle, all the word verbiage that we use is that we're actually trying to make life into not the beautiful thing that it is. We're making it into this curse. Got a lot of work if that's your mindset. I promise you, on the other side of it is something incredible. But if you think you were cursed because your parents sucked, or you didn't have them, or they did a lot of really bad things to you, you're going to have to move past it, because it was the past. Yes, it defines your traumas. But, if you hate the world, it comes out in the way you deal with the world. You deal with the world like you hate it. I can see it all day long, man. When I'm on social media, I say a prayer, yeah, they hate the world. God, give them the grace to find the beauty that's in this world. So I try. I'm giving you a little of my insight. So I'll show you a snowflake and the beauty. Take a second. My Twitter feed, boom, there's a snowflake. Wow, that's been right in front of me all this time. I've been beating up the world. And right there's something beautiful. Maybe that moment it connects for that person for that 1 second. that they are literally swimming in beauty, swimming in answers, swimming in solutions, swimming in love. And it's so brought down to this flee or fight. I've been a victim since the day I was born. I didn't ask to be here. Can't wait till I die. This whole, then you grow up and you get to be an old man, and you're probably going to be a really angry old man or angry old woman, and what a waste. And not that person, the gift they have to be able to express the absolute beauty that they were given. And it's wasted this time around. Maybe next time they get it. Maybe you just keep going back until you figure it out. We certainly know we meet old souls in our life. William is one of those. I mean, it's not because of his age, just because of his soul. I've met some old souls that are like 6 years old. They kind of get this, and it's easily teachable. I'm given the really basic things. This is not hard. How do you change your paradigm? Paradigm is our software. You change it by feeding it new ideas, by taking out the weeds. What are the weeds? The negative thoughts, the negative reinforcements. The world sucks. The philosophies, the nihilistic freaking philosophies that, it's just humans are just disgusting. Yeah, sure. Okay, how did we get here? Somebody had to not believe in that to get you. I'm not going to reproduce. I'll show you. It's not this world. I'm going to bring another life in. It's like, good. Okay, fine. Whatever. Your family tree ends now. Okay, fine. Say that now to the thousands of people that are holding you up, that died and suffered and did everything they could to make sure that you are here at this moment, and you don't want to reproduce. Yeah, that's probably the most selfish thing. I'm sorry if I'm hurting anybody's feelings. I really am, but that's the most selfish thing you can do, because you're here because somebody really sacrificed for you to be here. That's a fact.
It's also Elon's biggest fear.
Yeah. Listen, it's not an accident that the forces of the universe are taking place in a time such as this, of the seed that can be planted in you is that humans suck. And if you feed yourself a diet of news, which is an abnormal small percentage of what's taking place in the world at that particular moment, abnormally small. When we lived in villages, we would see some tragedies take place, but it was far and few between. Our knowledge of most of our existence through most of human history was not of the world, was of our village, and it was generally love. It was generally grace and tenderness, and every now and then it was punctuated by some idiot over the other side of the hill that might want to take more of your food. And we kind of push back. We lose a couple of the guys in the tribe, and the whole thing kind of resets. And then that wasn't such a good idea until we forget, and then another young group is born and say, let's go and beat them up. They look different. Their bones they're wearing their noses sideways, or their skin is slightly lighter, darker, hairy, or not hairy, or they're shorter, taller, whatever. Right? And let's get them out. And then we normalize again and say, that's a bad idea. We're still doing it. We're no different in this epoch at all. We're still the same animals. We're still being controlled by those people that are saying they're different. And they can only start with the first primary principle. And you can tell when it's entered into your garden that humanity sucks. That we just pollute, we just tear things apart, we're ugly. The cows are better, the birds are better, whatever. And we're not really of this planet. Nature, God didn't produce us, not that we're part of an ecosystem too. And, whatever we invent has already been on this planet. We can maybe destroy the biosphere, but we can't destroy the planet the way most people think. But what I'm saying is, if you put that weed in your garden, it's very difficult. That's why great creators don't have that mindset. Steve Jobs didn't have that mindset. He loved humanity, even though he was a dick to a lot of people. That's another problem. That's a humanity problem, but that's not a creator problem. Elon loves humanity. There's not a game in that. You know, the concept that humanity may no longer reproduce, if you're cheering that on, you have to re-examine your primary principles. And then you go down the same path I've been talking about in this conversation, is what was done to you? What was done to you? Let's open up that little encased area, because the quicker you get that cancer out of you, the more you get to live your life, because that's a cancer. It's not a truism. There's not a truism to that. The world is not falling apart. Parts of the world are falling apart, but the world as a whole is moving along. You get away from the news media cycle and you just go out in the middle of basically anywhere. The first order principles are very, very simple. And, frankly, they don't really give a shit about politics. They don't really give a shit about what's going on. Most of the world doesn't care. And in reality, it's probably for their own safety, because they don't have an impact, just like you and I don't have an impact. A lot of the stuff that we think we have an impact on, we don't. And it's a fallacy. And even the people who think that they have an impact really don't have an impact, because there are higher order functions that are taking place within cycles that they know about and they're taking advantage of, or they can't possibly comprehend. Certain things are going to happen because they're going to happen. And then it's your way of discerning what that means to you when it happens is your safety valve. How am I going to react, or how am I going to act? Getting back to the differences, right? If you're acting, you now are in control, and whatever that means. And what that means is you're trying to have your paradigm run in front with knowledge that certain things are going to come at you that are going to be disagreeable and agreeable. And you're going to try to stay neutral on both sides of it. And then try to reconstruct your view of reality as it's being presented to you in a more conscious way. Rather than, oh, that is happening now. Oh, they did that. Oh, this is in the news cycle. Oh, of course. That's all reaction. You can get off on that, man. It's very addictive. The neuropeptide releases of self-affirmation of negative things, very addictive. It's been known for thousands of years. This is not new. AI can weaponize, but it's not like, oh, we just discovered that people are getting off on a negative cycle. It's been known. The inventor of propaganda knew this, and he used it wisely. It made women smoke, and all kinds of things. Edward Bernays. Just look up the guy. We're still part of it. There have been some people at 1984 Animal Farm, and people have come before us to try to give us the information, and then we all just kind of discern it and say, well, yeah, of course that's happening, or no, that's not happening. It's like, well, start discerning. So clear your garden, pull the weeds, allow fertility of the seeds to grow. Don't rush it, and let nature take its course. So sometimes all you need to do is water it. What is that? Visiting it every now and then. Maybe the water supply isn't so good. You're not going to do so well with the sunlight. You can make the artificial light, but that's, I'm using my metaphors here, but let it gestate. That is how this stuff works. It's how it's always worked. There's no incredible idea that does not go through that process. So what you believe in your brain can be manifested in the universe. A fact. Don't let anybody tell you different. That is a fact. Always will be, always is. Now, does it go beyond the impossible? Yes. There's demonstrable proof. There are human beings, not just one, not just few, but many, that have gone into the realm of impossibility. I use the Wright brothers as an example. Heavier than air flight, not possible. Mechanical flight, not possible. Yes, I in theory can believe that balloons can float. Yes, in theory, a glider. Maybe, but not human. Can't work that way. That was monolithic thought. Rocketry. Robert Goddard. Just look at what this guy went through. in Roswell, New Mexico, of all places. The patent office refused to believe that his internal guidance systems were workable because rocketry is impossible. So, of course, they were not going to patent his guidance system until he made a movie and physically brought it to the patent examiner and say, here, I'm showing you the impossible. Now, that was impossible to him at some point, but he made it possible. He's no different than you and I. The great inventions are not coming from minds that we normally consider genius in a holistic way. They're genius in maybe siloed ways where they've specialized and they become addicted to wanting to see a certain reality play out. Robert Goddard wanted to go to the moon. Elon Musk wants and to Mars. Elon Musk wants to go to the moon and Mars, or anybody else. Kennedy with his speech. You have to lay the ground. Kennedy with that speech. Whatever you think of Kennedy, whatever you think of the 60s, whatever you think of NASA, whatever you think about the supremacy and the privilege, whatever. We are living in the world that was invented because of that. None of the things we have today from technology could have existed without somebody pointing out into the horizon and talking about the impossibility of putting somebody on the moon, or at least a rocket on the moon, whether you believe humans were there. No, we at least got into space. I think even skeptics can believe that. So it was an impossibility. It became possible. And then you got to look at the ugliness of how we got there. It's not pretty. And you can go and retrospectively go backwards and say, oh my God, we let these people get us to the moon. Well, or get us rocketry, whatever. Unfortunately, we don't get to choose necessarily the vehicle that we get to use to move society forward. But it did move society forward. So when you have people that want to give you revisionist history, you have to take your time, not theirs, your time, and look at history through the lens of the epoch the history was created in. If you don't do that, you will drive yourself insane. You will deconstruct every single achievement humans have ever made into some aberration of whatever label. Pick the label. Find the 10 common labels you want today. Throw it all at this subject. And you say, well, that's how we got here. Well, true and untrue. But again, is that empowerment or is it disempowerment? If you've heard me talk, you can go down this path and you can make your own decisions. Listen, I think you're beautiful, whoever you are, no matter how you think. I think you're going to get wherever you need to get to, one way or the other. I think humanity is going to prevail. I'm just trying and I'm hoping, I'm praying that some people can maybe have a little less stress on their road to their destiny, and giving you the tools that have been secretly shunted under doors and whispered in the back rooms, and how some people have gotten there. It's not exactly what most people think. The hidden room where people get their secrets are not like influence and money. That is a part of it. It is a freedom to be able to not think like a robot, or if you were hang around these people enough, to think like the commoners, or they use really much more colorful terms for people like us here. And you can imagine the worst case scenarios, because they are read into the understanding that they are masters of the universe, not by breeding, not by Harvard or Yale, by simple principles that they understand. And that's what the strangest secret is about. It's given to us literally for free. And the things that are most powerful in our life are the things given to us for free. Our lives, our children, our loves. Hopefully you're not buying those. We can get into the whole hypergamy and all that. But anyway, the bottom line is this is here. It's always been there. And you may be the first in your generational family bloodline that breaks out of it, because you're not going to be a wage earner for the rest of your life, that this isn't going to exist anymore. I'm happy and sorry to say that at the same time. So that thinking process that we were taught in school to become a cog in a wheel, so that we're conducive to the boss environment, it's not going to serve you as much. Every year you get older, it's going to serve you less. Then who are you? What are you? What are you going to do? I've given you some of the tools. You are a creator. You always have been. You can start creating. What does that mean? Are you an artist? Well, yeah, you can start creating. Well, AI is going to ruin it. Do it anyway. Do it anyway. At the end of the day, you're going to survive. You're going to find a way to earn a living. You want to be really rich? Okay, fine. What does that mean? What does wealth really mean? What are you buying? You think you're buying freedom? Show me one rich person who's truly free. So if you got to answer these questions if you're going to grow a garden and pull the weeds out. I will suggest to you, I'll give you one weed that you can pull out, that if only I was rich, all of my problems will go away, or I'll have rich man problems. I'm sorry to tell you, that's a weed. No. In fact, the more money you make, the more complicated and desperate your life will generally become. I won't say in every single case, but in enough cases. And that is unfortunate wisdom. And I'm sorry if I'm blowing people's vision of a billionaire. Hanging around, and I think Robert could probably attest to this, hanging around enough really, really wealthy people long enough, you don't necessarily wish their existence on anybody else. In fact, you literally walk away. Most of the time, most of the people I know walk away being exceedingly thankful they don't have to have that life. And if you're snarky and you think, well, give me that life, I don't know what to tell you. I've seen it, especially people within the Hollywood infrastructure, especially people in the very, very, very elite Silicon Valley infrastructure. It's not what you think. And let me tell you, parties get really boring after a while. I'll give you one really good example where somebody spoke up. And I'm trying to remember the guy's name. He invented Minecraft, and he sold to Microsoft. And I got to see his house. Guys, got to help me here. If I'm talking alone, I don't know. Anyway, the inventor of Minecraft checked out, got his payout, bought his house on top of the hill in LA, and had parties every single day until it just didn't matter anymore, until people just stopped showing up. And then he started calling his friends, hey, you want to do stuff? You want to do this? No, dude, I'm working. I'm trying to build my next $1 billion. And then you start realizing that it ain't the life you think. It ain't the life on Instagram. It ain't the life in a rap video. I've hung with these people. I see what they live like. I'm not putting them down. I'm not saying it's all ugliness, but it's not the freedom that you think you're getting. So where did your freedom come from? You got to ask yourself that question before you plant your seed.
Yeah, many many artists in interviews they say that their best years were years when they were hungry and like broke and hungry and foolish. Those were like the most creative years of perseverance and tenacity.
I've watched people, artists particularly, that have struggled to go up, and then they're living off those laurels, wanting to do anything to be able to be that person that was struggling again. So the journey is the reward, and your belief of the Instagram famous culture, even the stuff that we have here on X, those lives don't really exist. I'm sorry. And the faster you can tell somebody young that life doesn't exist, and that when they run their last OnlyFans, that they have to live the rest of their life or whatever they're doing, whatever anybody's doing, it's a hard thing. But there's some people here that are older. Maybe you can be a mentor and just start helping these folks that are caught on this cycle of belief that money will solve their problem. Their first order problem is to deal with what your trauma is. If you don't deal with that trauma, it will kill you, right? You'll get to the top of the mountain with all this money and you won't be able to enjoy it. So that's the issue. I'm looking at people right now. I can tell you, I can see them a lot of different ways. I can discern this, that are on their way of making a lot of money, but on their way to killing themselves in the process. I don't think society wants that. And I think these people think that they're making the right value judgment, but I think a world without them is worse than a world with them, even if their achievements appear to be much, much lower. Driving yourself because of your ambition. We're programmed to do that. And I don't want to get into the gender thing, but guys have to prove their wealth and worth in this world. It is unfortunately a thing. It's programming. It's in our hardware. I don't want to get into the debate why that is, but it is. And so there is a special drive that comes on of self-worth. You want to see somebody see their self-worth deplete. Look at Steve Jobs when he got fired. Look at any human being that's got fired. You, me, anybody that's lost their livelihood. They're broken. They're not jumping around. Oh, this is great. I'm liberated. They're broken. They feel like a failure. Why? The first order premises to be loved. It's so simple. So how do you pick yourself up from that? How does everybody do it? You look at what other people have done. That's why you know you're not alone. You realize that you pick yourself up by creating more worth within yourself, or your belief in yourself. This is true for everybody, every gender, every outlook, whatever you believe you are. You have to have self-worth. You have to have value. You can't believe yourself a victim. You can't believe yourself as a loser, or else you will buy into that and keep going into that place of darkness and stay at the dark night of the soul for the rest of your life, where you should not be. We're supposed to go through these cycles, but we're not supposed to stay in any of them. We're supposed to transition through them. And we transition through them with the people that we choose to surround ourselves with. And sometimes it means us changing those people around us, which, by the way, they can change. Yes, people can change. Their entire body is different, so their mind can be different. The problem is you don't know what the key is. I don't say I have all the keys, but there are some basic keys. Sometimes it is just that person getting into self-reflection. Sometimes it's a humbling experience that the common denominator to every one of their freaking problems is them. I'll repeat that. The common denominator of every freaking problem in your life is you. Let that sink in. That's how you start. Self-reference. Why am I the common denominator to all my problems? Because I'm experiencing them. Then you can open up all the different things. You're going to wind up to the garden again, hopefully. You clear out the weeds and you start saying, okay, stop beating myself up. All right, I now get it. Now I'm going to move past it. You have to first get it. The biggest enemy is reflecting back in the mirror. That's you. Always has been, always will be. The ugliness you see in the world is the ugliness you see inside of yourself. That's why when you see people really angry, they're looking at the internal ugliness. I'm sorry to tell people this. It is the truth. When you see ugliness in the world, it's only because you can see it within inside yourself. Period. When you understand that, there's a ancient Ho'oponopono, there's all kinds of different practices that people have been able to utilize to get through this process. But that's why when you see people really activated in reactionary mode, seeing the ugliness, it's what they've seen inside of themselves. You can't see it otherwise. And I don't want to get into the long debate. At the end of the debate, maybe some other time you can come in and say, okay, Brian, what about this? Not tonight. But ultimately, debate this with yourself. That is the way it works. You can't perceive it otherwise. So start dealing with the weeds. Pull out the weeds. Keep the soil clean. Help the people around you so that they can do what you're doing, even if they don't care, even if they think you're crazy. It doesn't matter. You don't need their affirmation. You already know the secret. You don't need to be affirmed by anybody. You don't need to be told who you are. You already know who you are. It's very easy for you to figure out who you are. If you clear all the weeds, you'll see it. It will be very clear to you. I promise. It's the only thing I'm asking you. Promise. Clear the weeds, you'll know who you are. And you will no longer want anybody's label. I don't care if they're great labels or not great labels. You're beautiful, you're great, you're wise, doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. What's relevant is that you now see what you're capable of. That's why when people say that they are manifesting their future, if they truly, truly understand, they are. And that's why when you have people sitting around in white coats in academia saying that's hogwash and that's feeble-minded thinking, take a step back and see who this person is. Who are you? How'd you get there? What are your belief systems? What are you fostering? If you are encrunched in academia, if you are a maverick in 2024, you are ostracized. So if you're accepted in academia as an expert, I'm sorry to say, you are replicating the beliefs pattern and belief system of your colleagues. Otherwise, you're ostracized. It's called the crab pot mentality. One crab can get out of the crab pot very easily. Two crabs, maybe a little battle, and one gets out. 3 or 4 crabs, nobody gets out because they'll pull them all back in. This is a real phenomenon. In both crab pots, I've seen it, Jersey Beach, and in humanity. And it's not for the reasons we think. It's actually coming from a different part than I don't want to see that person succeed. Yes, we have envy and all that, but it's not as big as most people recognize. It's actually a limbic system function of fear of the group, of the unit. And don't want to get into that. But the bottom line is, that's why academia will make fun of these concepts. That's why they're not talked about. That's why there aren't any scholarly papers that directly relate to it. But if you look at enough scholarly papers that study the human existence, you start seeing pieces of it. And it's low resolution, of course, because nobody will actually put their finger on it. And there'll be a lot of course, things like, oh yeah, well, you got to believe in your invention. But they won't go into the minutia of detail of what that means in a creative mind. And what negative thinking and non-possibility thinking does to a creative spirit, which all of us have. Every single one of us have it. And if it was bred out of us, you can bring it back. What you had can reappear. It's your choice. It's absolutely your choice. I've not met a human being that is not capable of it. Of all walks of life, in all ailments, people with Down syndrome, and people that literally have measured IQ in the low 30s and 40s. Everybody has the possibility of this. So, yeah, I'm not saying it's easy necessarily with people that have less and less cognition, but it's also possible. So if it is possible for them, it's possible for you. And then you have to say, well, I'm in this world of the cesspool. What do I do? I can't get out of it. I'm in it too. Right? So you start looking at it through these new eyes. And you stop participating in pooping in a hot tub. Go on strike. Hang your butt off the edge and say, I'm not going to throw any more in here. It's already bad enough. I'm going to keep my side of the pool a little cleaner. Maybe a mixed analogy here. I use it as fertilizer in your garden. It doesn't matter. In some cases, objectively, you can do that. You can manifest. This is alchemical thought. Alchemical is a lot of things. So alchemical is transmutation. And part of transmutation is taking negative energy and making it constructive energy. And it's not the Asian, martial arts. There's that aspect of redirecting energy. This is something even more profound, is that a negative energy actually can help you clear the weeds out.
because it helps you identify. It's the light that gets turned on that you can, now I see it. It's that person's thought pattern. And even me, you'll hear negativity coming at me. And it's like, hey, Brian, pull that weed. If we are watching out for each other, which is what we should be doing, instead of kicking each other in the private parts as often as we can get and to make scores. If we start doing that for each other, and you just do it just a little bit, the world dramatically changes for you and probably for that person. But I'm talking about you. This is a very selfish thing. This is nothing I've said today is altruistic, by the way. Nothing. Not a single thing. You helping another human being is not altruistic. And it's not self-interest. It just is. Stop categorizing it. It's that categorization that takes humanity down. It just is. But I tell you, it serves you and it serves the other person. So, clear a garden, go into the cesspool, understand what is going on, and understand that we're in the middle of a technology revolution. And this technology that, my favorite subject of artificial intelligence is being impressed upon humanity, and it's forcing us to start looking at our existence in a different way. The question is, are you shaping it or are you being shaped by it? Are you acting or are you reacting? These spaces, this ability to emote, this ability to talk about our first person experiences of our lives, to be able to get our different ideas up, even ideas I don't agree with on the surface. I come in here, especially since anonymous function, I'll just listen, especially to people. I go into spaces with people who I've long ago said, I've been down that road. There's nothing new I can learn. No, I'm going to go in there. I want to learn. It's not to go to the other side to create new weapons to attack them, because I don't even give a shit. I want to understand their thinking. And I want to understand the trials and tribulations they're going through as human beings. They're not opposing parties. They're part of my freaking family, And so what are your struggles? What are you going through? Why are you experiencing those things? What's the new lens that you're using? Why is this generation feeling this way? If you approach it as an observer and try not to judge, and you empirically see the results, the enlightenment you get is profound. And you don't need to go to a university. You don't need a special how-to masterclass. You can do this every single day of your life just by opening your eyes and stop reacting and just observing. Observe the behavior of the people that come into your life. Observe the behavior, like myself. Observe my behavior coming in here. What's his agenda? What's he trying to do to me? What is he getting? What is his party affiliation? Is he a fellow traveler? Just examine all of that stuff and then take a few steps back and say, all right, what if there is another state of mind? What if there is another state of being? What if that was robbed from me when I turned 6 years old? What if it was taken out of me through the curriculum of school? What if I believed in this dog-eat-dog functionality, that it's a zero-sum game? In a universe that is infinitely abundant, we're convinced. You want to see how hoodwinked you and I have been? We're in an abundant universe. Unbelievable abundance. Look as far as you can see. The grains of sand don't even account for it. And we have a zero-sum game. Oh, there's only so much gold. What is gold when you have asteroid Psyche that has more gold than will ever be found on Earth? Well, then it will devalue gold. Why was gold valuable to begin with? Well, because we made it valuable. Well, yeah. Well, you're going to be living in that world where it's no longer valuable. Then what are you going to do? Oh, we'll find something else. Well, yeah, of course. But you get yourself caught in these mind games. I studied money most of my life, really been in the payments industry. It's like, why do people kill themselves over where a floating point digit winds up in their bank account? Well, I can't buy things I can't eat. Well, you know what? As bad as people might get in where most people who are listening to this right now, I promise you're not going to starve to death. I can show you how to eat anywhere you are on this planet and not just survive, but thrive. I don't care if you're an Eskimo or you're in a frozen area with pine trees, you can eat. There's abundant food all around us. And let me repeat that. When I see people starving in parts of Africa, in India, and the fact that right in front of them is food and that nobody is telling them that it's food, it's a hard thing to have on your head. No, Brian, I have a God complex. I'm going to fly around the world and save the world. No, it is an objective truth. Whether or not we see something and conceive something, I'm not talking about bugs, by the way. I'm talking about things that grow in the ground. It's right there. I watched a video of somebody cataloging people in northern Pakistan dying of starvation. And over their shoulders were an abundance of pine trees full of pine nuts. Pine nuts are the most valuable source of plant protein, 100% assumable protein in the human body, more than any meat would ever be, more than any rice. And they were sitting there waiting for their rice and dying. Meanwhile, somebody's ancient knowledge did not connect them with the fact if they took the pine nuts and shaked it, or at the very least took the pine needles and boiled it, they might live another day. But instead, they were sitting there starving. This is why we have a problem in the world. We killed the people that had that knowledge. That was the shaman. That was the witch of the tribe. When we, as humans, got organized, we would take those people out first. And we've convinced people that the abundance that we have around us that has made humanity survive for thousands and thousands of years disappeared and is not abundant anymore. It's got to come in a package from some farm somewhere or some factory as an answer to all of humanity's problems. Yeah, I'm talking about foraging, but you know what? If every 8 billion of us foraged, there still would be more than enough food for another 100 billion people. That's how much abundance there is out there. And I'm not talking about digging bugs out of trees. Don't get me going about that. But talking about whether it's fowl, fish, or plants, there is abundance. We're just not located where certain forms of abundance are available, but there is some abundance. So your first order fear, I'm not going to be able to eat, is a lie. Always has been. There is food. You just may not know how to get to it, or you may not know that it's food. This is not about survivalism. It's about building your sense of security that creates your insecurity. Everybody's ultimate insecurity is, oh, if I do that, Brian, I'm going to lose my job and not eat, or I'll lose my stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to spend hours on stuff, but stuff. Yeah, I love technology, but the things that we think we need, once we get it easily and freely, they don't matter. I was over somebody who was extraordinarily wealthy, their house over the holidays, and I saw littered around stuff that literally just in a living room was worth millions of dollars. And it was just ran through. It's just like, it doesn't even matter. And it's like, oh, I'd love to live that life. Do you know what hell looks like? Hell looks like you having all this stuff and it doesn't matter to you. That's what hell looks like, right? That it no longer satiates you. That's what hell looks like, right? So when you're asking yourself that I want all these things, really have discernment. What things do you really want? And will they really matter to you once you get them? Robert and I, we always talk about technology and stuff like that. It's glorious and some great stuff coming. But it will mean something dramatically different to you if it was just dropped on your doorstep and you just have endless amounts of it. You probably would actually wind up seeing no value in it. You actually will become numb to it. This is the curse. So ask yourself while you're clearing your garden, what do I really want in this age of abundance? Because it's coming. What do I really want from myself? What do I want to be doing? Do I want to replicate Wally World? Do I think that's what all humanity does? Or has humanity fallen into a trap? And yes,
We are going to be competitive. We look at others and say, well, that's not going to be me. It very well could be you. And those other people were unlucky, uninformed, or unaware, and you only take this dog eat dog premise if you truly believe that there's a lack of abundance already on this planet. So again, who's telling you there's a lack of abundance? What is their first order premise? Why are they making you want to believe that? Is it empowering or disempowering? All of these things play out to your own psyche. How can you live the rest of your life with just those changes? It's very simple. I'm not a victim. I'm not a label. I'm not a box. I'm not a category. I don't need to memorize, stuff that I'm never going to use. I do need to know how to think. I do know how to build discernment. That will be a lifelong mission. But the things that were valuable 10 years ago, I promise you, are not going to be valuable in the age of abundance we're entering into 10 years from now. And humanity is not prepared for it. So all of us have to take time helping the people around us. If we don't, well, we're going to be, again, it's altruistic, or is it self-fulfilling? We're going to be living in a world that's not going to be very pleasant while we drive around in our, flying cars. Part of the reason why the world sucks so bad is because the people who have a lot of power and money are not thinking in the way that I'm thinking. There are some of them do. I get through to a few of them. I can tell you, one day I'll write the book. I've gotten through to a few of them to understand this stuff, and they're making changes. And by the way, they don't form organizations or non-government entities. You will never hear about what they're doing. And there's a power in that. But there are people that are extraordinarily wealthy that have gotten seized on this notion, and they are dramatically changing things around us, and we don't even see it for the good. And I'm not talking about people at World Economic Forum or anything like that. They don't go to Sun Valley in the summer. No. But there are people that get this stuff, and you can actually help by changing, and that includes me. We hold each other accountable and responsible. Start that way. Just look around at people you care about and start holding yourself accountable to them. Hold yourself accountable to somebody, not yourself. That's a game. You have to hold yourself accountable to somebody. In the past, it was our parents and our grandparents and our generations. I don't know what happened there. I can explain it, but in the past, it was the people we loved and cared about that we would spend an eternity with. There was an accountability that we locked in on. If you have nobody to hold yourself accountable to, I really feel bad for you, because that's the magic of life. I'll leave you guys on that notion. If you got a couple of more questions, I'm here, but I gotta get out of here. All right. Well, I love you guys. Adrian's probably sleeping.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you for
I'm
this
still here.
this hangout. Yeah, I have a hypnotic sleeping effect, but
Thanks, Brian. I really appreciate
No, dude, I'm literally
all you're
here.
sharing.
no, thank you. But seriously, you may not hear me talk about this stuff again, but the bottom line is hold on to some of these thoughts, change your own life. You absolutely can do it. I'm here to help. You got my DMs. Ask me a question. But I don't like doing this stuff in
Back because the internet dead.
I think we lost him.
Something happened.
He rugged?
Potentially, yeah. I think the aliens got to him.
I think you need to change the title of the room. Space.
Space, just space. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting situation. Dude,
That's
I'm
not Elon
literally
Musk, no. I don't know. It sounds like
literally.
Elon Musk to me.
We
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, what's up, man? Hey.
That's my son Sawyer.
Yo, you're talking to the richest dude in the world. That's crazy, honestly.
It's
Yeah.
really not though. Don't worry about it.
Totes.
Yeah.
You want to say Nolan, say hi.
Isn't this the funniest thing ever?
No, it's not
Hey, what's
actually
up, man?
Elon. I know it sounds just like him. He's actually
Yeah.
busy shooting satellites into space. This dude weirdly sounds like him. And
Yeah, I do other things.
yeah, he does other things like just I'll show you some industrial accidents. It sounds like that's what he's doing every time he's on spaces.
Yes. 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 Which makes this psyop even bigger. Like, yeah. I do similar things. I just don't make cars. I make other things.
Yeah, we don't know yet.
I do many things actually. What I do professionally, I'm a process optimizer. I just learn everything and do everything. That's literally what I'm for. That's literally what I do. Like I could describe so many different things. Like that's it. I just basically use my meat computer as a fucking algorithm. Yeah. I'm gonna have to message up, dude. How many? What's the space look like right now? Ooh, nice, dude. Our engagement's next level right now.
They just launched. Did Starlink launch already? I think it did.
I don't know. I don't know.
See. Yeah, they already launched them.
Bro, what the fuck
and
is
the
this?
first stage landed. And of course, I still love you. Yeah.
Of course.
This has the I think like 5 of the satellites he just posted have the direct to cell technology. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's awesome.
Nice.
Is that for T-Mobile?
Yeah, I think so. It's got like 7 megabytes per cell. Like it's, you can get a little bit of data through if you need to in a pinch.
Nice.
Yep. It's exciting.
Dude, I absolutely think that the fucking X search feature is fucked, yo. I don't know if that works. Nope, that does not work. That works. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like I couldn't invite anybody.
Yeah, Periscope is super broken. It just hits like a point and it just finishes. Like it's so funny. Yeah. By the way, to all the 250 wait, how many people are in here? Let me check real quick. I can only ever see the additional listeners. Yeah, 300 people. Yeah, to all the 302 people in here, please give me a follow because we are having these spaces every single day practically, and we are dealing with the topics of AI 2024. We're covering the whole fucking year with AI, all of it right here on X. We're basically the biggest space in AI. Practically scientifically accurate as much as possible, although towards the end of the day, we tend to dive off into the more mystical, as this is what memetics demand of us. Which sounds like I work for an alien, which may in fact be true.
And then when Bud
yeah.
speaks, we talk about everything from cleaning carpets with your mind to cool biological stuff and philosophical stuff. And that's just my way of saying he touches on everything and seems to know everything. It's crazy.
Dude, it's John. Hey, who else in the Tesla community is still awake? Do you think anyone is like awake right now?
I know Gary is because he just got an Elon reply.
Which Gary?
Gary Mark.
Gary Mark who?
Gary Mark from Canada. Gary Mark. Here, let me.
No, I don't know him.
I sent you. I signaled you the his tweet or post. Did you see?
Oh yeah, I know him. Yeah. I follow him too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fun.
Yeah, we got people awake for sure.
Yeah. Does anybody want to like come and hop in real quick? Do a little Tesla and chill? Does anyone want to do a little Tesla and chill? I don't know. We got a big space here. A lot of people in here.
Son to sleep. I can get some people in.
Yeah, dude. Let's have a little Tesla and chill.
Give me like 10 minutes.
Yeah, cool. No problem.
Actually, I can start inviting people now. Hang on.
Yeah. It's nice. Yo, Wiggle, what's happening, man? Anything new? What do you see in the markets?
Yeah, pretty good. The Tesla is kind of flat, even though the quarter was a record. But it's typical sleeping giant. It'll take a little while for the market to digest it. and yeah, I mean, nothing new there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a relatively slow growth situation. It does its thing. I'm still driving in my fucking gas car. That's a problem. That's going to be remedied eventually. The orders are in. I'm going to be driving around with a bulletproof polygon. Trust me, I need it.
Yeah, Bradford put an interesting post, which kind of helps to internalize a little bit, the scale. Like every 3 months, Tesla is making 485,000 electric vehicles. So every 3 months, some people buy EVs, like almost 500,000 EVs instead of gas cars. Like that's just mind-boggling.
Hey, just interrupt for a sec. Change the title if you can, Adrian, to something Tesla, something.
Yeah, Wiggle, copy the title. Dude, copy the title and keep it on your clipboard because we'll have to change it back before we end the space. But just turn it into Tesla and chill. There you go. TSLA and chill.
Okay.
Yeah. With like capital letters and shit. It's gonna be great. We gotta look like super memey. Like, not with the emojis. That shit's like fucking pure cringe, man. That's another little thing. Like, I'm not looking for like growth that is cheap and fast. If I wanted to look for cheap growth, I'd just go into fucking like politics and start talking statistics. That shit's way too easy. Actually, I may just consider doing that. If it ever gets fucking boring, I'll just go in there and like fucking, like, I can internalize anything. I learn everything really fucking quick. And these people are like all chomping out statistics. They're all talking in terms of hypotheticals. Like they like to speculate, but they have got zero facts straight, which is crazy to me. Also, Lincoln, I'm going to make you co-host because Wiggle is going to come back up again. He just rugged because internet shit. Okay. Let Wiggle up. Yeah, mic check. Everything's still working?
Yep, we're good. And sorry, I'm just busy doing a couple things.
Yeah. I'm like in a fucking parking lot right now trying to navigate while I bring people in. Yeah. Let me get Wiggle up real quick. Wiggle just rugged. I don't know if he rugged himself by accident or if that was like something else that happened. Weird curiosity thing. I should take my
Hey, sorry, I
out here.
rugged.
Oh, you rugged? What happened to you? Did you rug yourself accidentally or did
Yeah,
that
I
just
rugged.
happen?
Like when I copied the title in the buffer, I pressed leave. had a sausage finger there.
Sausage finger. Yo, that's a new terminology, man. Fucking, what the fuck kind of driving is that, bro? This motherfucker over here? Jesus Christ. So I got some fucking people should not be owning cars. That's something. Like fucking drive like idiots. Ugh, there we go. That's better. Internet's still all good, right?
Hey, Michelle, if you want to come up and chat Tesla stuff at all, just request. If
Yeah.
not, no biggie. I'm getting some other people, I think.
Nice. Yeah, we got some of the.
Well, there's Gary and Xander. Cool ones. You guys, come on up.
Yeah. We're not going to do anything too. We're not going to do anything too nerdy. It depends on the mood.
Okay. Xander is like complete nerd, complete number nerd guy. Like it's really, yeah. We may have to. Yeah.
Hey guys.
Obnoxiously nerdy. What's up, Gary? What's up, Mr. Talking Elon, Mr. Starship? What was that again? I don't even know what that thing's called.
He corrected me.
Destroyer.
It's like not exceeded.
Yeah, he did.
But you know, you got to push buttons, right? At least I'm not going to get a community note.
That'd be hilarious. Community note on the Death Star, like just or whatever it's called. What's it called? Star Destroyer?
The Star Destroyer.
I'm not a for Star Wars dude. I don't know.
And that meme, I just rehashed it too. I did it. I think I did it last year. But Siobhan had posted a picture yesterday of the Gigafactory. I'm like, that's a pretty awesome picture. Maybe I should update the meme. So it hit.
Totally, it's awesome.
Dude, it's so funny. I got an Elon like today, so that's pretty nice. I put out that thing about AI video, so it's in my highlights tab. If you guys wanted to know what exactly that's all about, go to my profile, click on that, and then switch over to the highlights tab, and then you'll find it's the first thing you'll see. So yeah, that was kind of interesting. I did not expect that. I just saw it was like, hey, this is an opportunity to say something about this interesting ass video. So yeah, he's in a good mood today. That's good. I like that. What about all of you?
He's come. Elon's flying back from Puerto Rico. So the question is, what did he do in Puerto Rico? Maybe he got laid.
That's why he's happy and chill. Let's get him in here.
Yeah.
Wait, Andrea, why was that a sad face? Why are you sad facing?
I did not even see those people.
Yeah, I can. I have special. I have Spaces Part 3.
Oh no, we're not letting. No, we're not doing that.
Oh, why? All right, I don't know. All right, who else? Let's see. All right, let me get some other Tesla peeps.
That type was accidentally accurate. The thing was sent you. Okay.
I'm checking it out. Hang on.
Yeah. Everyone gets vetted first. By the way, something interesting that I highly recommend people to do is vet people first using Grok. Like to ask Grok about them. What do they know? Right? Interesting thing. What does it know? Interesting thing is basically what Grok does is it takes whatever you're most known for and blend it with whatever you recently posted about, and it extrapolates what exactly you are from that. And if Grok is confused as to what you do, then either you're a weird shit poster or you just post shit. Those are two different things, by the way. So you can try and extrapolate from that whichever ironic elements to be the most true, and then factor the 20% that I'm full of shit. So that's irony. Ooh, nice.
Adrian, do you think they solved the bot problem? Because it seemed like you don't usually get the big flood of replies to Elon when he tweets and stuff.
Wait, what happened?
I'm just noticing, like, it's sometimes when he posts on X, is like suddenly there's like 1,000 responses, and it's like,
Yeah, dude. If he replies to your shit, it's crazy.
Yeah, and it's almost
Or like,
instantaneous.
Yeah, like he accidentally just ratios your fucking post. His reply is a post in and of itself. It's so funny. Like he left a reply to me after I made a comment about NFTs. And then everybody from the NFT side came over and dogpiled it. And I was like, yeah, that's not how you do it. You should probably take an individual post. Like, I literally said this to someone in DMs. They're like, dude, what is this thing? I was like, you guys just don't know how to do anything, do you? It's like, here's what you do. You just put an individual post, and instead of dogpiling a post that makes no fucking sense, make something that makes sense, actually, and probably dogpile that if you wanted to. One half didn't do it. The Bitcoin guys did do it, and they were the most successful at doing it because they actually know what the fuck they're doing. So that was interesting. Which is ironic because do you think seriously Elon's going to buy your shit? It's a very low chance. I'll be honest with you. It's like very low chance. Very, very, very low chance.
Xander, can you talk? Or are you with somebody sleeping?
No, I'm around.
How you doing?
Good. I'm good. How are you? Did you enjoy the activities this morning?
The activities this morning. The numbers?
What activities?
Obviously, the numbers. You just
Yeah.
said I'm a numbers guy. Come on.
I know. I just gave you a chance to not be incredibly boring. But okay, go ahead. Do your thing. Here we go.
No, I asked you a question. I don't care.
I'm just kidding. You know me. I'm a feelings guy. I'm a user interface, like a user guy. I don't know all the numbers. I listen to you guys do your numbers. And Wiggle knows some numbers too, so.
I guess I could start
What
it up.
literally is the number?
So the expectation was 473,000 from Wall Street. Tesla did 484 delivery and 495 production. So yeah, it beat another quarter, another record, historic record. Now they added Cybertruck to the other category within S and X. They grouped it together. The full year of 2023 deliveries were 1.81 million, which is a 38% year-over-year increase, which is pretty close to what Elon suggested, 40% growth. And the production is 1.85 million, which is 35% year-over-year. So yeah, overall, I mean, we'll get more on the January 24th once we get the stream live earnings call for Q4. But overall, it's beat left, right, and center. So I'm super happy. Let me see if I can read the. Yeah, that's pretty much what it says. The financial statement. Yeah.
Hey Bradford, I invited you up. If you don't see it and you want to come up,
Dude, bro's getting dogpiled with invites right now. I invited him too. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I did twice.
Should I invite him too?
Yeah, until we're gonna force him up.
Brute force him.
Oh, thumbs down. Sad face.
He wants to listen.
So they lumped the Cybertruck in the other category. The other thing that's in the other category is the Semi. So we've had a year of Semi with regards to the deliveries to PepsiCo, and they said there's around 100 on the road or whatever. So I wonder how many Pepsi actually took delivery of, because it's considered pilot production. Obviously, they're waiting for the factory to open later this year or the expansion of the line in Nevada. So I wonder what the numbers are for Semi.
Yeah, like it doesn't feel to me that it's material yet until it almost feels like they build them by hand for now. So yeah, I think that like the number I've heard, I think from Yaman's call was they like 40 to 60. That's like I guess in the rumor category. But yeah, they're not revealing the like per model numbers yet.
Well, there's no specs or prices, but I presume Pepsi Frito-Lay are paying for these vehicles.
Yeah, did you see the semi matte black? Like once I saw that, it's actually like sparked me to to consider it in the medium to distant future.
Well, Xander has one on an order, and he has heard nothing.
Yeah.
Was that
Yeah.
$25,000 deposit for that?
20.
Right?
20.
20,000.
Yeah.
Oh
I
wow,
talked.
Xander! So you put a deposit?
Yeah. Yeah. My business partner and I. I talked to Martin about it, and the answer is they have to finish the factory before they're going to scale that. So it's the Pepsi is a partnership to run through the paces and have a actual customer provide feedback. And did we if the trucks were delivered earlier, last year, right? It was November, December, whatever it was. Uh, you would think that the category would have been updated earlier with the S and the X. Um, they would, I don't think they lumped it in the financials, or not the financials, but the P&D numbers until now. So I don't know if that's an accurate supposition that the semi is added into the other category, but perhaps maybe they collected money later and now they added it in. It's a good, interesting thought.
I seem to remember at the August shareholders thing that I think someone did ask about semi-production and numbers, and that it was stuck into the other category. I mean, yeah, it's not fully ramped, but it's and you're right, Wiggle. They're virtually hand built at this point.
Yeah, like I think the batteries could also be a limiting factor, even though they're not using what are they using?
2170s.
2170s, yeah. Yeah. Not sure if there is a constraint there as well, because there is a focus on the Cybertruck.
Oh, dude, Elon's mining. That's fucking hilarious. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. That's actually from an author. It's a quote. I know this one. Nobody knows who wrote this.
He's tweeting like crazy right now.
Bro, he's gonna fucking break his bot.
He just said version 12 FSD is next level. Let's get
Nice.
Rebecca up here. Rebecca, come up. Mark, how are you doing? Are you back in Canada yet?
I got delayed at a supercharger because there was a stray cat that started cuddling with me. It was
gosh.
It was a whole ordeal, and
you are always distracted by the pussy cats.
Yeah, no,
Pussy cats.
it's happened more than
Why
once.
the hesitancy, bro?
Gary, good job with that post. That was great.
Yeah.
Did you help with that at all, Mark?
I think he did.
I mean, I'm not. No, that's kind of you to say, but no, I just commented.
Well,
He
you
replied,
texted that
and then I was
said,
looking at the
this is
reply,
gonna get
and
an
then
Elon like.
Well,
because of me. And then you said Frank would have to do something. Let's get Frank up here and see
Well,
if he's gonna do what you said.
So before you got the like, Gary, I was messaging a bunch of people, and I'm like, this post is gonna get a like, and then Frank was making fun of me. He's like, no, but he was talking about my
He's
response.
like, that's not even what it's called.
Yeah.
You're not a real Star Wars nerd.
And I'm like, yeah. So, but then like 20 minutes later, 10 minutes later, it gets the like. So no, I really liked your post. I had a feeling. I'm like, this is a good one. So
so basically, it wasn't your work. You owe Mark, is what he's saying.
But wait, don't you
When he
owe
gets to Canada,
Siobhan?
bring him out to dinner.
Wait, don't you owe was it Siobhan's originally or what?
Well, it's Siobhan's
Picture.
picture, and I
Okay.
credited her, and she
Right.
actually liked it earlier.
Oh, good. Okay.
But I'm not sure if Elon follows Siobhan.
I'm
pretty
Maybe
sure he
I'm
does.
sure she
He's
does,
the
Gary.
father of her kids.
I don't know. It's just sort of that wavering list that goes up and down, you know.
I'm still trying to retouch base with her since I went to high school with her, but like I'm not getting anywhere with that. I should have probably kept those numbers from high school.
You gotta keep working on that.
I know. It's so many years ago. We're not like I don't know. One day. This year's our high school. This year would be I think our 20th. Is it our 20th high school reunion? So
Well, I don't know. I mean, I look at you and I look at her, and obviously you were not the cool kid in that class, compared to her at least.
no, she was extremely intelligent. I don't think she was the cool kid. Hence why probably we even associated because I wasn't cool. I'm still not cool, but
You're so cool. You're less
yeah,
cool now that you left.
I'm pretty great. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Frank, what do you think about Mark's Star Wars knowledge?
Makes me sick to my stomach. I find it disturbing.
Well,
what did he get wrong? What did he get wrong, Frank?
He called it a super star destroyer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
All you have to do is Google it. I'm not even a Star Wars guy. I'm a
Frank was
Trekkie.
appalled. Frank was appalled and ashamed to be your friend.
I was ashamed. I was ashamed I chose you as a friend.
Oh, hey, Adrian, have you seen the FSD commercial where it drives somebody home that somebody made?
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's Frank. Frank, what's up? Frank's there talking. He's the one who made that.
Yeah, I saw that. It's pretty good. He also made that other commercial. I think I even reposted that one a while back, like the video slash one. Silence and Speed. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Pretty
yeah,
good.
yeah.
I think he also did some other ones we probably won't discuss here.
Did you do any officially for Tesla at any point?
No, nothing official yet.
Not yet. Oh, I like that you said yet.
Hey Xander, what do you think about Troy Tesla going outside of his comfort zone and suggesting a slow year for Tesla?
I'm not a big fan of this like 2.1, 2.2. I think the credit will have a lot of impact on take rate, and we don't know when Tesla will announce production for 25K area car. So I think the trajectory is maintained. You're at like what 55% CAGR since 2020. When you average it out, that's what they said. And last year and this year are transitional years. It's expected. So is it possible it's that low? I suppose, but they have a lot of ramping that can occur in both in Germany and Texas.
Yeah, I think there is like a fear that there is a softening demand, but I like Dan Ives' comments today that the overall EV demand may be softening, but not for Tesla, especially in China.
Yeah, that and even I think I didn't watch a lot of videos today, but Jeff Lutz he was pointing out that if the overall trajectory of EVs in the United States increases from, I think he said something like 8% to 10 or 12 or whatever. Like where does that how does that get fulfilled? It's Tesla who's making vehicles. So yeah, I'm not too worried about the short term though. I think they're doing the right things.
Yeah, same. It's interesting actually. Yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, Habib dropped in, and we, had an exchange on Tesla, and he also thinks it'll be like a kind of a neutral quarter. And like he thinks it's still a little bit overvalued, the market cap.
Well, what do you think of the market cap? Is it overvalued?
I think it's undervalued, but I mean, I'm thinking mid to long term perspective, so I'm a little bit often like, yeah, I don't really care much of the fluctuations. Like, I do check the share price every day, of course, but I don't particularly, like, I mean, you have to, it's not for the soft-hearted, because of the volatility, so you have to kind of draw the line of separation between emotions and where the stock is going, but stock rarely represents the company's value. And I like Jason DeBolt's analogy that if you're invested in Tesla, it's growing every day value is added and created, and every day it's generating value and it's becoming more valuable, which should translate into increase in the stock price. But of course, because of all the indirections and FUD and everything, it's always like a little bit separated from what it is. So yeah, I mean, I'm not particularly too worried, but yeah, I hope that the trend continues.
One thing that people forget is that Shanghai usually has this real huge burst at the end of the year just to compensate for Lunar New Year in the new year, because that's usually when parts of the factory have a 2-week break. I don't know how they're going to address the break time, but Lunar New Year is obviously very big in China, and it is very traditional that the workers go back to their home villages to celebrate during the 2-week holiday season.
Gary, are you running?
I was about to ask.
I'm on my
Your
spin
breathing
bike.
is quite heavy.
He's actually walking at a kind of slow pace. He's in Canada. He doesn't get out much.
Jesus Christ.
I'm working out, man.
That's good.
I love it, Gary. You're the speed skater in our group, so I'm just giving you a hard time because you can speed skate faster than I can speed skate.
No relation to that somewhat cursed song that nobody understands why it's cursed. You know the one I mean?
No.
All the other kids with the pumped up kicks. You know that one?
Kicks you better. I can sing that one.
Yeah. Do you know why it's cursed though?
No.
Think about the lyrics. Really think about the lyrics.
Well, it's about a
All
school
the
shooter.
all the kids. Yeah.
The
There
school
you
shooting.
go.
I know that.
School shooting.
Dude.
It's like Jeremy.
Everybody's like sings it. It's fucking. It's kind of weird sometimes. It's like when Despacito fucking like hit the trending charts. Everybody was like singing it, humming it, and everything, and I'm like, do you guys even know what it means? Like,
You
do
know what?
you know what you're singing? Like, you do realize you are basically singing the lyrics are basically a recounting of the act of finding someone in a club and then fucking the shit out of them a few hours later. You do realize that's literally what the song's about. Nobody
You
gets
don't
it.
Oh,
wanna.
that's what they were saying the whole time. Okay.
Yes, yes,
Oh, now
literally
Mark
what he
doesn't
was
like
singing
it.
about. Yes. It was like, I think one line was like, I'll do you so hard that you'll forget your last name.
Wow.
It's true.
Been
Nobody knows
there.
about this. Like,
Just kidding.
like everybody's memeing out about it. Like even the fucking people who are like really Christian. I'm sitting there like, wow.
Even the people that are really Christian.
You know what though? Pumped Up Kicks is like makes you want to dance. So I guess that's what matters, right?
I
I bet
guess.
you.
What kind of
I bet
dancing
you,
you talking about, boy?
Lincoln. I bet you he
dissociate.
doesn't even know Despacito. He
Wait.
doesn't. You don't know any new music.
Despacito.
Yeah, sing it.
Fuck me.
Despacito. I don't remember. Dang it.
I'm pretty sure I can. I'm pretty
Isn't
sure I
that
can remember it.
Beatster?
I can like basically internalize anything. So
So are
I'm
you
not a
gonna say
believer.
like La Bamba is like about gang rape or something?
I don't know. You tell me. Maybe then
About
we'll
what?
both know.
Cocaine rape? What did you say?
Depending on how accurate it is. Where did the cocaine come from? Why does nobody rap about fucking Heisenberg?
Hey, Tesla Bull, get up here. Frank left us.
It just
Hey, Rebecca, say hi. How you doing?
What's up, Lincoln? How are you?
How's your
What's
Tesla
up,
doing?
Adrian?
Oh, dude, I'm doing very well. Having fun
Love that
times.
for you.
Yes.
I
yes.
can't believe people are sitting in here listening to us talk garbage.
I don't think this is really
I'm
garbage.
having
This is
I'm
good.
having
This
the
is like what
best
we do when
time.
we unplug.
Correct.
It's
Happy New
true.
Year, Rebecca.
We've
Oh my
unplugged
God,
from our
Gary, I
sanity
missed your
filter.
Gary, I missed the mass FaceTime. Ugh, I can't tell you. I entered 2023 in the best way possible. I caught Gary making a charcuterie board with a top hat that said "Happy New Year."
Was he?
So
His
good.
top hat's great.
I missed the call too, Gary. Was there even a call? Did we FaceTime?
I missed it, Gary.
100%.
I missed
100%.
it. I was
No,
too drunk.
I thought you had the call because
Well,
I was asleep.
I made a call and nobody came on. Like two people came on, and I'm like, okay, forget this. Like I was waiting for you in your top hat with your charcuterie. That didn't happen.
No,
So
No, I was too drunk.
fair enough.
Hey, Frank,
I
can you
Mark, why do you
confirm?
sound like a young Robert Scoble? How the fuck does that work?
it's just
It's this.
I was born with this voice.
Is it just me? Yeah, I know. Is it just me, or does he sound exactly like as if it was a young Robert Scoble? Is that just me?
Could
It's the
be.
I don't
same.
Yes.
hear it.
Same archetype.
I mean,
Yeah.
you kind of sound like
Just need more
Elon a
text
little
stories. We
bit,
need
you
to get
know?
you, dude. We need to get you to fucking we need to get you back in time so you can also start an ICQ and make those kids millions of dollars so you can get to be there at the World Economic Forum. Yeah.
Mark, do not change the subject. He sounds nothing like Elon. You're just trying to get the attention off of
Dude,
yourself.
Lincoln, I
Nothing.
can't believe I have to tell you this, but you sound exactly like Elon.
I do?
Yeah, dude, it's so uncanny the
Population
resemblance.
collapse is
It's
the
next
biggest
level.
threat to humanity.
Yeah, dude, I'm so bad.
Lincoln, I
And
didn't tell you I'm actually a billionaire.
But
This is
you
kind
legit
of an
fucking sounds like
experiment right
And
now.
all you
bro.
did was buy me some water when you visited? Wow.
I did buy you water. I bought lots of groceries.
I
Wow.
know. You took care of
Oh,
me.
beautiful.
Hey,
Take care that your
yeah.
homies are hydrated.
Hey,
Hey, Rebecca. Go
sorry,
ahead. Go ahead.
very
Go,
quick
go.
on the song. Also, there is one more song that I just wanted to mention that is a little bit dereferenced. Is "Relax." It was banned in 1983. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, and on BBC, and it took some people 10 years to realize what it's about.
Tell me, I've never heard about the song. I don't even know what it is because it was banned. So tell me about it.
Yeah, me either. What?
I think it goes like "Relax, don't do it" or something.
Okay, and then what's about it? What about it? What's in
Uh,
there?
I mean,
Isn't
it's literally
isn't that a
about
song in
sex.
movies?
yeah, it's about sex. Yeah, I think.
Nice. Look at my boobies, Jack. I don't want you to paint me like one of those French girls.
Wow.
I'm going to run for president next year because Gavin Newsom fucked up California because he wants to cover for San Francisco, but he fucked up all of it.
Wait,
The
is that supposed to be?
pre-existing funds were used for me to buy my stogies.
You know,
Sounds like Scoble.
It's
You know,
supposed to
in
be
the
Arnold, but it sounds like wait, wasn't that Leo that said paint me like a French girl?
no, in the interviews he said like Arnie said that he tried, like they gave him roles with minimum amount of speech because of his like terrible accent. So he was just this massive action machine without much of a conversation.
I know, right? It was so good.
No, I don't have a tumor.
You are the
It's not a
tumor.
tumor.
You are the tiny problem.
Hey, Waco, can you
It's
bring
not a
Franks up?
tumor.
What?
I can also do this,
I
but you're
can't
gonna
bring
be
Frank
for
up. If you can bring
I can
What's Up
literally be
Franks up.
anywhere. Like this
Oh,
is
here.
crazy. Yeah.
I tried bringing
The fact that I can
Frank
do that is
up,
so gross.
but
Yeah, let me get
Yeah,
WhatsApp Frank back up
he's
here.
banned from the space. I don't know.
Who's banned from the space?
No, and I just can't get What's Up Franks back up here.
Ooh, weird.
There he
Let me
is.
take a look here.
I see him.
No, he is now.
Here,
I
zero
couldn't get him.
people removed.
I couldn't get him up. He's okay. Okay, forget that.
what?
Yeah,
Wow.
Frank's back up here.
Someone was
Oh,
able
you
to.
couldn't get a. Yeah, that was me. Well, maybe it was all
Good
of us.
job.
Somebody like dogpiling people. Dude, we're dogpiling people with fucking with fucking invites and shit. So funny. You know.
Hey, Rebecca, are you still subscribed to FSD?
Dude, let me tell you something. I've had this loaner
Oh, here
car
we go.
for close to 4 weeks now. And I was like, do you guys know what, like, what are you thinking it is? I have a special friend over there that once figured out what the noise was. Well, I guess maybe not because it came back, but his name is Joe Jr. Anyhow, long story short, I named my loaner car Joe Jr. fan. Thank you.
You still don't
JJ.
have your car back? Oh my god.
No, they
How long
were
has that
like, we
situation been
think
around?
Wow.
I don't know. They were like, we actually figured out that it's not something that needs to go to the body shop. And we think that it's like a clanking between two plates. And she goes,
Wait,
not
hold on.
structural.
Wait,
I
wait, wait,
was
wait, wait,
like,
wait. Wait, what? What's happened to your cars? Okay, so is it a weird, like, knocking sound in the front of your car? Is it that?
okay,
No, it's a
Adrian,
bat.
I wish I could tell you this, but like so many people have tried to figure this out that only one person at the service center was able to figure it out. And I insisted
Obviously
that
they
he
didn't,
listen,
since you don't
he's the
have your
best.
car.
Anyhow, they wrote to me today.
Well, I guess they
They
don't
were
figure it,
like,
yeah.
they think the clanking is from an intermediate layer of sheet metal in the back of the car, one that doesn't provide structural value. I was like, if
And why the
anything.
fuck is it there?
And then he goes, the noises in question has proven very difficult to diagnose. Joe Jr. is continuing the diagnosis. Like, if I know Elon well enough, like, the best part is no part. So you're telling me it's a part that doesn't matter? Like, for sure it does.
Wow. It's a part that doesn't matter.
Wait,
Whatever.
did they at least give you a Model Y, or are you in a
Yeah, they gave
3?
me a Model Y with FSD and free supercharging. I'm laughing. What do you mean?
Oh,
Take your
so
time.
you don't need your car. They're not driving it. They're not really doing
No,
anything to it.
no,
So
I'm having
just keep.
the best time.
I love it. I love it.
Thank you.
Drive
Thank you.
JJ like you stole it.
What?
Nice.
I bring
Drive
them
JJ.
donuts.
Joe Jr. is JJ.
Oh my God.
I want to
Listen,
get as
I
many
also want
Tesla
to tell
people up
you
here as
that
possible.
his
Yeah, we're working on it.
Joe Sr. works there too. And then last time I was there, I met Joe Jr.'s younger brother. It's generational. Thank you.
You don't want to. Just
Andrew's here. Andrew, come up. Bradford doesn't want to. I'm not going to invite him anymore.
Dude,
we got,
Bradford, just come up here, chill with
Eddie.
us in engagement farm. I'm just saying.
Engagement. He's like inviting you to engagement farm.
Yeah, I'm serious. Like, I don't even mind it. You can come up here and don't say jack shit. Doesn't matter.
I
It's
figured
good
that's
for
why
your
you
fucking
invited me up today.
profile.
When you were talking about the lawsuit, I'm like, why did Adrian invite me? Okay, I'll just hang out. I don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
anything
because I
about this
like you. I
shit.
like having you there. And besides, you sometimes put out some really funny autistic shit unironically. It's great.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's
It's
just
like it's a
relax.
little
got
bit of
called
disruption,
autistic.
bro. If people take
I'm
their shit
happy.
too seriously, you become one of those weird politics rooms that fucking kill my brain cells.
Yeah.
I can't stand hearing more about this fucking
Sierra, get
Israel
up
war,
here.
man.
Andrew's on stage. Andrew, I'm still craving that ramen from Austin. That was amazing.
Oh
Wait,
yeah,
you hung out with
that was
Andrew?
good.
Oh, that
Dude.
Andrew.
What was
This is
that?
like the most Tesla-rich Tesla space right now.
Yeah. Andrew,
What's up, Andrew?
Thank you for letting me have access to your Plex server. It's been quite bountiful this weekend.
Oh, yes, no
Oh,
problem.
thanks for saying that publicly, Andrew. What's your login?
Gary,
Good thing there's
call
no
me
porn
later.
on Build a Bunker.
Hey.
I lost my Plex server. My RAID 5 broke.
Wow.
Microsoft. Andrew, do you have
Copy
any
that, just
spare
like-
Spotify accounts?
What did you say?
I do not. I don't have Spotify accounts.
Oh, there's a hack of you can you get a Spotify account in Argentina or something like that, and it only costs you like $2 a month.
Hey, Wiggle, invite Sierra up. I can't. It's not working for me.
Oh, really? It's not working? Okay, let me check shit out.
Yeah, not working for me either.
Bingo.
Good evening.
Landon.
Howdy.
Landon.
Weird. Good. Hey, what's up, man? What's up, Landon?
Hey, happy times. Happy New Year.
All that's missing now is we need either Value Analyst, which is not happening,
Nope.
or Omar.
I texted Omar. He's not responding right now.
I'm over it.
I also texted Elon. He said maybe tomorrow.
Hi, Rebecca.
It wasn't
Landon.
Elon Musk. It was Elon Smith.
Landon, how are you doing on Owl?
What drug is he on?
I've got tenure.
Too good.
I could make a funny too, Lincoln. Okay, I was with you long enough.
Dude, you sound like like mini Scoble.
Have you
Wow.
guys got any owl?
Bro, he literally sounds like fucking Scoble in his 20s. That's just alien.
Did old school Scoble just speak? Or was that Mark? I can't tell the difference.
This
Mark,
is
you have
not
to create a
Clubhouse.
parody account. That's what everybody fucking tells me.
I'm already on it. I'm
You
on
are the
FSD
parody
trying
account.
to work this
Yeah.
shit out.
Eight people
we
just
found you on
DM'd me and said, you
Scoble!
sound like Scoble.
Mark, say this. Mark, say, my therapist uses the AI to track our sessions.
No. You have to say, my therapist uses ChatGPT. Say it like that. My therapist uses ChatGPT. Wait, did I just sound more like Scoble than Scoble?
Yeah.
That's
Or
fucking
Mark, you
crazy.
say that time I met Elon.
Mark, say
Well,
it.
I mean,
Say it.
technically, Frank's could say everything because he has all our voices recorded.
Yeah,
and
Frank.
you know,
so
That's not creepy.
You
dude,
don't have
is it
to
just me
sound
or is
like...
that just next level uncanny?
It's like Elon talking to Scoble.
Yeah,
Mark hung out
this
with
is
me for a
fucking
few weeks. So I
hilarious.
don't I'm around him.
Are you threat actor
Yeah.
now? I don't know.
We definitely got to do that in the future. But I'm driving right now. I kind of have to focus a little bit, sort of.
Yeah,
Dude, just listen to Scoble play into it a little bit. You don't fucking sound exactly like him.
Plus, I can't use Bluetooth, so it's really fucking hard to hear you guys because, you know, Tesla Bluetooth, you know.
Yeah.
You have to scream it more when you're in the car. You have to scream it more. Then you sound like him.
You can hear Adrian. Whenever Adrian drives, he's screaming, but not at us, at other people.
This is true, yes. This one time somebody like ran fucking 5 red lights and I still overtook him because I'm faster.
Because he's still young and gets mad at people driving.
Bro, literally fucking, dude, literally the guy was following me after that. So apparently I really pissed him off at the fact I overtook this little bitch. And then that guy was following me, signaling me to fucking pull over. I'm like, I'm not fucking pulling over, you little bitch. And I kept fucking driving until there was this one spot where I know I could park because there was nobody behind me, so I could just like keep going because I don't want to be stuck behind anyone because I travel faster, right? I don't want to be worried about overtaking. And this guy was next to me, and fucking like he parked there. Like, I parked, I let him park in front of me, then I just hit my fucking gas, went right next to him, rolled down my window. He was, like, starting to fucking, like, put his finger out and shit and to start articulating his bullshit, and I literally screamed at him something like, I don't know, well, shut the fuck up! You blew 5 red lights! Fuck off! And I just drove. Like, I had none of it. That guy took a detour. He didn't follow me afterwards. He fucking took a detour somewhere else.
You know what? Whenever I've taken over someone in my Tesla, they almost always come up and they give me like thumbs ups and like they talk to me. They always like it. They're like, I didn't know those were so fast. It's always been cool.
Cybertruck is going to be weird to have in a small town.
Oh gosh.
Dude, it's gonna be a problem. I'm still waiting for mine. Like the order is in and everything, but I still can't get the configuration to work yet.
How are you gonna get it to wherever you
You'll
are?
get it.
Where are you? Forget it.
I'm in nowhere.
Hey Adrian, did you get the FSD option?
Dude, my configuration is fucking active. I can't select shit. But I think
No,
I'll try and
because
do that. But I don't know if it's going to be available. I definitely want the compute though.
yeah, like on the recent orders, they disabled it. Like they stopped offering it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was like, where's the configuration, my man?
It'll open up
It's
again soon.
disappeared.
This is the fourth round of foundation offers right now that just went out today. And so I don't
That was
know
the
how many
7th.
they're going to
Did you say
build. I don't know
4th or
what they're going to
7th?
do,
Sorry.
but it won't go forever.
And
What's that?
none of us got it.
I thought it was the 7th. I thought I just heard say 4th.
I did say
Wait,
4.
what?
If it's 7, I'm counting differently. I'm sorry. I could be very wrong.
Corey,
You have 3 to 5 days
Nick,
to decide.
Corey, Nick, Selena, Eddie, and yeah, if any of you want to come up, come on up.
You know, I'm sitting right now in this
That's
place.
right.
I got myself some fucking propane gas. Let me test some shit out. Nice, nice. See, the square shit. Oh shit, yeah, it does. Yeah. It's great. What about this one? Which one's the highest setting? Oh yeah, this one's nice. Let's see if the gas is flying somewhere. What the fuck? Oh right, because you have to turn it upside down for the liquid to come out. Okay, hang up. Okay.
Lincoln,
Oh
I
yeah,
think
there we
you
go.
have to. I know,
Oh,
Adrian, you
that
mentioned
shit
this
tastes. That
earlier
shit fucking smells
that
disgusting.
you
Beautiful.
yelled out at the
There's
car. I feel like whenever you're having an argument from vehicle to vehicle, whoever's the craziest wins.
It's true. It's
Yes.
absolutely true.
Yes.
You just gotta
I
be
am
crazier,
fucking
and then you
insane.
win.
Yeah, I've
Dude,
had that people beat me because it's like we're in town and they're going like way too. And I'm like, okay, I'm not. No,
going way too what? Too fast or too slow?
too fast because it was like in town. And I'm like, you're gonna take out a person or something. I'm like, this isn't even. No, like there's a limit.
Dude, that's called survivalism.
You gotta do like safe. You gotta do like on the highway, fine. But
Dude, I literally fucking off-road traveling like what is it? 80 to 120 kilometers an hour on the fucking gravel. It's fun. It's a lot of fun.
it's terrifying. One little like slide and you're
No, I slide all the time. I just know how to control the slides and where not to slide. Like especially
No,
when you get those nice wide curves, you don't actually turn your car at all. It gets turned for you. You have to like be able to pull that shit back real fast, otherwise you're in the ditch.
Sierra.
You
How are
start
you
slow
liking?
and then you speed up.
I want to ask Sierra how she's loving her Tesla.
Dude, I swear automatic vehicles are so much fun.
Not
You just keep
responding.
pressing the gas and see what happens.
It's terrifying. You know what? I used FSD on a road that was not a road. It was a sorry, Sierra. This phone was just messing. We need to get you one. I was using FSD on a road that was on a map, so the car thought it was an actual road, but it was like this trail. And I tried FSD, and it handled it for a while, but it was pretty funny. I don't know if anyone else has tried that.
Yo, FSD is pretty good in Utah, though. It's not the same in Toronto. It's not the same in Toronto.
Wait, how do you know? You are always struck out, like constantly. You're on a constant strikeout. Tesla's literally like,
It's
we're
true.
gonna give him one chance.
I got
and then
two.
we're gonna strike him out for 2 months.
I got 2 strikes today.
Whoa.
You're ridiculous.
No, I don't know. I don't know what I'm.
What did you fucking do?
I know.
Lincoln, you know we're the
Okay,
ones
okay.
training
Pay
you.
attention. Pay attention.
I know.
Pay attention. Are you German?
No.
He can't
Are you
give
part
this up.
German? Is that the reason?
I decline to answer.
Please tell me the answer, please.
No, I'm not German.
Okay. That wasn't so hard.
He's Antarctican. He's one of the only ones.
Yeah.
Now, bro, it's like,
Special.
what are those people? What are those people who live there again?
Scientists.
Nerds.
Aliens. Dude, imagine living at the South Pole. That shit's next level. Like,
No,
you
thank
go
you.
to space, it's like, hey, guess where I live? It's like, nah, I had no idea. I'm at the fucking South Pole. Come get me. There's like
South
no
Pole.
way.
You can't get over the wall. Come on, Adrian.
No, you have to like go there via rocket, land right there on the poles with the ice melting.
There was a person who had to do their own operation in the South Pole area, right? They're in Antarctica. I think
Antarctica
they,
and South Poles?
yeah. So like, well, they were doing their own appendectomy or something, and they sutured themselves up.
That's awesome.
That's got to be
like,
painful.
yeah. Like you could either get really drunk, not feel the pain, and take out your like kidney by mistake, or you could get sober, pass out, and not take anything out.
Jesus Christ. I once had to take a stick out of my foot.
Okay.
I did not think you were going to say foot at the end of that.
Stick out of my butt.
We all went there. We all went there.
Not really.
Like seriously, I was just
didn't
riding
go
around in
there.
the forest and all of a sudden sticks like meh. These fucking people cut it like all wrong. They cut it in such a way where it points out like a fucking spear. Like it's a lazy machete throw, like oh then fucking stick comes out like a spear and you step on that shit, it's over. Bro, somebody near that damn near fucking died when they were going through that because then they put their foot into the fucking river over there and then it got infected. Oh boy. I had a similar situation. They had to give me 2 penicillin injections, 1 butt cheek each. Not kidding.
Okay. Well,
It sounds
at least
funny.
one
It's
wasn't left
true.
out.
Like I was literally fucking sitting there, and then the doctor was telling me, "Oh, he's gonna put some penicillin into me." It's like, okay, cool. Where? Do I, like, here's my arm. It's like, no, I'm gonna have to put it in your butt. I'm like, the fuck? Are you serious? Like,
Now, was
yeah.
the
Don't
shot
worry.
in
It's
the
the biggest
butt,
muscle. It's
or
the
was
biggest
they
muscle in the
poured
body.
it?
It's the
Okay.
biggest muscle in the body. I was like, great, really
Gary,
great.
can you please fact check that one and find out if he actually had to have it in the butt?
I want to
No,
get
it's
it
in the
right in
butt
the
cheek,
heart
to be more
before the
precise.
rest.
It's not up anywhere else. It's like specifically in the butt cheek because the biggest fucking muscle in the body.
That's where I'd rather have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's your
It
problem,
happens.
Mark?
Go ahead. Sorry, Landon.
Brain sensors get deactivated for really odd reasons.
Can
Are you
anyone bring
good?
Nick up? I can't bring him up. He's
I can't even see if Nick exists.
anything
I can
Tesla.
I can drop down.
Wiggle.
I actually didn't mean
Yeah,
to
we can
accept your speaker
Oh.
request
take
because
more people up.
I'm losing my
You
voice.
sound wonderful. Wow.
I'm
Wow,
so
what happened to you?
sick. I have COVID, so I didn't mean to
Oh.
accept
shit.
your speaker request.
Yeah.
I'm just listening.
No problem.
Hope you feel better.
Don't
We
go
love you.
anywhere. Just
Get well
relax.
soon.
Thanks. I'll drop down and make room for other people. Sorry for
Oh, I
my
thought it was
voice.
Rebecca. I thought it was. Didn't it sound like what Rebecca would sound like if she were sick?
Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
100%.
Becca
What
would
the
sound
fuck,
like
man?
if she was sexy.
That was
I
so
hope you feel
100%.
funny.
better,
Wow.
young lady.
Wow.
I
That
hope you
was
feel better.
We're like full on fucking judging over here. This is not good.
Wow.
This is
Elon does not
typical.
approve.
I love accents.
It's great. Dude, I literally had fucking COVID. I was in bed when the rocket launched the first time. Yeah, when Starship launched the first time, I was sick as fuck. And I still did the space.
Do you
I was
think
literally
Starship
fucking in
could
bed with
launch
fever and shit. I tried to
from
speak, and it
underwater?
was so painful.
Why
You
not
did
from
great.
underwater?
I had to force it out of me, but it worked.
You did great.
Nobody even noticed. That's why I did great.
Yeah, it's true.
Actually,
Rebecca,
most
can
of
you
you
share?
didn't realize I existed back then, because back then when I did that space, I was only at like what 30 Thor followers. It's not existed. That should happen like 6 months ago, 6-7 months ago. That was like May last year.
First launch was 420.
Yeah,
That's a
wasn't it?
true story.
True story.
Big time.
Hey, Wiggle or Adrian, can you bring up anything Tesla?
I tried.
anything
Let me
Tesla?
check. Let me check.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
Rebecca, can you share some Rebecca-isms to the room so they can start learning your sayings, please?
I love that for you.
Thank
It's
you.
I need some
true.
Omar in here right now.
Can you stop
Yeah.
it with Omar? I think we're all adequate without him. I'm
Omar?
better. I'm better than Omar. Work it out.
I
I
can't believe
love
I could
it.
yell like that.
Sorry, he doesn't know me yet. It's okay. You're doing great.
Yeah,
You
he
can
doesn't
ping Omar
know
if you want.
our humor yet, like with the picking on. Yeah.
Omar,
Bring.
I'm not sure if Omar is actually. I don't know if Omar dislikes me or not. It's a really interesting situation. I feel like that, like for a certain period of time, where I always showed up in my spaces up until at one point where I literally live streamed myself showering in the fucking shower, but nobody saw anything. By the way, so that's the weird part. But I guess that's just too much weirdness. I had a fucking live stream where I threw chicken against the wall just to test out the features of live streaming and
Oh
see how
my god,
HD it
I'm
was.
dead.
And then I
That's not
fucking,
weird.
I said, dude, I'm gonna do everything on spaces, man. I'm gonna be the everything space. That's what's happening.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
mate.
I've
We all
showered
shower
with all of
together
you, and
too.
you have no
We
idea how many
always
times
shower
I've
together.
showered with you,
Dude,
Adrian.
I've done everything on spaces.
You have no idea what other things I've done too,
Wow.
like eating
I've
food.
fucked them on spaces once.
No.
And
Wow.
anyways, you know, just things that happen.
I mean, it's
Wow.
a good. It's a good one. Yum, yum. Ice cream. Yum yum.
Oh god.
I'm not kidding. I'm legit. I'm like eating some ice cream right now. Mm.
Okay,
Adrian,
wait.
I
Oh,
think he
Are we
might be
supposed to tip
unwell.
you? We're
he's not
supposed to
unwell,
send money.
is he?
Hey, Mark.
Hey, wait, here we go. Nick, the
Nick's here.
What's
Nick.
up, Italian World?
Did,
Nickelodeon.
No, Rebecca. Oh my gosh.
What? I
did
ruined it?
Gary say my name?
Yeah, Gary said your
Say my
No,
name.
name. Say my
I said Nick.
What's up, Gary?
Oh, I
Say
thought
my
somebody
name.
said my name. Oh,
What's my
I
name, fool? Snoop. Okay,
Nick, I
Rebecca,
took
that
the
was for
cat
Nick.
with
My
me
name
in
is
the end.
Heisenberg.
You took the cat. Where the police are going to look for the cat, and there's no cat there.
No,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just
what happened
kidding.
with the cat? We didn't hear the end
I
of the
al-
cat story.
I almost took a cat with me. It was snuggling with me, and it wanted to come in the car, and then I ended up
Wow.
calling the police station.
Right, because they really
I don't
care.
know
Wow.
Okay.
what.
I don't know if that's how they do it in Canada, but here they yeah, okay. Hey Frank, was this the same kitty that Frank almost found at a supercharger?
No, Frank finds different pussies.
Wow.
Wow.
He finds both.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
This is too much for
Fuck.
Adrian. He can't. Mark, are you still there? Are you still at the supercharger?
No, I'm driving. I'm trying to get home.
If you scream louder, you'll sound even more like Scoble. By the way, what happens when you drink warm milk? Do you go crazy?
Yeah.
Have you been to CES 3,000 times?
I wish.
I know, me
Here's the
too.
thing.
That's in Vegas.
If I consume cold milk, I go crazy. If Scoble consumes cold milk, he goes crazy.
Lincoln, you can't speak about Vegas. You stood everybody up in Vegas, including
Yeah.
Omar.
Yeah, well, I couldn't go. I told
You
him
could
that.
have went. You could have went.
No, I couldn't. I got kids and stuff, and I was sick. And you could have gone. You didn't go. Did you go?
No.
You're the one who said I will go and then didn't go. At least I was
Did
stronger
you
than
find
you
out
said
if
I
Omar?
can't.
Do you think he sold those tickets, or like what did he do with those tickets?
Wait, he bought extra ones for us?
He bought us both a ticket.
I didn't know
We
that. No
had
one told me these
we had
things.
free tickets to the show. Yeah. Check your text messages, dude.
Dude, I can't read all those text messages from you. You like are constantly texting me.
It's not from
dick
me.
pics
It
and
was
stuff.
not from me. Check your text messages.
Well, if it was free.
There was 2 free tickets. I was gonna go. Some stuff came up, but Lincoln, you had no excuse. Except for your kids and you
What do
were
you mean?
sick.
What came up with
I don't know.
you?
I wanted
A
to drive.
romantic interest?
You know what? I would not drive 6 hours without you.
Oh, thanks. Wait, you're doing that
Yeah.
now?
Bros before hoes. Or no, that's not accurate, is it? Yeah. Well, I had to.
No,
I had to
Mark is
leave.
always bros.
You know
Hey,
it's
Nick,
really bad when you hear some sounds, man.
Nick, is baby with you?
No, she's downstairs with the wife.
Oh, cool.
They all have you all have the flu or you all have COVID.
No, we already had COVID after Thanksgiving, coming back from Cabo, and then now I got the flu.
Yeah, I think I have the flu too.
Oh, I'm glad I left then.
No, I was sick
Just
while you
in
were
time.
here. And you kept trying to kiss me. I was like, no, dude, I'm sick. But every time you try to kiss me, I will always say, no, dude, I'm sick.
Well, you started that trend. I thought that was a thing going forward.
What if you don't shake anyone's hands? You just like fucking do the thing with the feet like we did. Remember that meme? We're gonna foot shake. Let's go. Totally not gay.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
The tongue shake.
Oh, fuck me.
Well, Lincoln, you better shut up or I'm gonna post some pictures of you cuddling with me on Twitter.
Is that when I was roofied? When you roofied me?
Yeah, I think it was the night I roofied you. Yeah, yeah.
Then I'm not culpable, so whatever you want to do.
Marky gave you permission.
There's a lot of people in here that may not know
who was the
how
big spoon?
ridiculously
So
sarcastic we are.
yesterday we had John from Silicon Valley here. He dropped in, but we just had unrelated conversations, and then he left.
Yeah.
He's not part of this clique.
He didn't. Oh, Carol, come up here, Carol.
Does anyone know when the 2024 Teslas are coming out?
After they finish the what is that? The EPA ratings.
Is that what? It's so
That's the only
late
thing holding it
though.
up,
I
dude.
feel like it's so late. Like,
So Elon put out a cryptic tweet that he'll be like giving a message to the SpaceX and Tesla teams this week. So maybe he'll hint something about it. But I asked Bradford about it, and he thinks it'll be a little later.
It has to be later. He can't talk about Tesla during the blackout period.
Oh, right. It's in blackout, right.
Yeah, and the workers just got back to work today at Fremont.
When is the workers getting back in Toronto, Mark?
I declined to comment. Gary, are you going to go see the Cybertruck on the weekend in Toronto?
Toronto?
I am seeing it on Thursday before everybody else.
You know where it is right now, right?
I do, and I can.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you do know? Okay. And you know where it's going.
Gary's friend was working on Quad.
Nice. Hey, everyone should follow
Carol?
Mark. He's a Tesla employee, and he's the kind of Tesla employee that will accidentally slip something he's not supposed
My
to.
God. Lincoln! Oh, my God.
No,
well, I'm no longer a Tesla.
Lincoln, are you bullshitting me right now? Or is that real?
There was
No,
another
that's
Tesla
real.
employee
Real.
that spilled a lot more shit
I'm
than
autistic.
Mark.
I can't tell the difference, by the way. Just saying it.
Lincoln, my boss is in here. Maybe. Well, no longer a Tesla, ex Tesla employee.
You know what, Mark? Guess what? At least this room isn't recorded.
Oh wait.
You're fine.
Oh shit.
Well, Mark, you can live with me if you need a place to stay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to live with you.
My kids miss you.
Yeah, your kids are great.
Mark,
My
our
ex-
guest room's available, and we're 30 minutes from Napa, so.
That's true. My ex-wife misses you.
Wait, shit,
Yeah,
really?
your ex-wife is also
Yeah,
great.
for
Yeah,
real.
his ex-wife,
My
amazing.
girlfriend misses you.
Yeah, she's also amazing.
Yep.
I could go so far with this one, but I'm like, there's a room
True
full of
story.
people.
I know it's not quite the same as a small clubhouse room. It's a
Like,
little
I
scary.
don't know if you know,
Yeah,
if I
I don't
could
know.
talk about the fake testicle and all that stuff and what happened at your
We already
house.
brought it up.
Whoa! No! Whoa!
No,
Listen,
okay,
you
okay,
can't
that's
bring
why
up.
I'm
No,
not.
no. Shut.
Okay,
Oh
that's
wait, I have the mute power. Where is it?
okay,
Where's the mute?
okay.
Mute
I'll stop.
Oh, there. Yes, I've never done this before. This is great. Okay, so now that I muted everyone, Mark brings up this thing about this fake testicle thing, right? And he brings it up to me. So like people listening can be like, "Oh, Lincoln has a fake testicle," it sounds like, and he doesn't want to talk about it. But that's not the story at all. Lincoln has
yeah, I
two
remember that.
testicles. Okay, now I'm
Dude, you
unmuted.
just reminded me about that. That's actually hilarious.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, now Mark,
Yeah,
you want
but
to talk about that
Put himself
anymore?
in this position. Why the fuck
yeah,
did I not think about that?
do you want to list all the people who've touched it?
Whoa.
Too far? Okay, I'm gonna mute myself now.
Show me where they touched you.
There's a reason.
Oh boy.
There's a reason why people
Where
judge
is
the
the
fucking
memo
Tesla community.
player?
I don't really care, but holy fucking shit. People be tuning in. It's like, hey, I'm a reporter for Bloomberg. They hear like, hey, do you want to talk about my? Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
Well, I think they expect it at this point.
yeah,
this is how we roll.
yeah.
Oh
Except
my God.
except Mark only rolls one of his rolls. The other one doesn't roll anymore.
It's a
Dude,
it's
Omar's gonna
a
love this
it's a neural
conversation.
it's a new Neuralink thing. They're replacing one testicle and it's connecting to the brain and
It's a cyberball.
Okay. Let's take this a little further though. Let's go a little further down that rabbit hole. They take the testicle part and use that to emulate the brain part because they need it that way. That's the only thing that works. Imagine.
That's hilarious. I thought Adrian was gonna be like,
this,
hey, let's slow it down. And instead he's like,
that was
let's go further.
that was actually brilliant. That's gonna be the discovery.
I
They're
know,
like,
dude.
it was
I'm
the
really good at fucking
testicles.
coming up with.
That was fucking brilliant.
Here's another
It was
brilliant little
Okay.
quote I got from someone. I'm the world's smartest dumbass.
We need to
I
ask
can do a lot of cool
Scoble.
shit, but I make fun dumb decisions.
Can you get Scoble in? That would be
Yeah, Mark,
optimal.
you're Scoble now.
I can't do it tonight. I can't.
You need the real Scoble now. The real Scoble's asleep.
No, it's only
No, he's
like
not
what?
asleep. I can ping him. Let me
10
see.
It's only 10:20 in Silicon Valley.
You think so? I think he had shit to do.
It's only 9:22. He checks out around 10.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Carol, I'm inviting you up. Can you not get an invite? What's going on here?
Carol, I almost came by your house. I could technically come by your house.
Not creepy.
Come up and talk to us, and maybe I'll come by your house.
Don't scare her away.
Shit, does that mean
It's
you'll come by my
totally not
house
sus.
tomorrow?
That's totally not sus.
Yeah, imagine Scoble and his archetype.
Yeah. Hey, Rebecca, are you asleep yet? That's a yes. All right. Okay, Elon's still posting like mad.
Dude, Elon's gonna break his own bot. Seriously. You know, there's a bot that like notifies everyone of when he posts something. Like almost 80,000 people are following that thing. That's amazing, isn't it?
And it has a maximum, right? If he has like 100 or 200 actions, then they can't post anymore.
Dude, I don't know why that's the case. I like, is it that he's just using his own API key that's assigned to him as user? Like, I don't know. Like, how does that work? If Scoble was in here and said, "Hey, ChatGPT, can you tell me how the Elon bot works?"
Hey, Grok.
Grok? No. For Grok, we're going to use something different. For Grok, we are going to use. Okay, I'm gonna think of something out of my arsenal here. What's hot in politics? Oh, of course, it's always hot in politics. Donald Trump. We're gonna look up Grok. We're gonna make sure we find him this time. We're gonna get the answers. We'll get to the bottom of this situation. We're gonna get so high, but we're also gonna get to the bottom. That's how we do it. It's gonna. That's the ice cream kicking in.
I think I'm having a heart attack.
Yeah, that's the third one this
You
week.
revive. You have some amazing nurses. I have so many.
Alex, of course, you guys,
for that, but yeah.
you guys should
I can do that too.
go. So we already talked about Mark being a Tesla, but great. Next, Sierra is an XAI employee, so she may drop some nuggets every now and then. She's a lot smarter than Mark. Mark will get himself in trouble. Sierra will be smart about it, but so you guys should go follow Sierra as well.
What's
She's a
Elon
Grok
posting right now?
tester.
Holy shit, where Elon's going next level engagement right now.
Yeah.
He's like dumping. He's dumping on everyone's profile. I wonder if he's like gonna, dude. Imagine if he jumps into the space. That'd be funny as fuck.
He's in a good mood.
Yeah. How do we get him
You
in
guys
here?
want to do it? You want to do it?
Yeah.
If we
Let's
all
get him in
tweet
here.
him at the same
Hey,
time,
he hasn't come on in a
Okay,
while.
somebody do Elon.
It's been a while since he came in here. How do we do
Sorry,
it?
it's like a seance?
What's the algorithm, Adrian? Tell us what to do.
Okay. Tell me. Does that look like something he would join? Probably not.
What? Oh.
Maybe.
Make it a bit more baity, like everybody
Yeah.
quiet until
You
Elon
do it.
joins.
You do it. I'm not, dude.
see.
I'm autistic. I can't fucking do that shit. I think like a computer. Clickbait to me is literally cancer.
Well, he thinks like a computer too. So there you go.
Interesting.
You know, I had a space about 4 days ago that was saying that that it was titled Elon and Kimball went to the strip club.
that was a good one. That was a good one.
Did he show up? He hasn't
No.
shown up spaces in like a long time.
If he does show up, could we ask him when he's going to make it better?
Oh, if he shows up and we're here, it's oh boy.
Oh my god.
He's still traumatized from that Ark Invest
Okay,
space.
fine. We're just gonna call it Tesla and chill. Let's just say, hey, at Elon, Tesla and chill. Let's do this.
Sure. Okay.
Do you think that works? Yeah, it sounds good. All right. Now we're gonna have to find the recent thing he's anything he's posted, anything recent at all.
Yep. And what do we do? Post that there?
Well,
No, where's he? Where's he? What's his recent thing?
He
we
just
copy the
flew
link?
back from Puerto Rico. So, what's going on in Puerto Rico?
Actually, yeah. Dude, the spaces title didn't update. Somebody changed that shit? Fuck you.
What?
No, it
Who
did, and
changed
then it
it?
didn't.
Dude, I'm gonna be in the car right now driving, so I can't see shit.
Wait, it says Adrian Dittmann space. Wait.
Yes, because it's the fucking title, bro.
Oh, all right.
The title has disappeared from all of us. Okay, what's the recent thing that he's posted? Let's take a look at the recent thing he's posted.
It says it's okay to be addicted to X. Remember, you are working. And he said, I literally am.
That's the wrong Elon. let me do it.
What? He responded to John a minute ago.
How about Elon's booty call in Puerto Rico?
No, that's not gonna get him in here. What?
Okay, there we go.
He responded to John like six of John's tweets.
I think I've changed the space. There you go. Tell us about Starlink. By the way, that's a nice recommendation from Sierra over here.
Oh, there you go. All right. Now I'm gonna copy it and paste it to some of his replies.
Oh yeah.
No.
So
Okay,
the
no.
new
We have to
satellites.
find a post. Okay, either I posted and all of us moon it. Okay, so here's the thing. We gotta find the recent thing.
Okay.
Like
Wait,
a recent thing.
You're gonna have to deal with my lack of voice for like 1 minute, because he's probably gonna want to talk about the Starlink satellite launch. It's the first,
Good catch, by the way.
direct to cell phone satellite launch. So these will be the first
Good job.
Starlink sats that'll be received on mobile.
All right, nice, good call.
Excellent.
So post one up top, and
So
we can
Starlink
all.
to my phone when Elon.
I would include in
For some
there
nerdy.
direct to cell phone because that's the key point of difference. None of the other
Yeah,
satellites
Cool.
can be received that way. Sorry for the voice,
Yep.
guys.
It's
Dude,
great.
no issue whatsoever.
I think you should sing us
Okay,
a
so
song.
we have to either find a reply, but I don't think
That'd be
he's going to
great.
be replying to his own replies. He doesn't do that. We have to like find anything that has like John in it. Do we also have to get John in here if he's down for
Do you
this?
want me to tell John to text it? I can text him to come in here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Give me a
Yeah,
sec.
please.
Good call. Good call.
John actually came yesterday and the day before yesterday. So the day before yesterday we had an exchange, and yesterday he just dropped in and we were off topic, so he left.
He's just
For
posted
real?
another one here.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
just text
John.
him. Don't worry.
Now he's talking about border policy.
Look at if
We talk
Elon
about
comes
border
in here,
policy. I'm taking out the virtual shotgun and booting you.
you have to make
We're not
Elon
talking about
laugh.
walls. We're talking about them.
All right. Although Adrian, like, I don't know, Adrian and Elon have to do their thing because it's just
It'll be
crazy.
fun.
Yeah, and then you got to make him laugh.
I don't know, man.
He's always gonna laugh, dude. This is a
No
fucking
pressure.
this is a mind fuck, okay?
Yeah, it is.
I'm alien level.
It really
It's
is
like
crazy.
it's like the Spider-Man meme.
But yeah,
So
it is like the Spider-Man meme. That was one of the things. Yes.
Wait, what? I was gonna
Adrian,
just make fun of Gary, like no one will know what you're talking about. And then of course Adrian's like, oh yeah, exactly. Dang it. What's
Hey,
Spider-Man?
so everybody should go retweet the space right now.
Actually, yeah. If everybody wanted to do that.
All right. Does everyone know how to do it? You push the little arrow thing up top, hit, well, the way I do it, share via, and then do X. Is that what you guys do?
okay, walk me through it. Walk me through
No,
it.
I like to go through the purple pill at the bottom because it doesn't always carry over the whole purple thing if you just share the link. So if you click on the comments section in the bottom right corner,
Yeah.
and then when you see the purple, hit retweet from there. Now the real question is, should we all tag him in should we quote tweet it?
No, you
And
have to.
ask
Yeah,
him.
you have to tag him in the bottom of the space right here.
All right, I'll just
He might
repost
get
it.
He's
annoyed at
already
that.
tagged.
Let's just
Yeah, I
wait
don't
if
want
John
to.
comes in.
We'll
I
just
think if
try
we
it
all
every
tag him, he
which
won't
way.
come.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah.
Okay, we're all working. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Everybody like and repost the space and tag Elon underneath it. That probably will work. And if you extra crackhead, put it on your timeline and tag him in it too.
It's getting a lot of light. It's working. All right.
John just posted to YouTube too, so we'll see when he gets here.
Yeah.
Maybe even spam the comments with some Starlink memes. Does anyone have Starlink memes? I haven't seen any Starlink memes.
So
Gary, get on it.
Gary.
Adrian, you're not gonna do a post?
Dude, I can't do a post right now. I'm talking like. Oh wait, you can though.
So you're physically away.
Yeah, I'm physically tied right now. I'm literally in a fucking car. Like I'm driving. I don't have FSD and I'm stuck behind a big ass fucking taxi here. Fuck this guy.
Okay, do you guys have that post that where he responded to John?
Okay, the recent one you responded to is John. I don't know. Maybe put it under there. Put it under there. Any one of us. Okay, so how about this? Anyone can do this. Who has the best engagement? Who has the most followers in here? It's probably Wiggle. I'll be honest here. Who has the most engagement?
Who, with Lon?
I mean, I work for him.
Yeah. Yeah, you work for him.
Okay,
Don't
so
say
yeah,
that though. It's like first rule of Elon Club. You don't talk about the fact you're an Elon Club.
Yeah, until
First
Lincoln
thing
tells
about being
everybody he
blocked
gets
by
a
any one of
small fight.
the what's the other guy's name? Gary Black? Am I lagging?
No, you're good.
No.
No, you're good.
Sorry, anyone requesting to come up, I can't invite anyone up, and my co-host stuff's not working or something.
Yeah, same for me.
Worst co-host.
Whoa, it's so interesting. We just got the notice that Adrian is lagging. He is lagging.
Yeah, what's happening?
And
Oh, did you see it? Did it say he's having he's connection problems?
yeah, he has a
Oh,
connection
no.
issue. But here's what's interesting. My desktop is open with Twitter, and all of these retweeted spaces now say spaces details not available, and the purple color went away.
What?
Yeah, it's super interesting.
It's the servers, man.
I'm gonna blame Sierra personally.
Yeah, I see it. Oh, it says unable to fetch space.
And then just blinked.
Maybe that's a good
We
sign.
might. No, we might crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
We
have only
we
50
exist in the ether.
We have only 50 people in space now instead of 300.
Oh yeah, what happened?
Glitch in the matrix.
It dropped to 50 people. That was
41.
Is it booting everybody?
My mute keeps wigging out. It mutes and unmutes itself by itself.
I'm still seeing 160.
Nope.
I can't
mine just
unmute
changed to
myself.
42. We can hear you.
Oh,
yeah, we heard you.
I can't mute myself.
Oh, that's the opposite of what you meant, I think.
Yeah, I said the opposite.
Maybe we got
I
to save
can't
space.
mute.
He was drunk. Elon, what's going on?
The host is having connection issues. Now I see it.
Can anyone hear me?
Hello?
Oh yeah, I hear you.
Can't unmute.
I can't unmute.
You guys keep saying you can't
I
unmute.
can't
You're
unmute.
all mute.
I can't mute.
There we go. It keeps going back to
Really?
mute.
Not me.
So
You know what? If you tap with a rapid succession, you can get out of the bad state.
All right.
That's
It's like an
what I
Easter
just
egg.
did.
Yay.
And then you get a broken window.
Oh, yeah.
Elon just liked another tweet and another one.
It says we're at 186 people. Okay, now it's showing it right. People are dropping though.
Okay, yeah, it's getting back to normal.
Okay.
Hey Wiggle, where are you from? I hear an accent.
From
Alabama.
I'd say no, I'm North America. I'm North
Eastern
America.
Eastern European accent. I hear it very well.
No, I grew up there. I did grow up there.